All right, sweet. And of course, Facebook failed. Go
Of
figure.
course, Facebook.
Of course
Yes,
it
it did.
did. Of course it did. So let me go ahead and fix this. I'm going to re-add the thing in. It's so strange. It's so easy to fix, but yet,
You know what? You know
but
what
it
works for me
fails
every
almost
time?
every time.
You know what works for me every time?
What works?
Finger guns when you do it. Just finger guns. It makes it
Yeah.
work. I don't know why it makes
That's
it
right.
work, but if you do that every time, it'll work.
You know what? I missed that part. I should have done it.
Yeah.
Can I
trust
apply
me.
that in regular life? When
Yeah,
something
it's
isn't
true,
working?
actually.
Absolutely.
Finger guns
You want it to
basically
work? Just
Finger guns.
It's gonna work.
Works for everything.
Exactly.
Sick dance moves, finger guns.
Oh my God! Wow! Welcome to another Hamityville Hangout. Here we are tonight. Tonight, I called this one based on a true horror. So I'm not specifically going to say that this has to be horror movies because obviously there's horrific things that happen, that are not constituted as horror movies.
We don't want to get in that place tonight.
Yeah. It's like I'm just setting the ground rules early. It's I don't want to limit this to just horror movies because there are plenty of thrillers that do not qualify as horror films that are based on a true story, which are worthy of discussion.
And shouldn't have to wait till after 9 p.m.
Correct. So, I mean, now there are other things that if you want to wait till after 9 p.m. to talk about, feel free. If perhaps it's I heard some whisperings that maybe we're going to discuss some things that aren't necessarily movies.
Yes, I have one on my list. Yes.
Okay. So we'll allow it. We may invoke the 9 o'clock rule, but
okay.
I'm so curious.
But obviously, for those of you who were there, we had a conversation with Don last night. He misses us. He would love to come back to the show, and he has scheduled an event 2 weeks from now where he is planning his return. The prodigal Hamityville son returns, in 2 weeks. And I believe we're going to be having a discussion of sequels. So we've already done our part 3s. In a very early discussion on this channel. But we're going to do part 2s.
That's fair.
Yeah. So I think that sounds cool. And I think it's appropriate.
Yep.
So we can think of it as part 2 of Don. So, yeah.
I don't think we're done with part 1.
No, we're not. But he took a break. So he's calling his coming back part 2.
Yeah, that's fair. It's the second coming of Don, as it were.
Oh, look at this. Don Murray is based on true horror. I have to see who said that because I don't have my Facebook up right now. Let me turn my volume down.
That was
Matt Burns.
Yep.
Hey, Matt. What's going on? All right. And of course, we have David N. Sitman saying, hey,
hi,
guys.
David.
Hi. I don't think that I've met you, but hello anyway.
Yes, he was at Oaks when we were there last.
David
November.
and I just had our friend anniversary, but I don't remember how many years it's been because it was one of those that came up in memories.
Okay.
When they used to make those fun videos like you and this person did this together. So that came up and I missed them. I like that stuff. It used to make me smile.
He's like, oh. Heart.
No, he's so nice. He's such a nice guy.
Yeah. Well, maybe we did meet, and my memories.
I don't know if you guys have actually crossed paths because the last couple conventions that I saw Dave at, you weren't at, and vice versa.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know about before that, but not through me at least.
Regardless, my memory sucks. So even if I did, I might not remember, and I apologize for that.
He won't remember either. Don't worry about it. He's famous for it. It's the best.
Ah, that's great.
Yeah.
We are brothers in forgetfulness.
Yes.
So, okay. So I'm going to. Oh wait, what is this? Hey Don, that Burns. I'll haunt your fucking nightmares then.
Miss you, Don.
Haven't you afflicted many with that already, Don?
He may have. Dreams and dark fantasies and nightmares. That is the things that Don is made of.
Yes.
So
and bananas.
Bananas. Yeah. So I thought it would be cool, since I didn't really lay it all out, to do like things that are based on a true story, whether it is a horror movie, a thriller, whatnot. I'm not really limiting that. My real focus is that it's based on a true story, and if it's possible, when we lay out the movie we're talking about this based on a true story, if we could briefly describe the true story. So, and we may find out that there's multiple films that are based on the same true story.
Yeah, I'm looking at you, Ed.
Yeah, looking at you, Ed. So, I shall skip myself for now, unless, of course, you want me to throw out Don's pick, because last night he did throw out a pick.
Yes, throw out Don's pick.
Okay. Don wanted to throw out the movie Scream. And I was like, huh? How is this based on a true story? Well, as it turns out, it is very loosely, we'll say, inspired by the Gainesville Ripper, which of course is Gainesville, Florida. So, Abby, you're general neck of the woods or end of the country.
I do not take any responsibility for them.
Yeah. And this is very true. Ed Gein inspired a lot. He certainly did.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, for being such a weirdo.
And like 8 of them are on my list, so just go with me.
Well, they may all end up getting clustered together since we're doing it this way, but that's fine. Yep. So Scream, the Gainesville Ripper, and I'm not even entirely sure of the time frame. I should probably look that up. But the Gainesville Ripper. Oh, stop it. Just want to see the time frame. Okay. Identified as Danny Rolling.
Yeah, he did not look like what I expected him to look like, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so he's an American serial killer who murdered 5 students in, I guess, the Gainesville, Florida
so he died in
area
2006.
Over 4 days.
So
okay, in August of 1990.
It happened in 90, yeah.
So I was quite the young lad when this occurred.
Shut up.
I was graduating high school when this
Me too.
I was about 6 years away from that, but I like to think that I was a young lad. I was about 12 years old. 11, 12. And he was sentenced to death and received lethal injection. But the nature of his crimes, which I think maybe relate to this, is the fact that they were essentially student-aged people, and he killed them with a knife, mostly. Now, his crimes were
he also raped a little bit, from what I remember.
Yeah, his crimes were a bit more horrific. They did not do that in the Scream movies. Nobody got raped in the Scream movies. So this guy was particularly nasty, and murdered and raped,
they were all 17.
or was it raped and murdered? Whichever. I don't know if it matters which
at that point,
orientation that is. It still happened, but pretty ridiculous and terrible. And I'd have to say, glad he's dead. But beyond that, somehow, some way
about him. He decapitated somebody, posed her body in a sitting position at the edge of the bed, and placed her head on a shelf facing her corpse. He later claimed his intent was to add the shock value of whoever. So I have a feeling that was the part that sort of connects them, not just the murders, but the
posing of the bodies.
The notoriety. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. And I seem to recall that with some of the, a couple of the other cases where he posed their bodies, whether it was just, laying them face down on the bed or whatever, like he posed them after they were dead.
It was intentional. Yeah. There was reason behind, but he's a happy fella.
Rather grisly, rather disgusting.
Yep.
So anyhow, somehow, some way, Scream is loosely based on that. Comments?
Honestly, before probably you brought up this subject, I didn't even know that it was based on a true story.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't think so,
No,
given
because
how
it seems so
elaborate.
fantasy, like, you know.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like, and I think we're going to get into this a lot at this discussion. I feel like a lot of these based on a true story, they're using that term very loosely.
Yes.
So I still think it's fun because all you have to do is put that on a tagline and I'm in.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
care-
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
care
yeah.
how loose. If it just, you tell me it's based on a true story, it's going to make it that much scarier for me,
Yeah.
one way or the other.
Right.
But yeah, and some of them on my list as well, that if we get
Yeah.
down to them, like, I'll save them for the end. But would I have thought of that as being based on a true story? No, not even a little bit.
Yeah.
There's the ones we all know, and I'm sure those will come up. A lot of them will come up first. I'm gonna grab my glasses. You guys talk about.
Or it's like, what is it? Return of the Living Dead. It's got that hilarious line in the beginning where it basically says these events actually happened.
Yeah.
Was that based on a true story? I'm not sure.
And honestly, I was
Loosely
a little disappointed. Like Abby was saying, like when you see based on a true story and then you do some research into it, and it's
You're like,
very. I was disappointed that some of the ones that I have on my list were very
loosely
based. You know, I was hoping they'd be more, you know, true to the story, but yeah, no, it was disappointing.
I'm not trying to lampoon you guys. I just didn't want to be left out with the whole glasses
No,
thing.
I'm hoping it makes a slight difference. I can actually make out your features, so that's nice.
I hate the reflection off them every time.
I do too. It's making me crazy.
Yeah. I feel they make me look more intelligent.
They make you look distinguished.
And give some to Don, please.
Oh my gosh.
He knows I love him.
Oh, we all love him.
We all love Don. We all love him. Okay, so, wow, we're still on screen. Okay, so we don't have to be. Nicole, do you have one that you'd like to throw out?
I do.
Okay, fantastic.
I saw this in the theater when it came out and loved it, and I just watched it again a couple days ago, and I love everything about it. Deliver Us from Evil. Have you seen it?
I just watched it today.
Eric
Deliver
Bana.
Us from Eric Bana.
Bana.
All right. First,
what
real
was the
question
name
for
of
you. How do you think he did with the New York New York? I kind of felt it was a little heavy-handed.
That was the only thing I didn't like. He was trying so hard to get that official New York detective. He's a rough and tough New York.
He's a New York
police
detective,
officer. He went way too hard.
I missed the Italian, and all I kept thinking was like seeing Mike in a corner cringing or something.
I bet he was.
I hate this movie. It's not representing New York right. I can hear him. Yes.
But the movie is very good.
The movie is fantastic. The movie is scary. It's creepy. It's one of the ones that was very extremely loosely based on a true story.
Based on a real guy.
It's
based on a real guy.
Yes.
So that's fact.
Yeah. Ralph Sarchi, who was a detective in New York, he discovers a child has been murdered.
Okay.
And then he comes across, he's searching for the suspects, and he comes across this woman and these three guys, and these three guys actually served in the military together. And it turns out they were all possessed. And the whole story is and he starts working with this priest, who was played by Edgar Ramirez, I want to say. Is that right?
I didn't recognize him. I'll have to look him up.
Oh, he looks so good. Sorry.
He's very good. I didn't recognize
Another
him.
time I'm like, I feel bad for saying that priest is hot, but he was. And they basically work together and they perform this exorcism in the holding not the holding cell, like the questioning room.
Yeah, the interrogation room.
Thank you, interrogation room, yes. And they end up performing this exorcism on this guy because Ralph Sarchi's wife and daughter got kidnapped, and it's a very dark. It had the cinematography of like Seven. It was dark.
Okay.
It rained a lot. Gritty. Yeah. There weren't a whole lot of happy moments in this movie. But if you like the possession stories, and this one
And you have
was
the cop drama in there too.
and the cop drama in
and
there.
what's his face? Craig.
Oh,
I'm blanking on his fucking from Community.
Shit. Hang on.
Do I have to look this up?
You gotta
I'm
make me
gonna have
look
to
it up.
God damn it.
He played his partner.
He was good, and I'm not.
Yeah, it was
I had
Edgar
a little-
Ramirez who
I was
played
like,
the
ooh.
priest. Joel McHale
Joe McHale
played his
thank you.
partner.
Oh,
I
nice.
know.
Normally
Clint,
he's so
right?
douchey, but he was enjoyable.
Yeah,
in
he
this.
usually plays like the goofy, and he did have some comedy in this movie, but
Yeah, but he was hot
does
doing
a
it.
serious role, and he was fighting, and he was working the knives during that stairwell fight, and it was just a good, scary action, dirty, gritty movie.
Yeah,
and if
so
you can
got
tolerate
the cop, and then you
Eric
got the
Bana with the bad accent.
Ah,
It's a really, really good movie.
It's not Keanu Reeves in Dracula bad.
Oh,
it's
God.
just I'm trying too
I don't
hard
think anything
to be
is
a
that.
character.
You
know,
I should hope not.
Yeah,
so
but
just where you're
if
seeing
if you get a chance, see this movie. It's again, I did a little bit of research on it, and it turns out that this the cop actually retired not long after all this happened, but he still works with that priest today.
Hey,
So they've
that's
been
cool.
friends since
then,
for years and years and years. And it's basically an account of multiple cases that they worked on together, squished into one. You know,
Mr.
it's
Nanners,
loosely
hey.
based. Hi, Mr. Nanners.
Nanners.
But it's definitely worth a watch. It is.
Okay. It is on the scroll.
Dun dun dun.
It's also on Paulflix.
It's
Oh,
Yes.
the flicks of Paul.
I did.
The
I
Flicks of
also
Paul.
felt, just to talk about the movie a little more.
Mhm.
I really liked the story. I like the whole mix of I like when things are not, they're like a couple different things, and they don't
Yes.
heavy hand too much of anything except for the bad accent. And honestly, Olivia Munn with the bad accent, like I like
Yeah.
her.
Oh,
Yeah.
But
yeah.
She's beautiful and she's a great actress, but
Mhm.
like again, the accent hurt me. I think because I grew up
Olivia
with so many,
Munn.
New York Italians that
Go
Yeah.
on with your bad accent.
it was just, and I know I'm known for my bad accent, so trust me, I feel it in my soul. But yeah, I only watched that, I think, for the first time today. I think I might have seen part of it years ago, but thank you for requesting it on
Yes.
this Netflix, because I did watch it today.
Yeah. I went to watch it, and I'm like, $5.99 to rent? No.
Nah.
So I just
Meh.
went to our connection. But yeah, and like you said, it's multiple things. There are multiple characters bringing multiple things to the story, and it makes it more interesting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. I might have to check that out. That's
Hey,
Suki.
who's
She
saying
says
that?
hey.
Hi, Suki.
Hello.
You should come on and talk to us.
Yeah.
I haven't been butt dialed in a while. Miss her face.
We all do.
Yeah.
She's just doing her thing, being a nanny.
Yep.
So,
All right. So my first pick of said evening is actually just one of my favorite movies. And it's been brought up in other possession movies, but The Exorcism of Emily Rose.
Yes.
I
it's on my
genuinely
list.
love this movie. Clint, have you actually seen it? I don't remember if we said you did not see this movie.
No, but I researched this movie today.
Okay. I really want you to see this movie.
Okay.
I'm just putting it out there.
I do like a Jen Carpenter.
I love Jen Carpenter. This was actually the first thing that I knew who she was in.
Mhm.
Okay.
And I see her in other things and realize like how much, and when I watched interviews with her and spoke to her about this, how much of that is not CGI. It's her doing her own body contortions and stuff.
Yep.
So there's a level of so much more cool practicality because you're watching her body do these things. But for those that are unaware, the basis of the story is there was a girl named Annalise Michael, Michel, and she was supposedly possessed and underwent, I can't even remember, like 40 exorcisms or something.
Yeah.
And she died from malnutrition.
Yeah.
Carpenter's awesome. She ended up dying from malnutrition, and the basis of the story is that they went after the priest because the priest should have known to call a doctor. And so they go to court, and you've got this like half courtroom drama, half possession movie, because the prosecution is showing you every scene that happened from a medical standpoint. Like if she were epileptic with this and took this, then she, this could happen to her body. And you were seeing the story from both sides. And it's just so super cool. And it's a sad story because the legit woman ended up dying. And once, Nicole, have you ever heard the real tapes? The audio tapes? Okay. I don't even know if I should tell you to look for them because I think it will freak you out. But
probably
because I don't get freaked out by that stuff. And being, again, like I'm Jewish and we weren't brought up on that kind of thing. I listened to these audio tapes on something. My blood. I mean, you're hearing her.
I'm getting chills just listening to you talk about it.
It's a lot. So this one is a little more very much based on a true story. Obviously there's some major liberties taken like anything else, but I love it. I think it's a great movie. It's greatly acted. The cast is outstanding, I think.
Laura Linney
is wonderful.
Fantastic. And who played the priest?
He's the English actor. That helps. I know. I'm looking it up.
Oh yeah.
Because I love him, and he was in Tom Wilkinson.
Okay.
There you go.
Wilkinson. Full Monty, Michael Claymore.
I was that close.
So close. Ooh, Watership Down. No.
Yes, one thing about her playing this character, she is flexible, if not anything
Oh
else.
my gosh,
I mean,
yes.
she completely twists her body around to do this and
to look like she's possessed.
Yeah.
It's creepy as hell. And she is very skinny. We know this about her. I'm not trying to cut on her. I'm just saying.
Oh, no.
When she bends her body in these ways and these bones poke out in places that you don't expect to see bones poking out, it's just, it adds a level of creep to it.
Yeah.
I've known some people like that.
It's on Pluto TV.
No, nothing like that. Just some freakishly thin people who like when they just make a minor movement, you know what I mean? Like something sticking out, you know what I mean?
With that elbow.
And I think that probably has something to do with it because she's always been a very slender person, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And
Beanpole.
She's really so good in this. The terror, that she portrays.
The spider.
Most people know her from Dexter nowadays, but it was like
spider scene.
Quarantine.
I love Quarantine. I know that was supposed to be on the list for Ryan. I don't know if he ever got to watch it for Second Chance. But this came out before Quarantine. I think like 2 years before or something.
Mm-hmm.
But watch it, please. It's on Pluto TV.
I plan to. This is one that's been on my radar for a while, and if I had time to do it today, I would have done it. But I was doing a little digging on this one because it's an interesting story and it's an infuriating story at the same time.
Yeah,
because I mean it's
I know what you're gonna pick.
This is not the only thing. Well, no, I'm still stuck on the exorcism.
Okay.
Rose. I just wanted to dig into a few more of the details of it because it's disturbing.
It is.
You know what I mean?
Very disturbing.
There's been several cases on record of basically people trying to exorcise loved ones and they die. You know what I mean? But this one basically happened in the 70s, late 70s. This poor girl, you said her name, and I'm not real good at German names, but it's like Anneliese Michal.
Yeah.
But I mean, but it's spelled Michagl. So I mean, you're right there. She was raised Catholic in Bavaria, and that was pretty common. You know what I mean? There was a lot of Catholic folks in Germany of the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they were, what you would expect, God-fearing people, and they're very immersed in the culture of that. And she was actually going to be going to school for it. I believe she actually attended university to study Catholicism. And it was in the 60s that she actually had her first episode where she basically passed out, seemingly having a seizure, and not remembering what happened when she woke up. And then I guess a year or so later, she had another one, and at some point she mentioned that she felt like something was pressing on her, like something was with her, and she, and
Can't wait for
her,
the movie because
her,
all these parts are in it.
yeah, and her fear of possession, I believe is what allowed her to come to her own conclusion that she was possessed by spirits. So they did the right thing at first. They actually went to doctors, and they found nothing wrong with her, but they theorized that maybe she had, epilepsy, and they started treating her for epilepsy without, really confirming that she had it. And you start taking epileptic
Here, take this.
medication. Yeah, start taking medication. Somehow her condition gets worse. You know what I mean? So I don't know what the side effects were of the medicine at the time, or if the side, how sometimes you take a medication and one of the side effects is the thing that you're trying to treat. You know what I mean? I wonder if seizures was part of, the potential side effects of the medication that she was taking.
They covered this also in the movie. You're gonna love it, I think.
Okay. Oh, I'm in already. I'm in.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna make a better effort now to watch this movie.
Because it's like the third time it's come up that I've brought.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So
and then he's gonna watch it and he's gonna hate it. It's gonna be like Ryan all over again.
Yeah. So one of the things that I found compelling, was that, of course, they've given up on the doctors. They consult the church. They get a priest to come in, who, strangely enough, the guy who came in to consult was theorized to be a schizophrenic.
Really?
You hadn't seen that tidbit anywhere?
No.
Well, it was in a video that I watched, so I can't verify that it's real. But it was in a video that I watched. He wasn't the one who performed the exorcism. He's the guy who went to church to ask for an exorcism. So they got the actual guy to come in and start this. He takes one look at her and says, "She's not epileptic. She's possessed by the devil." And
listen to me, I know stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I've been doing this a long time. I know a demon possession when I see one.
So do my other three personalities.
He doesn't say he's a demon. He says he's the devil.
Yeah. So, what you would expect, would ensue after this. They start doing exorcisms, and strangely enough, it's not working. They and you were close with 40. I think I heard a number that was over 60.
Yeah, 62 was the number that was in my head, but
exorcism sessions that they performed with this poor girl. And of course, she would act completely possessed whenever, they're doing this. And if you hear the tapes, that what you were talking about, you hear some of those clips. I mean, it is bone chilling.
Oh, did you get to hear some of them? Oh,
yeah. But when they kind of cherry picked it, they picked out like a section of it where she was talking about the demons that she was possessed by.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And she originally said 6 and named off 5. You know what I mean? One of which being, Judas Iscariot, another one being Hitler,
Nero.
Nero.
Yeah.
And she stopped at 5. Like, what about the 6th one? Well, we lied about him. You know what I mean? So it's like, but then ultimately she said she dropped the name Fleischman, which was all that this priest needed to hear, to believe that he was on the correct path, because apparently Fleischman was a reference to a priest of an earlier time who had been exiled from the church for his bad behavior, which they did not state what that is.
We don't know anything about that.
So he was he was basically demonized by
Mhm.
the church and exiled from the church. But this priest felt that she would have no way of knowing who he was, even though she studied in the local university about Catholicism. She'd never heard of it.
Right.
But
anyhow, I love it because they actually then the things that you're telling me tells me how good a job they did in this movie.
Yeah.
Because each of these things are brought up, and I didn't know how much of it was bullshit because I didn't look that close into it. So I really do like the fact that you did, and that I realized they did a great job.
Yeah, well, it sounds awesome. If they covered all those topics and the only thing that they changed was America instead of Germany, then I think they did all right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they changed more than that, but yeah.
Wouldn't demons possess atheists rather than true believers? Well, you would
No.
maybe. I don't know.
If a
That's a good
demon
question.
possesses somebody who is a very big believer, it's proof that they have that much power.
Yeah. And I think
I'm a demon, you know.
Like an atheist would know to be afraid of it, right?
Right.
Well, I think they would just go more towards mental illness versus demon possession. I don't think in their mind they would know they were possessed. I don't think, you know, if you're an atheist, I just think your brain's not going there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And a demon can prove its power by possessing the most faithful believer, you know.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Instead of a useless what do we call me, heathen?
Oh, you're a child of God, but I'm going to take you over.
Yeah.
Look how big and tough I am, you know.
Well, but that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And this movie, real quick funny story. This movie sticks with you. It really does. There are some images and some sounds in it that just have stayed in my head for years. When I worked in an office years ago, I sat across from a woman who was bilingual. She spoke English and Portuguese.
Okay.
And sometimes she would speak Portuguese to herself, and she would sit there and count in Portuguese as she was counting something. And all I could hear was Jennifer Carpenter in that scene in the barn when she's counting in Latin.
Mm-hmm.
Because this woman, she would do it real low. She would like whisper it. And all I could picture was and it would freak me out so bad. I had to keep asking her. I'm like, please stop.
That her eyes turned red.
It sounded like a possession voice when she was counting in Portuguese. It really did.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Nicole's walking by her. The power of Christ.
Exactly. Exactly. It's just, but it sticks with you. The noises and her voice and the imagery is just terrifying.
Yeah, I like the imagery in it a lot.
Yeah.
You know, even when they use CGI, it's not really overdone.
Yeah. And it's another one like Seven. Like there are no bright spots. It's very dark and raining and you know,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll wrap up what I'm saying on that because I feel like I've been on it too long. But ultimately they should have taken her to a doctor because clearly she was not in possession of all of her faculties, and she was malnourished and whatnot, and she was wasting away, and she basically died from malnutrition. She was I cannot forget this. She was 68 pounds when she died.
They in the documentary, which I'll try to find the name of for you, they show pictures of her.
Yeah. And the most infuriating thing of all. Oh, I'm sure. I was just saying the most infuriating thing of all was they basically went after the priest for this, and I think they gave him something stupid like 3 years. And they did not go after the parents at all. They basically just let them off. They're like, you suffered enough. I disagree.
Yeah, I disagree.
I really disagree.
A little bit more.
I agree with you. Yes.
Yeah.
But you know, hey.
Well,
sometimes justice is not served.
I keep thinking of the spider scene and it.
Hi, beautiful people. Missed you guys. Hey, Kyler.
Hi, Kyler.
Hi,
good to see you. So, yeah.
Great flick.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, it's definitely on my list.
But for real
things. No, for real. Yeah, for realsies. This time, I'm gonna watch this movie. You know? Shit. Where am I gonna go from here? You know, I have to take this one because it's the namesake of our show.
Okay.
Someone was going to have to, and if it wasn't,
I got to do it. The Amityville Horror. I definitely have to bring that up. Now, of course, most of us have seen at least the first movie. Some of us maybe have seen the second. A few of us have gone a bit further than that, maybe seen the third, the fourth, and some of the other offshoots like Amityville Death Toilet and Dollhouse,
Amityville Karen,
Amityville in the Hood, Amityville Karen, Amityville Thanksgiving. There's lots of these out there, which this has spawned a ridiculous number of movies.
I just
Yes.
believe they're considered
Ridiculous.
sequels, but whatever.
Yeah. I don't know if they all live in the same universe or not. I mean, they're all loosely connected to the house, usually. Although
this doorstopper came from the house.
yeah. In some cases, it's a cursed object that came from the house, which, that's the way that goes. Oh my
Mhm.
God. You poor soul. I watched all of them and watched a documentary on it. Okay.
Oh God.
You poor human.
Poor thing.
Can't.
I would probably do something like that.
Jamie Hill says hello. Hello.
Hi, Jamie.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Congratulations on being cast in. Oh shit! What the hell's the name of that?
God damn it!
Canadian guy, Steve Merlot's doing it.
Oh,
I forgot already. Sorry. I thought it was gonna come off the top of my head, and it did not. So.
And you're not. How are you 40 yet? I forget.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Skinamarink. Well, I knew you're from Skinamarink. Yeah. Oh, okay. Unseen. Thank you.
Unseen.
Thank
yes,
you.
yes. Because we were just talking
escaping
about
me.
that. Yeah.
Escaping me. Yeah. Me, I'm 45 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're getting close.
Getting close. Getting close to what? Like having no memory at all?
Just,
Is that what you're saying?
just wait.
Because
Yeah.
I feel horrible now.
Spoilers.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So Amityville Horror. Oh, look at this. She is 46. Well, hello, 46.
You're getting
No,
close
she's
too.
not.
You look good for 46.
I know, really. I don't.
Of course, I'm with a bunch of people who look good for their ages, which I will not say.
I'm 65, dude. I've been rocking.
Is that right?
Yep. I used to, when I worked for the dermatologist, that's what I used to tell people. I was like 20 and I said I was 48, but I worked for a really good dermatologist. And they would come and make
A good marketing ploy.
Yeah.
But I'm the same person that bumps into people wearing camo in the grocery store and then says, "I'm so sorry I didn't see you." So I do things just to amuse myself.
Yeah. Oh, here's the explanation. Had to see how bad they got, like most sequels. Oh, my birthday's next Thursday. Well, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Albeit a little early.
We'll say it again later, probably.
Exactly. I'm sure we will.
If Facebook remembers to tell us such things.
Exactly. So Amityville actually surrounds two families, one of which being the DeFeos, and the other which being the Lutz family.
Yep.
Incidentally, if my last name was Lutz, I think I would have it changed. I don't know. It just sounds bad. Lutz. I would rather my last name be something like Pasta. Than Lutz.
Pasta
you know what I mean?
Fazool.
Yeah, Pasta Fazool, baby. Yeah, but anyhow, the DeFeos, of course, was the family that lived in the house before the Lutzes. And as the story goes, it was theorized that the lead of the house, the father, was abusive. That he's one of these just overly aggressive people, and he ruled his household through discipline. I kind of believe that. I guess he owned an auto shop and things like that. He's really shitty to his kids and so forth. But the I guess the eldest son of the house just lost his shit one night, and got up and killed everybody in the house. I guess with a shotgun. Then of course, cleaned himself up, hid his clothes and the gun, and went to work, and basically went home after work and reported finding his entire family slaughtered, and tried to give him some bullshit story about some mafia types showing up at the house and sticking a gun in his face and issuing some threats, but leaving. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he was basically suggesting to the police that they came back and killed the family. I don't really know where the demon possession part of that came, unless that was later. That was an added part of his defense when he was already in trouble, trying to, come up with some way to get out of it. I don't know really where that came from, but the original story that he gave to the cops was a mafia thing.
Right.
But of course, then a year later, this house has been on the market for a while. There was like multiple homicides in it, so it was going real cheap in a time of bad economic times. And the Lutz family came in and bought it and basically only stayed about 27 days in it or something like that.
Yeah.
Because they just like the father of the house like took on like a personality shift. They felt that they started seeing things in the home. Bad shit started happening. They located a room in the lower levels of the house that was not on the plans of the home, and apparently it was completely painted red. The dog wouldn't go inside it, shit like that.
Yeah.
And they vacated the house and refused to return to it. And ultimately later on, I guess after they defaulted on the home, everything inside it was sold. Which of course I guess could give you your later movies where, oh, this possessed item that was inside the Amityville house. It's like this lamp that was in the Amityville house is now possessing me.
That's where they got the idea for killer sofa.
Yeah. Oh, I missed some comments here. I'm sorry, Kyler. The German part of me wants to say lust instead of lutz. I get what you're saying. Yes, a shotgun and an axe. I didn't know the axe part. If I'm being honest with you, I thought he killed them all with the weapon. And 35 caliber rifle. Really?
Damn.
Huh. Well, those are some details that I didn't have when I watched it. I thought it was a shotgun, but
that's what I thought. I just hear Margot Kidder waking up screaming, "He shot her in the head! He shot her in the head!"
It was a shotgun.
Yeah, and the weird part, beyond all that, is that it took him a while to do it, and none of the family members
woke up. That's what,
despite the fact there was multiple shots in the house.
Mother, father, brother, sister. Sorry.
Yeah. So, and there was no evidence that he had used anything to muffle the shots. Or at least they didn't find anything. And of course, no neighbors were, aware that anything took place. Now, of course, if they're not inside the house, there's distance between homes,
right?
It's going to be somewhat muffled getting to neighbors, but yeah, it's just weird. Nobody woke up. Nobody made a phone call, and he just left them all like basically on their beds, which is
twisted,
disturbing. Yeah. But I'm like, I don't know. Why the whole family? If your beef is with the dad, take the dad. You know what I mean? Let everybody else alone. You gotta take the kids too. What the fuck is that all about?
No, I shouldn't have taken the kids.
Yeah. But however. So who's that? Oh shit, Peter Anthony. What's up, Peter?
Hi, Peter.
Hey, Peter.
Yep. Currently running his campaign for. Oh my god. My brain did it again. Not. Oh my god. My brain did it again.
That's what happened to me.
Laugh, for Christ's sake. Yeah. His campaign is open for laugh. I am sorry.
I'm telling you, 45. That's when everything on me went. As soon as I hit,
is that right? 45. That's
everything.
Right.
My back, my knees, my brain, everything just went.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah.
Sorry about your luck.
So yeah. Well, I'm glad you're laughing about it. So anyhow, so go check out his campaign. It's gonna be cool.
It's gonna be
yeah. Terry Kaiser's gonna be in it again. Come on.
Oh, I can love that man. I met him literally like at the front desk of a hotel. He was yeah. I mean, he was there for I normally don't talk to him, but I said, take a picture. He's taking pictures with me. He was just so sweet. Such a nice guy. Mm-hmm. Sidetracked, sorry.
Oh, we're getting some additional information. So apparently in real life it was a rifle, and he seems to know way too much about it. What's your deal, Kyler? Why do you know so much about
Kyler
this?
knows a lot because he's watched 47 movies about it.
So he believes it. That's right, and he watched the documentary. Damn, that's it.
There you go.
I did watch the documentary too, but that doesn't mean I retained anything.
All the details, gotcha. I believe in the real story, drugged the family. That's why no one woke up. Well, you know what? That would make a little bit of sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
but it's not as creepy that way.
Yeah. So I kind of appreciate what the movie did. I think it's a little shitty to the memory of the people that it actually happened to. The details are so close to what actually happened. And they've made this a ghost story / possession story.
Money grab.
They took it a step further when they did Amityville 2, The Possession, where that was probably the closest thing that we got in movie form to what actually happened to the DeFeos. With Burt Young playing a really, nasty, abusive father, and the son losing it, but they pulled the whole possession thing, to take any real accountability away from him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's I kind of want the real story.
The real story, but they're not going to give that to you.
You can give me his bullshit claims later, as they're putting him on trial, and things like that. But I want to see, okay, this is what this ridiculous person did, and then this is what he claimed later, and you show me the trial, and I would be quite entertained by that. You know what I mean? But they're like, he's possessed by a demon, so he really wasn't in control of his own actions. Yeah, horseshit.
Yeah.
Murderer.
Tell us how you really feel.
Oh, what's this? I go way deep into movies based on real life events, like The Town that Dreaded Sundown.
Ooh.
Then you're going to have to stick around and keep us up on the research that we didn't have time to do.
Yes. We'll have you fill in the bits.
Yes.
The gaps of our knowledge. So I'm going to add my movie to the list because I feel like I've said enough about the Amityville Horror. If you would like to add something, feel free.
Traumatized me as a child. I was very young when I saw it, and had the red eyes and Jody, the imaginary friend, and the window scene. The window scene. Yeah, with the fingers. Yeah, horrifying.
We just watched it. That was on Ryan's another one. I don't understand why he doesn't like that movie, because I don't know. Maybe it's just a nostalgia thing, but I think it was him and Adam both didn't like it. Like, it's boring, it's slow, and I don't think it is. I think it's
I don't think it is either.
It's what's the word? Atmospheric, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking of. I don't know. I like it. I like it a lot.
I like it a little.
I'm going to take that one off my list.
All right. Nicole.
All right.
You have another one for the fire.
I have a list, and I'm debating on which one to do. I have to save that one for 9.
Yeah. Fuck Jody, kids is scary movies or assholes. I don't know if I quite follow that, but yes.
Fuck Jody.
I like that.
Break that, reverse it.
Jody was scary.
Yeah, no, Jody. And in the remake, terrifying. I have to say that part scared me worse in the remake than in the original.
I don't even remember the remake. I only saw it once and I hated it, so I never went back.
It's just that one scene where the girl's in the closet and the ghost literally puts her finger, takes the babysitter's finger and puts it in the hole in her head. It was so creepy.
Okay, so kids in scary movies are assholes.
There you go.
Got it. That makes more sense.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, I am going to go with, I don't know why, I leaned more towards the paranormal side of real life movies. I'm going to go with The Possession. With
the Dybbuk box.
My man, Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
All right. I've seen this.
Oh, good. Finally, something you've seen.
I made him do it.
It's all Abby's fault.
I made him do it.
When we did,
Like,
is
you
that a
don't get a
demon
lot
in
of
your
Jewish
pocket?
horror. I said, you
Yes.
gotta watch that in The Vigil. It's our only 2 Jewish horror movies.
Oh God, it's just so good. It's just Jeffrey Dean Morgan, Kira Sedgwick, great cast. A guy and his, getting divorced from his wife. He has 2 daughters. They go to a yard sale. The youngest daughter picks up this big wooden box that she wants, and he buys it for her. And it turns out it is Abby, help me out.
Dybbuk box.
Dybbuk box. Thank you. And it basically has a demon in it.
God
Am I right on that?
Yeah, it's like I said, there's very few Jewish demons, and the way it basically takes your worst fears and they catch it in this box, almost like a genie in a lamp, and you're never supposed to let it out.
Okay.
Now,
So the girl slowly starts going through these changes. Her eyes get darker. She starts, she doesn't laugh. She doesn't smile. She's eating different. She bit her father.
She stabbed him with a fork when he tried to take.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, she
that was the funniest part.
I've been close to that before.
But
it's like he just got assaulted with a fork, and he just goes, "Go to your room.
Go to your room."
I'm like, what?
I have a feeling though, and correct me if I'm wrong. I don't have kids, but I have a feeling that's go to your room before I actually hurt you.
I'd be like wrestle that kid to the
it's
ground,
just,
put a wooden
you need to
spoon in
not
her
be
mouth
here.
or something.
I would have had him in an arm lock.
She's
Yeah.
clearly
I would've-
rabid.
Yeah, he would have been on the floor. So basically, he goes and does some research. He finds this Jewish, I guess it was like a Jewish exorcist.
Yeah,
Kind of.
I don't know the term, but that's a good way to explain it.
I
And
don't
they
remember either.
Yeah, so they basically take this box and they have to get the demon out of the little girl, put it back in the box, and that hospital
Becking
scene,
bucks.
that morgue scene was so
Dude.
terrifying. They had it down, man, with the creep factor. It was really scary. Really, really scary.
Okay.
One of the best scenes was the teeth, the guy getting all of his teeth falling out when she's on the swing.
I love that. Never to be seen again. The
Never to be seen
orthodontist
again. He
lost
just
all his
took off.
teeth, and he's like, "Fuck this! I'm disappearing forever." All right, I am scared, Kyler.
What did
are you
he
getting
say?
this? The box
No.
contained 2 1920s penny, a lock of blonde hair bound with cord, a lock of brown hair bound with cord, a small statue engraved with the Hebrew word Shalom, a small wine goblet, 1 dried rosebud, and a single candle holder with 4 octopus-shaped legs. It was used to contain a dybbuk, a dislocated spirit as powerful as a demon. And yes, I remember this on the top of my head. I'm frightened now.
I'm a little, hair on the back of my neck is standing up. Kyler, did you go to school for this or something, or are you doing this as a hobby?
And did you see The Vigil, Kyler? Have you ever seen the movie The Vigil?
Because if you say hobby, we might have to call somebody.
Hey, we don't ask, we don't tell her, right?
I don't know.
Did
We
you see
do
the
not.
movie The Vigil, though. I think it's on Shudder now, if you want to watch it. It's, again, the only other Jewish horror movie I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah.
But yeah, this movie is definitely scary, definitely creepy. It's definitely worth watching just for Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
It's a fun time.
It's a fun movie. It is.
It's a slow possession of, it's not like one morning you wake up and, Jesus, like,
Yeah.
But,
like The Exorcist. It's a very slow, distressing thing.
The dread and the buildup and the dead animals and the there was, right? Like
wasn't there an insect scene?
Yes.
A bathroom insect scene?
Maybe. I don't remember now.
There was lots of insects at one point. They were completely full of her room. Her room was full of them at one point.
Which
that's right. Yes.
Yeah.
When she was running to the dumpster to get the box, and she stopped, and didn't she? Yeah.
When I was a kid, real quick, and I apologize for taking over, but when I was a kid, my bedroom was upstairs. We had
add the Vigil to his list.
A nest.
He had a lot of free time.
Yeah. There was a nest of bees. The bees built a nest in the air conditioning vent.
Oh, geez.
So I came into my bedroom, I opened the door, and my room was filled with bees.
I would have burned the house down.
I literally had to shut the door and leave and get my parents, and they had to call an exterminator to set a bomb off in my room. And but then you're just literally dead bees for the next, week. But that was the scariest thing I've ever seen. Anyway.
Oh my gosh.
Nice.
No.
Maybe I'm a demon.
It would have taken me a long time to sleep in that room again.
I know.
It did.
It would have been burned.
I slept on my brother's floor for quite a while.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think they were moths.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I remember getting strong Silence of the Lambs vibes.
It is a good movie, though. I like it.
It is. The Possession is a very good movie. If you haven't seen it, please go see it.
Please go see it.
Please see it. It's worth
And
it.
if you have seen it, see it again.
See it again.
Yeah. Just for Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Because we love him.
Because I love him.
Okay.
Alrighty.
A list for her.
Oh, allow me to put this on the list.
I like to keep track.
Yes.
And I will bring up my next one. Is actually painful for me to bring up. This was a one and done movie for me.
Oh God.
But it scarred me, and there are very few movies I can say genuinely scarred me. So I sit down one day many years ago to watch this movie, which I think is the, fun sex romp, The Girl Next Door. Okay. However, there are two movies by that name. The Girl Next Door movie that I ended up watching is based on the murder of Sylvia Likens by her caregiver, Gertrude Banszewski. I don't know. They made two movies. It's an American. What was the other one based on this? Give me a second. Same story. Two movies based on this same woman who basically took this young girl as her slave, bound her in the basement, let the neighborhood kids come in and burn cigarettes on her and beat her and starve her. And it was, and again, I scalded her, and then she would beat her daily. They would sexually assault her and humiliate her while she remained chained in this basement. While this woman was being paid to care for her by her parents. So it is a horrifying movie. And I almost wasn't sure if I was going to bring it up, but it is one of those movies, the based on a true story movies that I was just trying to see what the other name of the movie was. I think it was An American Crime. I'm going to see if that's the name of it, which had, so the other movie based on it is American Crime, had, what's her face? Oh, for fuck's sake. I apologize. Yeah.
I came across this movie years ago. Not years ago. Jesus Christ. I act like so much time has passed. A year ago. A year ago. 45. Yeah. Well, I'm going to start making shit up now, too. About a year ago, because we had interviewed Catherine Mary Stewart, and she had a bit part in this movie, so I watched part of it. I did not finish this movie. This is legit messed up.
Yeah.
William Atherton is the adult character, basically flashing back, remembering these things from his childhood.
Because it was his mother or something, supposedly, right? Or was he just a neighbor kid? I forget how he was involved.
I don't remember. I think he was a neighbor kid.
Because I just won't watch it again.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And An American Crime stars Ellen Page and what the hell is her name from Being John Malkovich with the dark hair? Catherine Keener, I think, played the Sylvia, the mother in that. But it's disturbing. So again, I'm sorry I have to bring that up, but it is.
Oh, don't be sorry.
It was.
Although not to watch it.
Like I said, if you ever just want to fuck yourself up real bad, watch that movie.
Oh no, I'm already
sure.
The movie to do that.
But I do think it needs to be put in there since
I'll be right
very
back.
big, based on a true story. So.
Agreed.
Agreed.
I think that's true. Oh, let's see. Let me grab these comments here. Let's see. The possession made me afraid of streetlights.
Nice.
Understandable. Is this the one they tortured the girl? Yes, you're 100% correct.
Yeah.
And this one scared me. It's so sad. Anything you can think of, they did, including adult things.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Carved into her belly, and it's awful. And like I said, the Ellen Page one was also a dramatization. Both were not the full straight story, but the straight story was, they could have just filmed that and that would have been scary enough. It's disturbing because people are fucked up.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
What
do you got for me, sir?
Well, I'm going to throw one out, which I don't know if this made anybody's list or not. If it did not, it definitely should have. I could not finish my list without putting Fire in the Sky on
that. That was my next one. I was going back and forth between. Yes, that's. Yes.
Fire in the Sky. Now, of course, I know this is a movie that you like a lot. And I like this movie.
This movie fucks me up.
Yeah. This was basically about some, I don't know, woodworkers. We'll call them lumberjacks. Dropping timber. Working late, going home. On some back roads. They see a strange light in the sky. Freaks them the hell out. I feel like they're trying to get away from it, speeding down the road and so forth. They end up stopping at one point. And one dude gets out of the truck and walks towards the light. They watched him get picked up and thrown, and they're like, fuck that guy. And they took off.
Yep.
So like no one could find him. Days go by, they're basically saying, oh, well, he's missing. They're not really, I guess they're describing what happened, in a sense.
I don't even remember if they told anybody at the beginning or whether they just said he I don't remember now because I was going to watch it before the thing, but it traumatized me a little bit.
They might have been a little bit more open about their story after he turned up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But in the end, it's like they didn't have a great story to tell. They basically had to say, hey, look, we were driving along the road. He got out, he got picked up by this bright light. We drove off. We were scared.
We left him there.
Yeah.
Nicole, you've seen this one, right?
Fire in the Sky.
Yeah. So the only logical conclusion was he was abducted by aliens.
Clearly.
And of course, his recollection of the events, are basically the same. I don't know if you know that this guy, Travis Walton, the guy that it supposedly actually happened to, has gone on to be on talk shows and stuff like that to talk about his experiences. I think he was even on Joe Rogan at one point to talk about it. Take that for what it is, but what you see in the movie, more or less, is kind of the way he describes what happened to him. So I think they took a lot from his recollection of the events in order to try to recreate it for the movie.
What year did this come? This was what, 93?
Hate the experiment scene. Yeah, I'm with you.
Oh God, yeah. No.
What year did this come out, Clint? Do you remember? Oh, I can look.
Fire in the Sky.
I think it was 93.
It was 90s. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Because I went to the movies with my boyfriend, and when we got home, his sister had gone to see it. She was younger, and I just remember her
93.
going, I don't want to be abducted by aliens anymore. And I'm like, anymore? There was a one that movie.
This was a wish of yours before this?
Anymore?
Okay. It confused me some. She was a sweet girl, not very pretty.
Yeah.
This I don't even believe in aliens, but this movie freaked me out. It did.
See, I don't know how I feel about it because
me, Clint.
I feel the same way about aliens that I do about psychics.
That's fine.
I believe in it. I just don't believe that you are one or you saw it or, you know what I mean? I'm very skeptical, but I do believe.
I believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
When those little fuckers land on my front lawn.
Wait until you see it.
And if they have cute little barriers, you're in trouble.
When you're picked up by a bright light, next thing you know, you're in an experiment room.
Next thing you know, I'm going to be chasing it, trying to feed it and pet it. Yeah.
If anybody's seen
come here, little buddy.
Yeah, come here, sweetheart.
So
cute with your bald head and your big black eyes.
Do you like?
Gotta go back and watch the Kate McKinnon, abducted by aliens.
Oh God, that is the funniest.
I can't. She's too much. I love it.
She's fantastic. Yeah. But yeah, Fire in the Sky was freaky.
Yeah.
So,
And Robert Patrick, can't go wrong with Robert Patrick.
I just watched that one movie.
And this means nothing, but looking at the pictures of Travis Walton, immediately I think he looks like the My Pillow guy, the Mike Lindell.
The what?
He looks like
the My
Lindell.
Pillow guy. That was his company name. He was selling My Pillow. I don't know. Well, you would think after being abducted by aliens, he'd have crazy eyes.
I know. If Mike Lindell looks crazy,
he was actually in the movie.
Oh, was he? Yeah, he plays
Citizen Number 3.
Yeah, I was going to say. I remember reading that when it first came out.
Huh.
He's just in the crowd or something at one point, which I think is kind of super.
Wow,
that's interesting.
Huh.
A lot of probing.
He does look a little creepy.
Yeah.
He looks.
I don't think he liked it either.
No.
He looks like the woodshop teacher that keeps a bottle of whiskey in his desk.
I can smell that in my head. Do you know what
and
I mean?
he has 8 fingers.
Yeah, exactly. And a thing for the librarian. Yeah, he. Yeah, that was a creepy ass movie.
So good.
Oh, for sure.
I want to give a shout out to Brutalities. This is my turmeric, and it is. I'm hoping it's going to help my pain, but it's delicious.
Oh,
Brutalities.
I bought something from them. I haven't made it yet.
Oh, you should. Their stuff is so good.
Yeah. I bought it specifically because it was tiramisu flavored.
Yes, I know the one you mean. I haven't tried that.
Yeah. Of course, I bought it as a gift for my wife because she loves tiramisu. And I was like, hey, I got this for you. She's like, oh, great. Thanks. Still sitting out there untried. I'm like, all right.
Well, next time she's going to come to the Poconos and I'm going to make her a tiramisu. How about that?
Okay. Oh, yes. Sounds good to me. All right. I'm going to grab something to drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Mike Lindell. Yeah, Fire in the Sky legit scared the crap out of me.
Yeah, me too. Like I said, I don't even believe in the aliens, but that movie, that abduction scene was terrifying.
Yeah, the
white thing over his face and the
I actually feel claustrophobic talking about it when they do that whole
yeah
I don't like that.
And then when they find him, he found him like naked and in like a phone booth or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. He was just walking down the street, or I don't remember what happened, but it like curled up behind something. He called his girlfriend or something, and then they found him like curled up in a corner.
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah, Kyler. It wasn't. Yeah, it was 93. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was
terrifying.
I guess the same girl that didn't want to be abducted by aliens anymore. We once told her we got her one of those. Remember they used to sell those things you put in your car so that the deer would like it has a.
Yeah, like a whistle.
Kind of like on your car so that it makes the deer go the other way. Well, her brother, being told her that he might have put it in backwards. So if the deer start charging her, it's terrifying. So just understand,
That would be a dream for me.
I know.
Yeah. I lure them in.
Babies.
I'd rather deal with Xenos and Predators.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair.
You have some in your basement, don't you, Kyler? I'm teasing. I am.
He might. Oh, action figures.
Yeah. I hope.
I've been saying for a while that I want to have like a face hugger display like right behind me.
That would be awesome.
Like the scene in Aliens where they got the face huggers in like the big glass tubes.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to have one here in a jar, with a green light shining up in it.
That would be amazing.
We could get that.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I think we could.
First lottery win.
Yeah, of course, I take it to the extreme. I want to put like a little electric motor in it. So like the little mouth thingy on it like moves forward and taps the glass.
I will never be entering your house again.
I'll be like, calm down, Frank. I just want to randomly hit a button and have it do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm on a show. Like, settle down, Frank.
Settle down, Frank.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know why. I think that'd be fun.
It would be.
Yeah. Oh.
All right. Good answer.
All right.
Fire in the
So,
Sky.
Fire in the Sky. How's that list looking, Nicole?
Oh, okay. I am going to. I didn't do a lot of research on the real story behind it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Security.
Oh,
This is one that actually was actually given to me by Suki.
Oh.
I
Good.
don't know if she's coming on tonight, so I'm going to do it for her. And I'm going to go with The Entity,
great. That's on my list too. It's
which
a great.
was a one and done for me.
Yeah.
Just
Behold.
because it's a little much as far as graphic scenes, but Barbara
Sexual
Hershey is
assault by the ghost. Yeah, it's a little.
fantastic. Yeah, the rape scene. It's no.
It's a lot. Yeah.
It's who was it that played the boyfriend?
I gotta look
Oh,
this
I
up.
want to say Richard Mazur. That's not right.
No. I know. Gosh.
But anyway, if you haven't seen it, you should not be watching
Ron
this podcast.
Silver.
Thank
Ron
you.
Silver. Yeah.
Thank you. Clint, I'm assuming you've seen it.
Clint,
I'm
you've
trying
seen
to
it.
remember.
Oh,
Barbara
you know if you
Hershey.
saw it.
Oh, you'd remember it.
Yeah, Barbara Hershey
Oh,
was.
It's that
well.
disturbing.
Well, then maybe not.
Oh yeah. No,
Okay.
She's actually molested by an invisible demon.
she gets
Yeah.
repeatedly raped by a ghost. It is very graphic.
And the scenes, the special effects back then, because this was what, late
I've seen YouTube
It was
videos like that.
82.
82. Okay. The effects back then were incredible because in the scene, she's laying on the bed and you can see the
Grabbing her
fingers.
breasts.
You
Yeah.
can see like the imprints of fingers grabbing her.
And pushing her breasts in. So it
And-
wasn't even just like it was.
Yeah, it was terrifying. Absolutely
Wow.
terrifying. And basically a single mother with kids, and she's being tormented by this entity that has attached itself to her and follows her everywhere. She thought it was the house. She moved. It still happened. At the end of the movie, they say that the attacks are still happening, though they are less frequent. So she basically can't get away from this thing. And people thought, and it was evil, and people thought that, she was abusing her kids, and they thought that, yeah, the accusations were horrible for her, and, she couldn't prove it. And then she goes to, I think it was a parapsychologist. And they and this scene was so cool. They built this replica of her home and had her sitting there waiting like bait so they could try and catch this thing. And the scenes, as she's running from room to room as it's chasing her and it's like setting things off. And it was just, it is a fantastic movie. If you haven't seen it, see it. It's a little too much for me. Certain scenes I just can't watch, but Barbara Hershey's fantastic.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
And it's a really great true story movie.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, the entity and the woman are married today with 6 little ghost children. It worked out okay in the end.
Is that what it is?
And that's what it is. No, but it was a very, actually, I was just
Got
looking
a
it up on IMDb.
whole litter of ghosts.
6.7 stars on IMDb. So for a horror movie, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Um,
And
But
there wasn't any
drama.
gore or anything. It was
Yeah, it's more-
just creepiness.
drama, yeah.
Yeah.
And Ron Silver just splits me.
Ron Silver's fantastic.
The hell was that movie he was in with Jamie Lee Curtis? Wasn't it Ron Silver? I remember a very sexual movie back in the day.
He was in Time Cop.
He was in Time Cop. Yeah.
I love Time Cop. It's one of my favorites. Yeah.
You mentioned Ron Silver. Immediately, Phil Silvers came to my mind.
Oh, no.
Phil Silvers, who's that?
Phil Silvers? Oh, you don't know? Okay. You would know him if you saw him.
All right, let me look him up. Phil
He's
Silvers.
He was in older movies.
He was like a character actor that always played that guy.
Oh, yeah. I know who he is
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
But I feel
Oh.
like, was he on Bewitched. I feel like he did a lot of recurring roles on streaming.
Oh yeah, he was in Happy Days. He was in
I missed a comment by Lex.
Oh,
Lex says, "Hello, been a while. Had to jump onto this because I used to host a podcast on a horror movie based on a true story."
Really?
That's awesome.
We'll need you.
You ought to toss out the name of that podcast. Maybe is it still something we can look up?
Because we would
definitely.
So, and the entity is based on the story of Doris Bither.
Doris Bither. Okay.
Okay. Which I will have to look up that name because I don't know that story.
Yeah, it's a movie. And I've seen it more than once. It's not a one and done for me, but you really got to have a few years in between. Oh,
apparently she passed.
Did she?
Damn.
Oh.
Now she's come back haunting someone else. She's like,
yeah. Now some dude is getting sexually assaulted in his sleep.
Yeah. Bam.
Yep.
All right. I guess.
Wish she'd punch the entity in the dick as a twist ending.
I would have ripped it the fuck off.
I bet if she could have, she would have.
Definitely.
Yeah. All right.
All right. So my next movie,
yes,
I consider it to be horror, but I can see how it would not be. And if it were in a certain group, I wouldn't put it in there. But has anybody seen Open Water?
Yes.
Oh. I've not, but I know the movie you're referring to.
So it is based on a true story of a couple that were doing a scuba diving expedition on a vacation, and they go in a group dive, and by the time they come up, they realize their boat is gone and they have been left in the middle of the ocean. And I don't believe they're both dead. I know they died in the movie, but I think in real life they just assumed they died because they never did find them. But the crew just counted wrong or something. They were sloppy. They went back to shore. I was looking to see where it took place other than just, scuba diving in a vacation. Great Barrier Reef. So,
so off Australia.
Yeah, left in the middle of the Great Barrier Reef because, they're not known for scary or anything. What's really kind of cool about this movie and slightly terrifying is they used all real sharks and just threw their actors out in the middle of the water.
That's cool.
And kind of chummed for sharks. So the fear that you're watching on these people's face during this movie is legit because when they're getting bumped by a shark, I mean, they were supposedly, we're watching you. But it was like an episode of Jackass. They just threw them out there and said, we're going to just film with these real sharks.
Well, it's not like you can train a shark.
Yeah. And they didn't even try. They legit just went out in the middle and said, okay. So, it terrified me because, again, that's something that was sharks were a very real fear for me. Right. They still are, but I just let them have it.
Yes.
I love going out on boats, but I won't scuba dive. The closest I've come is in Grand Cayman doing the stingrays because I could stand. What does that say? No.
One of my worst fears, fuck the ocean. I'm with you.
Does nobody else want to do that other than me? I want to go shark diving. I do. It's on my bucket list.
I'd go in a group and I'd make sure I had, like a knife or something so I could cut somebody else, like to make sure that the sharks took them first.
Yeah, no.
So I could get back to the boat.
You just get in the cage and go in the water.
Cage, even worse.
Why is that worse?
I've seen those videos where the sharks bust right through the cage.
Where you're like tuna in a can at that point. And they just need to use their teeth to open it. You know what I
mean? I'd be perfectly okay with that.
Kyler, did you see Open Water? Because you're afraid of the ocean. What does that say?
Lex says Open Water based on Tom and Eileen Longerin.
Yes.
Who is
Lonergan.
Their names are Tom
Lex.
and Eileen Lonergan.
Yeah.
And they didn't
You know, Lex, who had the Based on a True Story podcast.
That we haven't heard the name of, so
give us the name.
We have not heard the name of it yet, unless this was the name. So upsetting. I don't know. I just thought he was talking about one of the movies, Open Water or something. Yeah. Although I'm going to save one of his comments because I'm going to piggyback on it when it comes back around to me.
Okay. Well, it just came back around to you, sir.
Did it.
When there's only 3 of us, it goes quickly.
Yeah.
It goes pretty quick, doesn't it?
Real quick on Open Water. I thought it was boring as hell. I did not like it.
Really? Again,
it was just 2 hours of people floating in the water.
Scared the shit
eventually to just go under. Okay.
Yeah.
Staring at the sharks underneath them screaming.
Yeah, I wanted to see something like the opening scene in Jaws, and I didn't see that. It was just like boop, boop, and that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, the husband goes floating off, and then it just takes him under.
Yep, and she just goes under.
Bye-bye. Still scared the shit out of me.
Yeah. That's one of those real life fearers.
Yeah. But that's what I like about this group and this podcast. Everybody's afraid of something different.
Yeah.
You know, what I find boring, you're afraid of, and what you doesn't bother you is like trauma for me. So it's that's what I like.
There's a word for it that I keep forgetting the actual word for it, but like it's basically the fear of the expanse of the ocean.
Thalassophobia.
That's me.
Me too. That's why I know the name of it.
I can handle bodies of water, but even if a lake is too big, I get creeped out by that.
It's not seeing you can't see the whole expanse. It's like those pictures where you see somebody's legs dangling underneath under the water. Thalassophobia. Terrible. I got you, sir.
Or just murky water. Murky water pisses me off.
Not going in that. No.
Natural water, period. I won't go in unless
I'm good with a pool, man.
Yeah.
I'm
all right if the water's clear.
Florida, but
I'm all right with that. Let's see. What is going on here? My mom had it on TV one day and I was eating spaghetti and meatballs.
Nice. Okay. That's a very specific memory. I enjoy that.
It is. Spaghetti and meatballs, open water. Open Water's Jaws,
Deep Blue
Sea ruined the ocean for me. Nah. Yeah, I do like Deep Blue Sea. Jaws is a good movie. But yeah, I can understand how that would make you afraid of the water. The title was in the comment before it was called What Happened Was True. Oh,
cool.
Oh, there it is. Okay. That was a comment I was saving.
Is it still going? Can we listen to it or watch it somewhere?
Oh, we can look it up and find out.
Definitely.
We've got new episodes. But the fact that he said he used to do a podcast. Tells me
leads me to believe.
Maybe he doesn't do it anymore. So What Happened Was True. The title was a quote from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So I'm guessing the narration.
Read by John Larroquette and paid with weed. One of my favorite stories.
I would do it for weed. I'm not gonna lie.
That's how he was paid for that movie. He was paid for weed. I love it.
It's good. Okay. So we've all seen this movie. It was alluded to in this comment that I'm about to put up. And it comes with a little bit of explanation.
Okay.
What happened was true. Our last episode was on the true story of Candyman. Now, I'm not super well versed on this, but I was listening to something about it earlier today. And it did not make my list, which is weird. It should have. So I'm gonna steal it. Thanks for the idea. So Candyman, we'll just say that the original subject or source material was a short story, and it was not the same thing as what's in the movie. So of course the setting was, London, and it was, a white man. It was different in a lot of regards, So Candyman, was a, vengeful spirit, which was basically a murdered black man, and I guess
murdered for love
in the Chicago area, I guess. But so, and he's right. Here we go. Let me read that.
Yeah, thanks. Because
It's still up, but I'm planning on launching a different show on the same channel. Too much research to be able to do it regularly. Well, I get that.
Yeah.
That can be tough, especially if you're trying to do it right. Candyman was based on the story of Ruthie Mae McCoy, which is what I was about to say, who was killed by a neighbor. Okay, so Ruthie Mae McCoy, her story was she was living in one of those apartment buildings, that was lower income housing. They were very poorly built, a lot of, unsavory folks in the building with you, a lot of criminal activity, in an area where basically people get assaulted and shot, quite regularly, and a police presence is normal. She was, I believe, saving up money to try to escape this lifestyle, and not be in this building anymore. And somebody basically figured it out that she had stockpiled some money. And she immediately became a target. I don't know if any of you listened to the show Jack of All Graves. They actually covered the story in quite detail, a lot of detail. So there's a lot more details than what I'm giving you. But she, at one point, called the police to ask for assistance and said that someone was coming through her mirror to kill her. So, and of course, the police don't like getting calls to this area. They get them all the time, and immediately they're nonchalant about the call. They think it's bullshit. They knock on the door. They get no response. They leave. They don't think anything's really wrong. They get another call. They come back, knock on the door, leave. You know what I mean? And this is after hearing gunshots. Somebody reported gunshots inside the place. They still didn't knock down the door. And it wasn't until I think a day or two later that they finally went back and drilled out the lock to go inside, just to find her shot 4 times inside the apartment. And they realized that, yes, indeed, whoever it was who assaulted her,
came in through the mirror through another apartment.
Came in through the mirror because you could open up the wall on the other side and they were all connected and they could just take the vanity out.
It was crazy.
And they basically crawled into her apartment and to kill her and rob her. Yeah. So, and those things are, they're not specifically stated by anybody who worked on the project as being an inspiration for this, but it certainly seems like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
See, that's the kind of shit that's going to keep me up tonight.
Yeah.
I get so angry hearing stories like that I just,
So the director of the movie changed the setting of the story when adapting it from the UK to Chicago, filmed it in the same neighborhood where it took place. He added stuff about the mirror because of what happened. So the story that we know was directly affected by this.
Yep.
And 3 characters are named after her in the movie, including the main character of the remake, Anthony McCoy. And even in the original, they broke her name up. One of the characters was Ruth something, and the neighbor was
peppered her in the story
was something McCoy. So they broke her name up and gave it to 2 separate characters in the original film. Yeah. So nice choice. Thank you for reminding me, sir. And I shall affix that to the list permanently to live in infamy. And Nicole, I shall return to you unless we want to have any more statements on Candyman.
Oh, you all know how I feel about Candyman.
Oh, you love it. It's your favorite.
Tony Todd, are you kidding me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Did you get the in-costume photo with him back in the day?
I did, and he went to put his arm around me for the photo, and I stopped him, and I'm like, "Can we please pose like this?" So the picture is we're facing each other, like the camera's here, we're facing each other. My hands are on his chest.
Love it.
And he had and he had the hook. He had the hook up right next to my face. So
Sitbon and I did. Speaking of Dave Sitbon, he and I did the photo op together, and we both look ridiculous because we were like, ah, and then
no, I was like, ah.
So good.
And and I asked him to say my name in the Candyman voice, and he did.
I love that. Love him.
And I just about collapsed on the floor.
He's like, Be my victim, Nicole.
Oh, Jesus. Are you trying to kill me now, too?
No.
Fuck. Get my fan.
That's
I
funny.
usually have my fan for my hot flashes. You're giving me a hot flash.
Ah,
Shit.
Good old Tony Todd. You gotta love that guy.
I do. I do.
Woo! Yeah,
Oh,
actually,
let's
that's
see.
one that's hanging on my wall. Yeah.
Oh, Kyler says, little fact about old mirrors. The little hole in the back of them where people threw away old razors. Someone tried to create a Candyman scene. The guy got cut by a bunch of old razors. You know what? I did know that. My house.
There was a hole in the back of mirrors.
No, like in vanities. So like the
where
mirror
those
would cover
mirrors
the
would
vanity,
fit in,
and you could open it, and there's a
and they
little
had the
slit in the
shelving.
back.
I
Have
was
you ever
not
seen
aware.
that?
No.
Like in the back
Like a
box of your
medicine
vanity, your medicine cabinet.
Right.
There was a
So
little
when you
slit.
open it up, there's
Yeah.
actually a hole in your wall that fits into.
Okay.
But they were coming through that, so they had taken
Right.
the back off and were coming through.
But
the
I didn't know
wall.
there was like a slit to put old razors.
Yeah. Back in the day when people used single-edged razors, and they had the little holder that you'd like twist the bottom and you stick the razor in and you close it, the type of deal. Like when those were dull, the idea was you stuffed them through the little slit in the back of the medicine cabinet. It just drops down inside the wall. Doesn't hurt anybody, right? Because it's inside your wall.
I had no idea.
Yeah. So, fun story. When I was redoing my kitchen a couple of years ago, I opened up the wall that is shared with my bathroom, and I found about 88 razor blades inside the wall.
Get out.
Yeah. And it's because of that stupid hole in there. Like the family that lived here used to use it for that, where they would just beep. Oh, this one's done. Beep. It's inside the wall, never to be seen again until somebody like me opens it up.
Renovates.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I have pictures of it. If I think of it later, I'll dig them up.
Oh, definitely. I want to see
share them in the group. Yeah. But
oh my God.
yeah, totally. No, you're absolutely
I've
right on
never
that.
heard
one,
that.
Do my kitchen or something. I want to put a fake skeleton in the wall and close it up for the person next.
Yeah.
That's even better.
Yeah. So I was like, this is bullshit. It's like I'm sitting there picking them up with gloves on and sticking them in like a plastic container. Yeah.
I've never learned something new every day. I've never heard that.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know.
And it used to be labeled. It used to be labeled razors.
Huh.
But I don't think mine has a label on it.
Probably not.
Just the slit.
Slit.
Mm-hmm.
I got too many things. That I will never say out loud.
I can't bite my tongue. Oh, is it my turn?
Candyman.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because we were talking about mirrors still. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm choosing my next one.
All right. I'm going to go with Helter Skelter.
Very good.
And I am talking about the one with Jeremy Davies when he played Manson, because I love him. He is so underrated. He terrified me as Manson.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've never been afraid of, it was horrible, but it never creeped me out. But him playing Manson creeped me out. I'm assuming everyone knows the story of Charles Manson.
Yes.
I would hope.
Yes.
I got the gist of it.
Yeah. But yeah, it was this 2004 it was. And it's just basically the story of Manson and his family. And Jeremy Davies plays him, and he was incredible. Clay Duvall was in it. Eric Dane was in it. Just a great cast, a great, I don't want to say great story, but a great, what's the word I'm looking for? Reimagining of the true story. Yeah. Dramatization. There we go. And if you haven't seen this version, I know there were a couple. If you haven't seen this version, see it. It just, even if you know the story by heart, see it just for Jeremy Davies' performance.
He's fantastic in it. I love him.
Fantastic in everything. I just think he's so underrated.
He would be a good choice for that.
Yeah.
He was good in The Black Phone.
Yeah. He was really good. I loved him in Twister.
The Black Phone, that was rough.
I was not a fan of that one.
Well, it's pretty
but
I mean, I love the movie very much, but his
performance is fantastic. I mean,
hello,
Saving Private Ryan.
What you get?
He was so good in that. Oh my gosh, that was one of the most heartbreaking
Lost.
scenes I've ever seen in a movie. Yes, he was in Lost
and Justified.
I never saw that.
You would like.
What is that? What? I want that.
Back with Grogu on it now.
I need that in my life.
Catalina brought it in here. I'm suspicious it's not for her.
No, it is for her.
Yeah, right.
Oh, come on, Amber.
We're suspicious.
You know, it doesn't close on that binder that the teacher gave us.
Oh, okay. She needs a bigger backpack for school.
She needs a bigger backpack.
Okay. All right. Oh, good choice. So, let's see. Catch up on the comments here. Knew somebody who would go to houses, collect them for the owners, and melt them down. Oh, well, that's cool.
Huh.
Nice little service. Make sure that no one gets injured on the razor blades. Allow me. I'll collect your razor blades. Melt them down. Be cool if he did like blacksmithing and turn it into like Damascus steel or something like that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thor's hammer.
Let's see. Got dozens of these listed that we never got to do an episode on. One I never got to do was Wrong Turn and The Hills Have Eyes were inspired by the same true story of the Sawney Bean family from Scotland.
I did not know that they were based on a true story. Well, that that's genuinely scary.
Yeah, no, it's terrifying because he's backwoods, you know.
Oh, I know. I know.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
And again, this is another situation where the movie
that didn't even hit my radar.
You know, it's
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the original Hills Have Eyes was fucking horrifying. That was a one and done for me.
Second one is ridiculous, but that's beside. What did he say now?
He remembered. Wait, he said he remembered the day Charles died. He's like, cough.
I remember I was actually upset when he died because one of the things I always wanted to do was just sit down and talk to the man.
See, I saw that interview.
I would have loved
with
to just
Geraldo back in the day. Did you ever watch the Geraldo interview back in the day?
I've watched a lot of his interviews. Yeah.
Where he basically, you know, he just tells Geraldo, he's like, I know there's all these people around here. He's like, but if I wanted to kill you, I could jump across this table and kill you before they have a chance to stop me. And he's and that's when he first tattooed the swastika on his forehead. I was at my grandparents' house. It was the 80s. I was very uncomfortable.
I remember the Diane Sawyer interview. I remember a lot of them. Whoa. I would have loved to have just sat down with him for an hour and just listen to him talk. Like, how fucking nuts are you? Like,
yeah.
Like, what made
I don't believe him.
Crazy?
I think Geraldo could have taken him.
Geraldo couldn't get into Al Capone's vault.
Dude, I had to watch that whole goddamn thing with my grandfather.
So did I.
Obsessed.
I did too.
I was so mad. Most you got out of that whole fucking vault was a Coke bottle.
Nothing. There was nothing.
Yeah, it was so bad. I remember watching it as a kid. Like, damn, how underwhelming was that?
Yeah. But yeah, what were we talking about? Manson?
Oh,
Manson.
Yeah.
There's been so many movies and things on him, but the one with Jeremy Davies is the one that really stuck in my head.
And while we're on Manson, let's just throw out, you know, like The Strangers based on Manson. And like he has so many movies on that
he inspired.
We can walk in your house anytime we want and take what we want. And there's nothing.
No, not my house.
No. Let him try.
Right.
Let him try.
Allow me to update the list before they get any worse. What do we say? That was 2004. And then you mentioned The Strangers.
Oh, I mean, that wasn't really my pick for mine, but it could be.
Oh, no. I'm just putting it up there because, like I said, there's going to be
Yeah, when we get into Ed Gein
Like,
in any way, there's going to
multiple
be like
inspirations. Like
Yeah.
one
I feel like I'm
one
holding
story
out on-
will inspire multiple films, so I don't mind
Exactly.
listing them together.
That's a
Yeah.
good idea.
Oh,
yeah.
I got a major one that I'm holding out for 9 o'clock, but go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, it's me. Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to go with Eaten Alive. Toby Hooper, alligator movie. Anyone see it? One of
Mm-mm.
Robert Englund's first movies.
No.
Oh my gosh, you need to. Okay, I need you to look up this movie
80.
right now.
Okay.
Eaten Alive. It's from 70 something. Let me see. I don't even know what year it came out.
This isn't it. Oh, yes, it is. Wow.
About the guy that. Yeah.
Oh,
So it's
God.
1980. No, wait, that's not it.
Just saw a scene with a blow dart in the middle of the city. Go ahead.
76. No, it's the one from 76.
I'm looking at 1980.
Oh yeah, it's not the same movie.
Okay.
Carolyn Jones is in it. She plays Miss Hattie. Carolyn Jones being Morticia.
There we go. Okay.
As I said, I think it's Robert Englund's first movie. He doesn't play a large role. Kyle Richards is in it very briefly, but so it's basically about this psychotic redneck who has this like shitty old no-tell motel, and when he gets annoyed at somebody, he feeds them to the gators in the back. But this is actually based on a guy named bar owner named Joe Ball, who lived in Texas town of Elmendorf in the 30s and kept a menagerie of 5 alligators in his backyard, and he would feed people.
I remember hearing about that guy.
The movie, I mean, it's a Toby Hooper movie from the 70s. It's great.
Oh my gosh. The first line of the synopsis on IMDb. Are you looking at this?
No, let me get in there.
After refusing a request from frisky customer named Buck, played by Robert Englund, who wants anal sex, the naive and inexperienced prostitute, Clara Wood, I'm sorry, it's not funny, but it is evicted from the town brothel by the madam, Miss Hattie.
Miss Hattie is what's her face? Carolyn Jones, who looks nothing like Morticia Adams. Like she just, it's just a great movie.
Now you listen here, Missy. In these parts we do anal.
And so it was 76. So how young was he? Let's see.
Get kicked out of the brothel because she wouldn't do anal. That's funny.
He was 29 when he made this movie, I think.
Isn't that part of every job description when you're working in a brothel?
Do you do anal?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Good night, Kyler. Thanks for stopping by.
Bye, Kyler.
Bye.
Night.
Yeah. So I just need both of you to watch this. I think it's on AMC.
Okay.
Peacock, Plex. Oh yeah, Tubi.
Could it be on the Flicks of Paul?
Probably. Because it's on regular Plex. So if you go into the regular Plex, you can watch it there. Tubi.
Oh, okay.
But it's just a fantastic, psychotic redneck movie with a gator in his backyard. You know, it's it's a great time. And when I first saw it many years ago, I had no idea it was based on a true story till I started But
yeah, it was literally a dude who owned a bar, and he had pet gators behind the bar.
Yep.
And occasionally he'd feed a human to them.
I wasn't laughing because I thought that the true story was funny. I was laughing just at it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a great way to trust me. Again, Florida,
well, you have frogs.
This is like real life for you.
But last week, did you hear? I don't know if you saw it in the group, Nicole.
Yeah.
But they shot a 13-foot gator.
Oh, I saw it on the news. Yeah.
Yeah, 20 minutes from my house, mind you.
Yeah.
There
was no reason to kill the alligator, but
in their heads, they thought the woman might still be alive. She wasn't.
Oh, I thought that was just standard practice. Like anytime an animal kills and eats a human, they automatically kill it.
But if you're dumb enough to get close enough to it, that'll eat it.
So that's my thing. Yeah.
That's my thing.
Like bears too. I mean, it's like
that's not right.
It's not right.
They don't know any better.
What
they don't know any better.
Like,
you give a gun to a monkey and the monkey shoots
gonna have
somebody,
a bloodthirsty man eater. You know what I mean? That's why they
was hungry.
I also don't play by
it, but
I in Florida, I will go to a pond. I will look. I don't walk down to the edge or walk in the water because every body of water in Florida is going to have a fucking gator and clearly a frog in your house, which
And
If
the
I had
messed up.
some raw chicken with me, I would do it. Yes, but
Oh, sure.
When
Well,
my
the messed up part, like about that story, I think the dude who noticed and like went and got authorities, like had never seen like an alligator like in the wild before, and he was walking on his way to a job interview of all
and thought it
things,
was a mannequin.
and
Yeah.
he saw a gator. He's like, oh shit, it's a gator. He's like that's awesome. Then he looked a little closer and he's like, what is in its mouth?
That's not awesome.
And he's like,
it's a person.
he's like, holy shit, I think it's a person. So like he just went and got some help. Like, I don't think he made it to that job interview, but
You know,
Yeah, that was
seriously,
an excuse,
But it's
though,
like-
you know?
and if
it's
he
pretty
did,
upsetting, you know?
it's gotta be
Legitimate reason.
It's got to affect the person. I think.
Damn.
So, eaten alive.
Eaten alive.
Eaten
Oh,
alive.
that's cool.
All right. I might have to.
A young Robert Englund that's into anal.
All right.
That's a T-shirt.
Ah,
I'm going to throw out an easy one.
Okay.
Because this one, there's probably multiple movies that we could list after hearing it.
Mhm.
I'm going to say From Hell with Johnny Depp.
okay, Jack the Ripper.
Mhm.
I
That is
love that movie.
about the Whitechapel murders or Jack the Ripper. And one of the things that I like about this movie in particular is that it lays out what's kind of like a popular theory about the murders.
Yeah.
That in, you know, as far as this particular theory goes, it was a cover-up, basically to hide an embarrassing aspect connected directly to royalty. So like one of the princes, you know, I think ends up falling in love with a prostitute,
Oops.
contracts
Yeah.
like a venereal disease, you know, gets married without the family's permission, that type of thing. And in order to avoid the embarrassment of the publicity of that, you know, he's basically infirmed. And the woman that he had the relationship with is essentially put into a madhouse and lobotomized.
Mm.
And
That scares me.
yeah, and anyone that she was connected to, hence the ladies of the night in the Whitechapel district, were targeted in order to keep them quiet so that this wouldn't get out. And the people that they used to do this were people from the Masonic Temple.
That was
So
the part of it that really, because the Masons, I went to a Mason funeral once.
Mhm.
I'm fascinated by them because I know nothing about them, because you're
Mhm.
not allowed to know anything about them. And I just, it fascinates me, the rituals they have and the secrecy. So I
Yeah.
kind of loved that they had that aspect of it in that movie.
Yeah.
Thought it was a neat touch.
It you know, I don't know if it's actually true, the theory that they were laying out, but it's very interesting.
It's interesting. They have no way of knowing if it's true, but
Yeah.
it's fascinating.
And it's well thought out. It's well thought out. So where I watched the movie and I was like, huh, I wonder if that's what really happened. So, of course, if you wanted, you could throw at any other Jack the Ripper movie that you wanted to, and it would technically qualify for this list. We could go with something like Jack's Back with James Spader. We could go.
I don't think I ever saw that.
We could go with what's that one that Tom Savini did? It's probably just called The Ripper.
I don't remember.
Yeah. Where that one was more of, you know, the Ripper's spirit used the vehicle of a ring to infect somebody else, you know, in order to come into the modern time and kill people again, that type of thing.
No, like Jason Goes to Hell.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, wait. Are you talking about the other Jack the Ripper time movie? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, I was
Which-
specifically talking about the one that Tom Savini did.
What's it called?
I don't remember. I think it was just called The Ripper.
Was Malcolm
or Jack the Ripper.
I feel like Malcolm McDowell was one of those movies. Could be making that up.
Let me see.
Jack the Ripper, Tom Savini movie. The Ripper, yeah, 85.
The Ripper,
I don't think
85.
I ever saw that.
Yeah. It has a very low budget shot on video feel to it.
Because it was low budget and shot on video.
Probably.
No, there's a lot.
And I can't say that it wasn't necessarily just the quality of my copy, because essentially my copy was one of those ripped movies that you get at the cons.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Talking about.
Yeah,
I have a lot of those.
Right. So like it was originally a VHS because that's the only place that it exists, and that's the loophole in the copyright law that they exploit, is if it's only available on VHS, they can basically rip it and put it onto a DVD and sell it.
And the FBI doesn't work for you.
Right. So I was not aware of that until I talked to somebody who was doing it. But yeah, it's not horrible. I mean, I wouldn't call it fantastic. The effects are really good. So if you wanted to check out something, that looked like real bodies getting cut up, check that out, because it looks pretty darn real to me, but that makes sense. Savini was connected to it. So I don't know how involved he was with the effects, but I'd say that he was probably somewhat involved. The remake to Silent Night, Deadly Night with Malcolm McDowell. Silent Night took elements from the true story of the Covina massacre. Guy attacked his ex-wife's family dressed like Santa with a flamethrower.
Wow.
Jeez, that's not
Holy shit. I didn't know
a
that.
weapon you hear of all the time.
Thrower.
Damn.
Hmm.
I saw that movie. I didn't realize that it was inspired by real events. Holy shit. Well, thanks again, Lex. So, all right. So I went through From Hell. Anybody else want to throw out their favorite Jack the Ripper movie?
Well, that was the one that was on my list. Let me see if I have any others for Jack.
I'm not real big on period movies like that. Very few that I like Interview with the Vampire I love, but not a real fan. I did see From Hell many, many, many years ago. Mainly because Johnny Depp was in it.
Sure.
Let's be
But yeah, it's just not my style of movies that I
got you.
like.
Yeah. The only other movie that to me felt kind of like that, and it might just be my brain making a ridiculous connection, was that Edgar Allan Poe movie that John Cusack did, The Raven.
I do like Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah. Me
You
too.
guys would have loved that thing I did in Tampa.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for a good Jack the Ripper theory. So, like, I don't know. There's always the odd theory that the killing stopped because he left and came to America.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
True.
And of course, I guess some of the timing kind of works. Wasn't there a theory at one point that H.H. Holmes might have been Jack the Ripper?
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Well, he was odd to say the least.
Yeah, he's a psycho for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah,
let's see, Alexis. Like I said, I got dozens of these. My favorite ones are the ones where people don't know are based on a true story. Most classic Wes Craven movies are based on real events like Serpent and the Rainbow, Scream, and Nightmare, People Under the Stairs.
I'm learning a lot tonight. There are a lot that Lex has mentioned that I didn't even know were based on true stories, and it's honestly freaking me out.
On my list, which I,
knowing that this shit happened.
Yeah, it's disturbing.
It is.
But you know, some of the most horrifying stories are that based on real events.
Yeah, that's true. Very true.
But and I feel like we're saving a couple. I feel like we are.
I am. Yeah.
But go ahead.
Okay.
We shall move on to you.
Okay, it's close enough to 9 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say yes.
Yeah.
This is not a movie.
9 o'clock somewhere.
Yes. All right. So my next one is. It's not a movie. It's a miniseries.
Okay.
Came out in 2019. If you haven't seen it, see it. It's very hard to watch. There are a lot of scenes in it that are very difficult to watch. I'm going with Chernobyl.
I did see it.
You saw the miniseries?
Oh, it was so good. But there's one if I were to ever watch it again, which I don't think I can, I have to skip episode. Was it 3 or 4? Whatever the animal one was.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. It's I can't even. I'm having trouble describing it. Jared Harris is like a god. It's the basic story of Chernobyl, nuclear meltdown.
Yeah.
And thousands of people got infected with the radioactivity. And it affected everything. Women who were pregnant. People got sick years after it happened. The guys that were in it, and this was what was so scary to me, the guys that were in the direct location, were taken to the hospital. A couple days later, they seem fine. They're all sitting around joking, no problems at all. A couple days after that, they're all dying.
Mm-hmm.
The effects and the makeup and
chilling.
Again, knowing that's a very good word. Yes.
Yeah.
Chilling. Knowing that these guys went through this.
Like their families just watching them die.
Horrifying.
Be in the room with them. And
well, yeah, nobody was supposedly allowed in, but one of the guy's wives, who was pregnant at the time, snuck into the hospital to see him. She got the radioactivity, and her baby was born with very bad, I hate the word deformities, but very bad.
Yeah.
Things. Yes. It's just, it's terrible. Not only what they went through, what their government tried to do to cover it up. They had to turn off the reactor. In order to do that, somebody had to go in deep where it was happening. They made an announcement. They wanted volunteers, and these volunteers would get a raise and a bonus and get a promotion if they did it, knowing that these guys would not live through it.
Right.
It was they were basically sending them on a suicide mission without telling them it was a suicide mission.
Right. And they think they're going to provide for their families.
Yeah. We're going to take care of your families. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. If you go in and just turn off the reactor, well, you're going to be dead in 3 days.
Yeah. Oops.
And they knew that and tried to get them in there anyway.
Yeah.
Stellan Skarsgård was in it. The cast was phenomenal. But if you it's worth watching just for the history of it, the performances that were in it. It's chilling is the best word I can think of to describe it.
Yeah.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah.
But it's worth watching. It really is.
There are certain stories, Chernobyl being one of them, that you grew up knowing, but you have no basis, Hiroshima and things like that. You've seen pictures, but you don't took you literally step by step, day by day. And
it took you into the city. It took you to every little thing that was happening to everyone, and everyone there was affected in some way, even the people who were furthest from it. But yeah, it was, and the courtroom dramas in it were incredible.
They did make a bad horror movie, I think, also called Chernobyl. Don't watch
I remember that. It was a found footage movie.
Yeah. It's fun to watch, but
it is. But yeah, if you want the real story and the real drama and the real grit, this is the one to watch. It's on Max right now, it looks like.
It leads when I was a kid. Do you remember, Nicole, the movie The Day After? Was it
The Day After Tomorrow?
Whichever one was not the
day after. Yes.
Day After.
Williams. Yes, I remember that.
And
that was that was scary as shit.
That was terrifying. And like my dad had to watch it first to see if we could watch it, and he didn't want us to watch it, but we did anyway.
Yeah.
But same sort of thing.
Same
Just
concept.
this
Yeah.
fear of what your government can do to you sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
If you haven't seen it, see it. It's how many
Well, if you haven't
episodes is
seen
it?
Don't lie.
It's 5 hours and 30 minutes, so it's probably 5 episodes, 6 episodes.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's Jared. I love Jared Harris no matter what. I mean, he's fantastic, and Stellan Skarsgård. It's just, yeah.
I like a lot of the Skarsgårds.
I love the Skarsgård. I love Stellan Skarsgård. I like the dad.
Oh yeah, no, me too.
He's
Because
adorable.
he's the original, you know.
He's the OG Skarsgård.
Like, it's terrible, but I keep thinking of Mamma Mia when you see his little hiney with the little tattoos. Sorry, really sidetracked. Little eyeball tattoos on his butt.
Uh-huh.
A little sidetracked here, but yes, I'm a big fan of his. Clint, you have not seen this, correct?
I have not. And my only knowledge of Chernobyl is what little that I picked up at school and then read about on my own, you know. And it's like I think one of the more compelling things that I remember about the disaster was that initially when it happened and they were just scrambling to try to basically cover the hole, you know what I mean, to create some sort of protection. They were sending people out to shovel by hand, and they're
burning while it's happening. From what I remember, like
they sent them out, in like lead-lined clothing with a shovel, and told them they could work for 1 minute.
Yep, each. Yep.
They did that in the miniseries. They showed that.
Yeah.
It's just disturbing. It really
it is.
Yeah. It's scary as hell. That's why people are afraid of nuclear technology. Is because of things like that, you know, like
because we're not known for being super careful.
Right. We don't trust that it's safe, you know, in a lot of cases, even though as long as it's a well-monitored system, it's pretty freaking safe.
Yeah.
But
except for that one time
we almost had that one issue in Pennsylvania, sadly, at 3 Mile Island.
I remember that.
Yeah. So that, of course, would have been right around the time I was born. So maybe that explains something.
And that's something that I remember when The Day After Tomorrow came out, Abby, and I'm sure you remember this.
Right.
It came out when we were very young, and it was United States versus the USSR. So the threat of nuclear war was always there. And
this was our get under the desk and hide movie.
Exactly.
It was our preparation of what we genuinely thought was coming.
Yeah, we thought there was going to be a nuclear war, and just hide under your desk.
Hide under your desk.
You'll be safe.
And Clint, I actually can say you're lucky that you missed that.
Yeah.
Terror. I mean, you know, later in life, and obviously with terrorism and everything later, you've seen the effects. But when you're a kid,
when you're 10 years old.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah, it
was scary as shit.
It was scary.
Yeah, I actually there's some family photos that has my uncle in it, who's a few years older than me. So and we actually look quite a bit alike. But so it's kind of creepy, you know, like seeing him younger in these photos, you know, and I'm like, God, he looks so much like me, you know. Wearing a shirt in a couple of these photos that said "I survived 3 Mile Island."
Wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
All I got was the stupid T-shirt. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. All I got was that might have been on the back. I don't know. They didn't take a picture of his back, you know.
Nice.
Actually, I have a quick story about Chernobyl. This is, and I'm pretty sure I told you guys this before, but this is how stupid I am, or how little I paid attention in school.
Oh, okay.
When Will was probably 13 or 14, he was learning about Chernobyl in school, and his birthday was coming up. And I said, what do you want to do for your birthday? Because he always had the option of have a bunch of friends over for a party, or we could do a day trip somewhere.
Mhm.
And he said, day trip. And I said, which he usually picked. And I said, okay. I said, well, where do you want to go? And sarcastically, he goes, Chernobyl, because he was learning about it in school. This is how dumb I am.
Son.
I picked up my phone and started Googling to see if they had tours because I thought it was in New York. I thought Chernobyl was in New York State. And I'm like, I wonder if they're letting people in yet. Let's see.
Yeah. Well,
I had no idea it was in Russia.
like, wait, you mean it's not?
I
thought that's what they were showing in the opening credits of Friday the 13th, Part 8.
Ugh.
So I'm
Jason
sitting
goes
there on my
to
phone. I'm like,
Chernobyl.
oh, let me see if they're open for tours. And the look on his face was
Oh
like,
my Lord.
He's like, oh,
are we related?
God.
And are you that fucking stupid?
I love it. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But this miniseries opened my eyes.
I learned stuff.
I learned stuff.
Right. That's right.
About Chernobyl and what really happened.
Yeah. I learned stuff.
Yeah, it's a hard documentary, but it's worth watching.
It is. It is. It's very worth watching.
Yeah. Adam says, just got home. How long are you guys going to be on for?
Come on. I got a few more on my list.
Get your ass
I'm
out
going
here.
to say long enough for you to get here.
Yeah.
I'm planning on trying to stretch this till at least 10.
I'm good. I got a couple
I'm
more.
no quitter. I don't want to give up that easy.
I like your faces too much.
Yeah. Is that a reference to Halloween Ends?
Aw.
Oh, no, actually it wasn't. I'm trying to block that out of my memory.
I like your face.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I make chicken croquettes.
Yes.
So.
Oh God, that was one of the worst. Okay. Took me like 2 days to get through it. I couldn't do it.
What a dumbass movie.
Yeah.
So Chernobyl.
Chernobyl.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I'm actually going to, for my next one, touch on one that Lex brought up briefly that I actually had heard was based on a true story, but you know, when you go, that's ridiculous. But A Nightmare on Elm Street.
Okay.
I heard that too.
So basically,
and I didn't know how.
In the 70s, there were a bunch of refugees from Laos and Vietnam, and there was like a whole group of them. They were having these disturbing nightmares and they wouldn't sleep. And they actually, like, there's a bunch of men that just died in their sleep. When they did autopsies, they were completely healthy, but they were having these nightmares that something was coming for them, and they died in their sleep very soon after. So supposedly that's where it was based on these newspaper articles about these Laotian refugees that were scared to death in their dreams. That's all I got on that one. But it is, now again, no Freddy Krueger, but you don't know who the boogeyman was in their dream.
No, you don't.
Bum, bum, bum. So I think if this was brought up briefly before by Lex, I would touch on it.
They're from Laos, so it's probably Ho Chi Minh.
Ho Chi Minh. You Laos. Yeah, so I thought that was interesting. That's one of those where I feel like it's a bit of a stress to say based on a true story, but
it's changing is based on a true story.
Well, both the 80s one and the one from 08.
So not the Changeling with George C. Scott or the Changeling with Angelina Jolie?
I think he's saying
Jolie one was, but are you saying both?
Yeah,
I think he's saying both movies are based on a true story, but they're different true stories.
Yeah.
Well, yes, because one is about the mythical changeling that takes your child and, well, actually, I don't know if that's what the Angelina Jolie one. I just know that when she got her kid back, she didn't think it was her kid. But I don't know if that was.
I never even saw that one.
I see.
I can't stand Angelina Jolie.
Yeah, I never saw that.
I don't intentionally watch stuff with her.
One of her, I'm going legit actress times, like at the beginning, one of her first legit movies. where she didn't show her boobs. But not that I am opposed to that, because have at it, nice boobs. But yeah. But is
Adam.
I know that face.
Welcome.
Salutations.
Based on actual Adam events. I like your name. I, of course, went with the following Clint may be disturbing to some viewers, but
Nice.
StreamYard wouldn't allow me to put the last few words.
We're actually up to you, Adam. How cool.
Yeah.
Believe it or not. Your timing is
Was impeccable, sir.
Impeccable.
I didn't even get a chance to just sit here and try to think of something to say. All right, let's go with.
Well, we can go back to the Changeling that just came up.
Well, let me see what movies have been brought up. Chernobyl, Nightmare on Elm Street.
Mm-hmm.
So we were just saying it's supposedly based, well, again, loosely based about a story that there were a bunch of refugees from Laos and Vietnam that were having these terrible nightmares that they were refusing to go to sleep.
What?
And I guess it was in a, they were contained, they were refugees.
Never heard of it.
They died in their sleep from fear.
Oh, wow.
When the autopsies happened, like they were perfectly healthy. There wasn't any outside, they weren't smothered with a pillow or anything.
Huh.
No.
Wow, I had no idea.
See, you learn stuff in there.
Yeah, seriously, jeez.
Did they have mysterious injuries on their bodies?
Actually, they did not have mysterious injuries on their body.
Oh, that's stupid.
What made things more confusing because there were no signs of trauma.
Okay.
They were just dead.
Like one of them had "Come get him, bitch" etched in his torso.
I've
That'd
woken
make
up
it
to
better.
conventions with shit like that. Where did that come from? Jesus. I don't remember that.
That's good. That's good.
Let's go with how about Mothman Prophecies?
That's good. That was going to be my next one. Good choice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that the movie definitely takes some creative license, but so does the book that it's based on, I think. But the Mothman sightings were real, and the collapse of the Silver Bridge happened, and a lot of really weird shenanigans was happening in Point Pleasant at the time. UFO sightings and all kinds of really weird stuff. Like if you ever read the book, like it doesn't even that's just the tip of the iceberg. Like people were seeing like weird dwarves running in the middle of the street and doing all kinds of weird shit. Like all kinds of really weird, all kinds of really weird like sightings of things. And anyway,
Laura Linney in this movie as well. We love her.
Yeah. And Richard Gere's like, I'm not generally a Richard Gere person, but he's really good in this movie.
He's good in the movie, yeah. Same thing with Deborah Messing. Like, I'm not really per se fans, but
Will Patton was in it too.
I like Will Patton.
I love Will Patton.
I kind of have a thing for him a little bit, but
yeah, Will Patton. Okay, that's who it was.
Yeah.
For a minute there, I actually thought I was going to say I thought it was William Sadler. I did.
He's got that same vibe.
If it was a Sadler movie, it would have been my first pick.
I really thought it was for a second, but no, yeah, that's not him. But no, like I just love this movie. Like this one of the most eerie movies. Like it's very rare for a movie to like capture that sort of like atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything is unsettling in it, and like nothing ever really happens. Yet you're kind of like on the edge of your seat the entire time you watch it.
Mm-hmm.
You never really even see the Mothman per se, but
flashes of stuff.
Yeah, right. Like the highlight for me is that phone call that he gets when he's in the hotel room, and he's just like Richard Gere's trying to like see how much this how much this guy knows, and the voice, the entity is just like, he knows he's holding the chapstick, and he knows what passage in the book he has his finger on. I don't know. It's all really effective and good.
Mm-hmm.
Good creep factor.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Will Patton. Now we're back to Halloween Ends. All
Oh,
right.
Jesus Christ. Please.
Forgot he was in that. Oh yeah, he was the little he was the little tacked on geriatric love interest.
Yeah.
He was adorable in that.
He's the one where she liked his face.
She liked it.
Right.
J.P. Lee Curtis liked
Like
Will Patton's face.
they laid side by side together all night during Halloween kills and fell in love.
Yeah.
Happens.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was going to ask her out back in the day, but
But she was sweet on Ben
she
Tramer.
liked, what's his name with the fancy hair and the cute butt? I don't know.
Yeah. Ben Tramer.
Ben Tramer.
They mentioned
Blank
Ben
there for a second.
Here
That's on my list of qualities I look for in a man.
Here comes
Fancy hair
Lex,
and a cute butt.
our true story expert. Mothman Prophecy is based on the true story of Woodrow Derenberger. Has nothing to do with the Silver Bridge incident. Okay.
Oh.
Well, okay. I don't know anything about that guy.
Is he saying the book or the movie? Because the movie definitely, that's how it concludes.
Right. Of course. I'm saying, I think he's saying that the subject material that they drew inspiration from, this Woodrow Derenberger, didn't really have any connection to the Silver Bridge incident. So I'm guessing, probably not even the book, if I'm being honest with you.
What? Next thing you're going to tell me that Monongi Monsters made up or something.
Yeah, right.
No, I mean the book, the movie is based on the Mothman Prophecies, which is a book that was written in 1975 by John Keel.
Yes.
And it definitely involves the collapse of the Silver Bridge. So I disagree with that assessment, whoever that was.
Oh, well, that was me not knowing what I'm talking about. But let me look this up now. Woodrow Derenberger and the Legend of Indrid Cold. That might be what we're talking about.
Whose
An
turn was
unsettling encounter on a road in rural West Virginia was a beginning of a rural legend and a personal tragedy for the man involved. Oh. There always seems to be seems mysterious and chilly fall nights in the country. Whatever. This is a long article. I'm not doing it.
Give up.
He was a sewing machine salesman. Oh, no wonder he befell ill will.
You can't trust those guys.
Yeah.
Snake oil salesman and sewing machine salesman.
Yeah. The only thing worse is vacuums. Yeah.
The door-to-door, what was it? The door-to-door rainbow cleaner thing.
Yeah, exactly.
What was it?
Okay, the lights didn't belong to a car. It said an aircraft that looked like a kerosene lamp chimney. What the fuck am I reading here?
Whose turn is it? Watch you.
Yeah. Anyhow, apparently, some of the events that happened to this sales guy may have inspired the legend of Mothman.
Huh.
So I would say that what he's talking about is neither the movie nor the book. Just the legend of
legend itself. Okay.
Yeah. That's my guess.
Fair enough.
Okay. Anybody else like to speak on the Mothman Prophecies?
It's the best cryptid movie, isn't it? Sorry.
It is a great cryptid movie. It's not the best cryptid movie, but it's a great.
Yeah,
it's the best.
Exists.
Okay. I mean,
a good case for that.
I'm fine with Exists too. I love that movie, so I'm not gonna.
Yeah. And I can't remember the. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it now, but I saw a pretty good movie about the chupacabra.
Oh,
And it did not have Eric Estrada or whatever his name
no,
is.
it's what's his name? Lucas Haas and the hot guy that I can never remember his name. In the heat, not in the heat of the night, in a different movie. Something of the night.
iPad.
I'm gonna look it up now because
You have your iPad?
hi.
She can't hear me. I don't know. Hi, Catalina.
Want to say hi?
Hi. 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 God, my ovaries are gonna explode.
Dark was the night is the movie I'm thinking of. Clint, is that the one you're talking about?
I don't think that sounds right.
Okay.
Let me see.
The hot guy is Kevin Durand, whose name I can never remember.
Oh God,
I
Legion.
need to
Sorry.
think
Yeah.
Lucas Haas, and they're in a small logging town, and winter, and so no, that was the Wendigo. That was not a chupacabra. I lied to you. But great movie.
No phone and no iPad.
Mm-hmm.
She wants Nobu and no iPad. She wants sushi. Sorry,
I don't know.
Huh.
iPad is
I don't know. What Indigenous was the movie I was thinking of.
Oh yes, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was a pretty decent chupacabra movie, which you did not know for most of the movie that it was a chupacabra movie.
Really?
Yeah,
That was the twist.
Yeah, they kept that pretty well hidden. Yeah. Until they decided to go down there and check out that particular section of the jungle. All right. I guess if we're going to return to me, I'm going to throw out a movie that I actually really, really like, which I feel is underappreciated, but I have a feeling several of you have seen it. Ravenous.
A great movie.
Yeah.
It's on my list too.
Yeah, what's his face? Carlisle and the other dude.
Robert Carlyle and
Pierce. Guy Pierce, yeah.
Guy Pierce. Correct.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a true story element to that.
I was surprised to find that out myself.
It is based on, a exposition that ended in cannibalism. So yeah, it was.
It is
like Donner Party type.
Kind
sort
of
of
like the Donner Party.
A similar story, yes.
Didn't they?
The reading that I did. Wendigos? I don't know if they theorized that or not. See, here we go. You Can't Fool Lex, based on Alfred Packer, and the Donner Party. But the reading I did was specifically on Alfred Packer, and he's just one of those guys who went out to try to take advantage of the California gold rush, and got stuck with about 4 other guys in the mountains during the winter. And of course, they tried several things to survive, like boiling their moccasins and so forth, just trying to eat whatever they had with them. And of course, as the story was relayed, since he was basically the only survivor, one of the other men attacked him, and of course, it didn't work out in that guy's favor. He killed him, and realized that he had already torn bits from one of the other people, and in order to survive, he ate the other people.
And what we learned in our discussion tonight is he needs to be put down now that he's got the taste of human flesh.
Correct. They took it a little step further in Ravenous. I really like the way they constructed the story. They kind of gave it a immortality lean.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
That's where I think the Wendigo portion comes in. I think they believe themselves to be. I don't know if I have to
they were once human.
Yeah.
I think that's the way Wendigo folklore goes. They were once human, based on things like that, like cannibalism and so forth, they morph into something else, and they're never satisfied. They're always lusting for, they're insatiable. They just want more, and
So George
continue
tries
to
to
feed
warn
on
them.
people.
Yeah, because that's how you take the strength of a man. You steal another strength by eating their flesh or their heart or something like that, and that's how the Wendigo survives. So it's basically you're taking the strength of a man by eating him.
Yeah. There's
Wendigos get brought up a lot lately.
yeah. I feel like I've worked with people like that, where like I feel like we all should have attacked them and consumed them just to assume their power.
Never too late.
Yeah.
I remember hearing about this movie before. It was probably on one of the Hangouts, and I remember looking it up briefly and seeing that Jeffrey Jones was in it, which was what kept me from watching it.
Oh, right. Yes, understandable.
But is it worth watching? I just saw Jeremy Davies is in it, so
it's worth watching.
It's worth watching.
just
It's a
for
really
him.
good movie.
Okay.
I think it is.
He's not in it a lot either, from what I remember.
No,
Just
he
in the
doesn't.
beginning when they first get to the fort.
Yeah.
Okay. Please tell me he's one of the first to get killed.
I don't remember, to be honest. I just remember he was in it. So that shows you.
You also get to watch what's his face get killed. Shit. Why can I not remember? Freaking Dewey from Scream. Jesus.
Oh,
Oh,
Arquette, David Arquette.
David Arquette.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot he was in that.
That scarred
Yeah.
me when
He's-
that happened. When I
He's
saw that, that was
barely in it.
horrible. I cried.
That was tough. He was young in that movie.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Who else?
So
Thing about Ravenous is like, it threw me off because didn't they imply that like eating people gave you like almost like superhuman powers, like
That's
superhuman
based on-
strength?
yeah,
It's
like it
based on
had
the story of the Wendigo. It's your
it had healing
power on top.
capability.
Like if it were true, then like Jeffrey Dahmer would have been busting through people's walls like the freaking
Kool-Aid Man. Yeah, exactly.
And I love Robert Carlyle.
just dragging people out to watch Exorcist 3.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
he,
no, they.
he would have been like the Incredible Hulk. They never would have caught him.
Ravenous has a vampire movie vibe to it. Yeah, it kind of does. It really kind of does. Except we're going a little further than just drinking blood.
Going through my head.
Yeah. So, like, if you were at one point, he was seriously injured, and they were basically saying, like trying to convince him to eat more human flesh so that he didn't die. So they were like stating that it had healing properties to do this, like it could extend your life or keep you young or whatever, you know what I mean? So they did the whole immortality thing,
It's based on folklore.
Yeah,
Like bathing in virgin's blood type thing.
sure.
Lady Bathory and stuff like that. But yeah,
Yeah.
there is, there's been tons of folklore about the fact that, again, if you eat, where like warriors will kill and they'll eat the heart of the person they killed to gain their strength. It's
Drink the blood of the first deer that you kill when you're hunting.
And I love the fact that when they were trying to convince him to eat the flesh that they laid in front of him, that they threw out a quote from Benjamin Franklin.
I don't even remember. Is this something about deer?
No. He said you shouldn't live to eat. You should eat to live.
Live. Oh.
Yeah. See, I thought it was scary enough. Just like you're stuck in an Arctic wilderness, and somebody has to taste for human flesh, and he's still coming at you. The fact that they went the whole 9 yards with it, and we're like, yeah, it also turns you into Spider-Man.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Like, I didn't see that coming.
Neil McDonough, I love him.
And suddenly he's like Neo and shit.
Yeah.
Because he ate
Try it.
someone.
You never know, dude. You never know. Just saying.
Paul tried to explain this to me before, and it has something to do with like when you're consuming human flesh, it's like the purest form of protein or something. So like so your body just like absorbs it like really fast, and I was like, I guess. I don't know if it would suddenly give you magic, but
Yeah.
You don't know till you try.
I guess we'll all draw straws next time we go to the Poconos to see who's.
Cast lots.
Suki and I already have a list for that.
Yeah, I do occasionally like a good cannibalism story. But,
That's a T-shirt.
yeah. Read plenty of books about it.
Dahmer crack. The first thing I thought of was Super Freddy from Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh no! Oh no!
With like Dahmer's face. Like I pictured Dahmer like
with a cape on.
a cape.
That's
so not funny.
A big D on his chest.
Sorry.
That was horrible.
Yeah.
Whose turn is it?
Who said ravenous? Was that Clint?
That was me. Yeah.
Or then Nicole?
Okay. All right. As long as we're talking about serial killers, I'm gonna go with one that I really can't go into detail about because it was extremely disturbing. I'm gonna go with Monster. Her name just went out of my head. Jesus Christ, Eileen Warren.
Charlize Theron.
Oh yes, okay.
Yeah,
Charlize
Theron.
right? Yeah.
Was fucking incredible. She was incredible. Christina Ricci was incredible. I mean, I'm sure everybody knows the story of her, but this movie was very hard to watch. Watching the things that she went through, and yeah, I'm actually getting a little nauseous talking about it. But it's worth watching. It's just an incredible performance, and it gives you a better understanding of, she wasn't just some crazy serial killer. Like she'd been through it. She was abused and tortured, and
Eileen Warnos actually has a quote about being a serial killer, and she says, like, Ted Bundy had to change his MO multiple times to get these women to come with him. She said, all I had to do was say, I'll touch your dick, and that was it. Yep. Like when it came to the difference of how she collected her men.
Yeah, very much.
We're lucky.
It's easy when you put it like that.
Yeah. I mean, we're just lucky
in the past.
There aren't that many women serial killers otherwise.
No, there aren't.
Yeah, you guys be fucked.
Yeah.
There would be so many victims. I mean, lining the highways.
Another 60
crimes.
Dudes
touch it.
went missing again last night. Yeah.
I mean, just think, if we had, 50 female serial killers who that's how they did it. It basically just killed dudes and left them at the side of the road. Like there'd be so many unsolved crimes they wouldn't be able to keep up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like they might catch one.
Yeah. With like teeth in their vagina, and they just.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is teeth based on a true story? I don't know.
Well, it's based on a true condition, let's say, but.
Oh, okay. Alexis Christine by Stephen King. Inspired by the Golden Eagles, supposedly cursed car, I believe, involved in the deaths of several people, including the murder-suicide of 3 owners in a row. I don't know that story.
I don't either.
But I think maybe I can look it up.
Definitely. Is that Lex?
Yeah. It's got to be.
Damn. Lex, you need to stay on here because I'm learning a hell of a lot.
He's our resident true horror.
Why isn't he on here? He should be.
Yeah. Come on.
You can put the Mexican wrestling mask back on and come on here.
Yeah. Send the link and have him come on.
It seems to be his his topic. He knows his
Yeah.
stuff.
He did a podcast for.
Yeah, he was
he said
telling us
about that.
earlier he had
It
a
was,
podcast
what?
on
I looked
things
it
that
up.
were based on
Oh,
true
that's
stories.
cool. That's fun. It's a lot of fun.
And what was it called? This really happened or that really happened? I can't remember now. I'll look back.
I looked it up. What happened was true podcast.
Oh, what happened was true,
Yeah.
which was taken from the beginning of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yes.
Okay.
It's funny because there are a lot of movies that are inspired by true events.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I'm learning
Yeah.
about a lot that I didn't even know about.
Like they aren't necessarily based on a true story, but they're
we
inspired
talked
by
about
something
that,
else.
just-
Yeah.
just
Loosely.
kind of peppered
Yeah.
in, you know.
Okay.
All right. Well, we did Monster. Anybody else want to talk about Eileen Wuornos?
It was a very sad movie.
It was very
It's
sad.
a fantastic movie, but yeah, that woman went through it. Good way.
Anytime her photo is like shown, like if you just Google it, like she's a scary looking chick, man.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I almost don't like these dudes. I don't know what to say.
You'd be surprised.
Before Tinder, I guess there was some dudes out there not knowing what to do. They went to truck
Picking up
stops,
hookers on the side of the road. Yep.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I mean,
There's at least one person that looks like her in every town.
if there was, if there was a picture of a crazy woman in a dictionary, that's the face that you would see.
Yeah.
I would stay far away from that one.
Yep. But she went through it. She should have had some kind of insanity thing. That's a whole nother podcast.
I mean, she clearly, right.
I don't want to get derailed into that topic because I won't shut up. So, yeah. Abby.
Okay, so I think my next movie is kind of a fun one. Has anybody ever seen The Dentist?
Yes, this is a true story.
The Dentist is based on a serial killer. The Corbin Burnson. Yes, it is based on a gentleman's name.
I can only think of Steve Martin right now.
No, I know. So it's Engelman. All right,
or the Marathon Man.
If Ryan was here, he'd break into full song right now.
Oh, yeah.
Glennon Engelman was the gentleman's name, and he was a serial killer. And let's see. The story was told in the episode Concealed Abscess on the investigational discovery series Deadly Dentists, which aired on December 8th, 2017. But yeah, supposedly he's based on a real dude that went and killed a bunch of people. So
most abscesses are concealed, but go ahead. Nice title, Discovery Channel.
Hey, man. The movie is based on a dentist that loses his shit when he finds out his wife is cheating on him. However, the true guy was a dentist and a hitman, if I remember correctly. I'm looking this up to confirm this. All right, so Engelman graduated in 1954 after studying dentistry at Washington University before going to practice in Missouri. His murder spree started in 1958, where he allegedly shot James Bullock, the new husband of his ex-wife. And then he killed, his next one was 1963. His business associate got blown up by dynamite accidentally, and then got money from that. And then in 1976, this is where, all right, so he apparently convinced his dental assistant to marry a man so they could eventually kill him for the purpose of collecting his insurance money.
Oh, my.
So after Holm was shot in the head, she received a payout of $75,000 and gave $10,000 to him. And then the killings escalated in 1977 after he murdered the Goosewell family. He had an affair with the wife, and then he sent her off to marry Ronald Goosewell, and then, they shot him to death. So, I don't know. There was a whole lot of murder going on, but he was a dentist. And
wow.
they got that.
Wow.
That's insane.
It's insane. You'll be a dentist. You'll have a talent for causing things pain.
It's such a dirty little filthy movie. Like
So good.
it's great, but you want to like immediately take a shower after you're done watching it.
But you just said that like it
was bad. Like that was a bad thing.
such a dirty, filthy little.
It is. It's like I said it just like the dentist, like when he's talking about people's teeth.
Which I have to make an appointment for next week, so don't freak me. Shouldn't have added that.
Oh my.
All right.
Hopefully there's
like weird
no
cameos in this
hidden
movie.
abscess.
No, that's bad, dude. It's bad. I'm afraid. I'm frightened.
Mark Ruffalo is the agent of that girl in the waiting room. Remember? The girl with the braces?
I don't remember.
Oh no, actually he's there with like some actress for her to get like her teeth all fixed up.
Teeth fixed, yeah.
Yeah. And that's when like the doctor hits her with the gas and gets a little rapey.
Which actually, that's also based on true stories with dentists. There's been a lot of cases where when they go under the gas, dentists happened to Rose on the Golden Girls.
There's a commercial in Pittsburgh.
It did. I'm not kidding.
Random
she got
statement.
built up by her dentist
Never
when she was unconscious.
There's a commercial in Pittsburgh of he calls himself the Happy Dentist, and he's like, I know dentists freak you out, so come on in, I'll knock you out, and
Nice.
and then I'll wake you up and you can leave, and you'll notice your shirt's on backwards, but that's okay.
That's totally fine. Yeah, my dentist in New Jersey, he had a sign that said, "We cater to cowards." Man,
Why would anybody trust somebody like to that extent?
Wow.
I don't trust anybody.
They'd be like, I like this guy's style. He's got a sense of humor.
But that's okay.
I've had dental work where I insisted on Novocaine instead of being put out just because I don't want to be unconscious with somebody else
Put me
that
out.
I don't really know.
Put me out.
Hell yeah.
I don't
Having
care what you
access,
do. Just
you know?
I don't even want to know about it. Put me out.
I would rather take 20 Novocaine needles in the mouth than
Yeah,
Right.
I don't need- but I just don't
know.
I have a fear of the dentist, but that's a whole other story for another day.
Every time I go to the dentist, it hurts to go to the bathroom the next day.
Yeah. When I was a kid back in St. Olaf.
Y'all don't remember the dentist feeling up Rose story?
No.
I remember it.
It's been a
Yeah,
long time. I don't think so.
It was actually on the show.
It literally
yeah, it
was.
was
an episode on
it
the
was
show,
an
yeah.
episode.
She was.
Oh
in
my
the lab
gosh.
at the dentist.
It
And
was
there was
with
a-
Jerry Seinfeld too.
I remember Seinfeld.
Yeah, his
happening,
shirt was
yeah.
untucked. Yeah,
And then he read about it later in like in a magazine.
yeah.
Was it played up for laughs, or was it like a very special episode of Blossom?
The Golden Girls.
Yeah.
It wasn't played for laughs. I mean, they
No, it wasn't.
touched on
Okay.
a lot of things that were pretty serious on that
They
show.
did. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, she was.
Blanche didn't come in and was like, "Oh, give me the number to that dentist" or whatever.
I mean, I think even Blanche wasn't into it. That's how you know it was serious.
All right, fair enough.
Picture it, Sicily, 1940.
19. I killed the dentist.
Golden Girls is quality television. Still is.
It is.
The best, yeah.
It still is. Yeah.
Oh,
Right, but right back.
and
Frailty.
apparently that is
What a
based
good
on
movie.
I love that movie.
I never would have guessed in a million years that was based on a true story. But
Yeah,
I don't debate it at all because it definitely seems like something that could happen.
I wouldn't know.
Have you seen that, Clint?
I've not seen it.
Dude,
You
you
need
need
to
to
watch
watch that. You will love it. You will
Yeah.
dig it. I'm telling you.
it was like the Hand of God Killer or something. I forget what the killer's name was, but
Mm.
And I won't even
Bill-
talk about the ending since you haven't seen it. But like, it's
Yeah.
it's almost a perfect movie.
it's
Bill Paxton.
Matthew McConaughey, Bill Paxton. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. I could look it up, but good movie.
Doesn't have Billy Bob Thornton, does it?
No,
Oh, good.
no, it doesn't.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I hate him.
Hey, ain't got no gas in it.
You ain't got no gas in it.
Got some free fried potatoes. Yeah, so Bill Paxton, Matthew McConaughey, Powers Booth.
Powers Booth.
That's a good name that nobody talks about enough.
Powers Booth. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, I guess because he died, so they don't bring him up anymore. But it's like
He was an awesome actor.
He was fantastic. Yeah, good movie. I liked it a lot. And this was
basically when you said it. Powers Booth is in it.
And Bill Paxton directed it, actually.
Yes, he is.
Wow, he should have directed more movies.
He did a great job in that. That was like his.
He was a talented guy.
It was a very. What are you smoking, Clint?
It's a cigar.
Oh, I was like, whoa!
Like, what?
I've never seen you smoke anything.
I don't normally.
I'm like a disappointed parent watching this.
What? You don't remember the hot tub? I smoked in the hot tub.
I try not to. No, I'm just kidding.
You're too busy trying to. You're too busy trying to lacerate Mike's flesh.
That's right, Mike. Yeah. But no, like he actually directed this. Like, if you would have told me that David Fincher directed The Frailty, I'd believe you, because it's kind of like shot in that style. So really well done. Who would have thought? Bill Paxton was a talented guy. Gone way too soon.
That man, I'm telling you.
Oh, here we go. So Frailty is based on serial killer Joseph Callinger and his
sons. Okay.
That's interesting. I would have to look that up, because I don't know Joseph Callinger and his sons.
Yeah, I would wait to see the movie and then look it up, because it's a cool unfolding movie.
Oh.
All
Okay.
right, who
it's
we
a cool unfolding movie. I agree.
Are we up to Adam?
It develops well.
As it unfolds, you say, "Oh."
Yes.
I like how this is going.
Unfolds. It develops. Where did we leave off?
What did I say right before? I think I went right before.
Oh, the dentist. Yeah. Okay. So, Adam, we are back to you.
Sure. Quite surprised that neither of these two have been brought up yet, which is good for me, because I don't have a lot on my list. But I'll just say that man, like Ed Gein.
Yeah, I think we were all just waiting to do an Ed Gein.
Yeah, like for thanks for the movies, Ed.
Yeah,
like,
right.
How many movies were inspired based on atrocities that that guy did in his lifetime? I mean, you could probably off the top of your head name at least 3 that are all-time classics.
Yeah.
So I'll go with. There's 2 that I want to talk about. I don't know which one I want to go with.
We'll spend a little time on this particular
we could just talk about all of this,
because I know everybody's got something to say about it. So we can mention more than one movie then.
All right. Well, I'll go with Psycho then.
It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah. Just there's always debate about what the first slasher movie is. And I think some people say it's Black Christmas, and some people say it's an Italian movie, like a Giallo. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. Paul would nail this in a heartbeat.
Sure.
But I think there's a case to be made, even though it's more of a new film noir than even horror. I think there's a case to be made that it's also sort of if it's not the first slasher movie, it's at least the prototype.
Yeah.
Psycho.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love how many inspired stories that involve Ed Gein, like, seem to focus on different aspects of him.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this,
They'll take little parts and blow that one part up.
Mm-hmm.
It's never the whole thing. They'll just like take a piece. Sorry, not to.
No,
but you're 100% correct. And
you're
with
exactly right.
Psycho,
You're totally. I just know where you were going with that, and it's just like, yeah, you're 100% right. I totally agree.
Psycho is the overbearing mother, his
they went
childhood.
all in on the mother in this one, and their
Mhm.
weird relationship,
Mhm.
and I don't know. I mean, we knew by the end of the movie that he still had his mother's body. Did we know at that time? I don't think we did. Did they mention in that movie they taxidermied her?
He dug her up after she was buried.
Yeah, she was already dead. But you would think, because that's interesting that you bring that up, because taxidermy was like his thing.
She looked more mummified than.
But
I didn't know if we learned it in this movie or if it was like the second one where.
I mean, she's a straight up skeleton, right? She's a straight up skeleton.
She's mummified,
like shriveled flesh and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say that that might have been his first attempt at taxidermy, so that she didn't smell. But she wasn't as well preserved as, say, his animals that he did. So
yeah, he was good at the animals, not so good at his mom.
Your mom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Had like car fresheners hanging up.
She looked like the sloth character from
yeah,
Seven.
Dude, that might be the
my first thought.
that might be the scariest movie that might be the scariest scene of all time. Not to segue into something else.
Which one?
Freaking
Seven.
sloth in Seven.
When he wakes up.
Oh.
Because first of all, he looks like
Whoa.
he's a corpse designed by like H.R. Geiger. First of all, like he's not even like a regular dead body. He's like phallic and shit, and he's got all these veins and
yeah.
And then he starts like barking like a seal.
I didn't know this, that they think Ed's first kill was his brother.
His brother?
So I didn't know this about it. While unconfirmed, Henry was likely Ed's first kill. The obstinate older brother was found dead after a brush fire on the property. While he had bruises on his head, the coroner skipped an autopsy and ruled it accidental death by asphyxiation. But they think that might have been his first kill. I didn't know that.
His first kill was his mom?
His brother.
Possibly.
Because he died in a fire, but his head was bashed in, and they're just like, death by asphyxiation,
Like weird bruises after death. We'll allow it.
Yeah. So on the topic of Ed, I say let's bring up all the movies we have based on Ed, because Psycho's my favorite,
and it still holds up.
Oh, for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I took somebody to see that in the last few years. It was playing at a theater near here, and they had never seen it, and like they were blown away. Didn't see the ending coming.
I watched it with my mom like last month again. I love
that. That ending is still just as shocking. Like even though like we're all sort of like conditioned and we've seen so many horror movies and everything, like that movie still.
It wasn't even the. I mean, yes, it was the shower scene, but the scene where the detective goes up the stairs.
Yep. Oh yeah.
That scene.
They teach courses on that scene.
That's amazing.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The best scene in the end was him just sitting there smiling when he got that little.
And he wouldn't hurt a fly.
Yep.
Yeah. To me, probably one of the most disturbing scenes is one maybe you wouldn't expect, was when he stuffed that body in the car and pushed it into the swamp.
Yeah. To go in.
Yep.
Yeah.
But just how innovative that movie was. Like, how about them killing Marion off
in the first? Again, same thing with Scream. Like that gets brought up a lot. You take your main protagonist and well-known actress. And
right. Audiences were trained to be like, this is the
Final Girl.
person that we saw in the first 5 minutes.
Final
She's
Girl.
the one that's going to be with us throughout the entire duration.
Mhm.
And when within the first 15, 20 minutes, she's dead. Like, that's unheard of.
Yeah.
Who is that, Clint?
Rob Mahoney says hi.
Hi,
How's it going, Rob?
Hi, Rob.
So,
Isn't it like the middle of the
okay.
night?
And like and not to like, but like the Psycho sequels are pretty much all amazing as well.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
God,
But yeah,
Yeah.
that is a
It's
great
one of the best
series.
franchises ever.
It's such an underrated series. You never hear anyone talk about them.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
they're never brought up like in the vein of Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street,
You don't
No,
hang out with me enough.
you know.
And they're incredible. Even the
Psycho
Like,
2
it's the best.
sequel.
Yeah. And
They're
it had
great.
no right to be.
Exactly.
Right.
It was a sequel that should never
Years.
have never worked.
Right.
But
Like, first of all, you're going to make a sequel to a Hitchcock film without Hitchcock. Like, first, like, who the F do you think you are?
And
You know what I
that's
mean?
bad for me. Yeah.
Like, right off the bat, like, who do you think you are? But like, it was a perfect sequel.
Yeah.
Did
It was fantastic.
Anthony Perkins directed the third one? He didn't direct the second one,
he did not.
and they're both good movies, 2 and 3. I love them both. 3's a little bit nastier than 2. 3's a little bit seedier, a little bit more Cinemaxy.
Mm.
Hmm.
That's the Nun, right? The third one.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Lex.
That's
I
ballsy.
never noticed that before. Did you post that comment that Lex just made?
I'll put it up. Yeah, he loves how
Read it.
Hitchcock has a thing for murders and food. Every scene with Norman, he's eating something before something bad happens. I never noticed that.
I never noticed that
I
either.
saw a documentary on that
A
recently.
toasted cheese sandwich.
Toasted cheese sandwich.
And the peanut. I still can't get over the peanut butter using the same spoon to eat with the peanut butter that he's using to fill the dead bird with.
With the
Yeah.
sand. Yeah.
No, toasted
So
cheese
gross.
sandwich. Is
That's
that
so gross.
is that just a grilled cheese, or
Yes.
is it,
It's just
To me,
a
it
grilled
is.
cheese.
Yeah.
Toasted cheese
or is he just toasting the bread
Yeah.
and then putting the cheese on it?
Possibly. Yeah.
So
well,
the
that's
cheese
bad.
isn't like melty, but the bread is toasted.
For all we know, it's Welsh rarebit.
I got to go back and watch 4. It's been a lot of years.
Yes, 4
since I
is
watched 4.
underappreciated.
That's with
PCH founder was in
what's his
4.
name?
Olivia Hussey.
I
Mhm.
love her.
Yes. Yes.
All I remember is
The flashbacks.
Mhm.
lots of nudity and sex scenes
Mhm.
from Olivia Hussey.
She's
That's
She's
Lex.
gorgeous.
And part 4 is underappreciated.
saw her recently
Mhm.
at
Part
You're absolutely right.
4 was made by Showtime for Showtime, so like it didn't even get like theatrical release or anything.
It should have.
I loved the mechanic they used to draw all the stories together.
Mhm.
With Norman calling into that radio show,
Yeah,
just talking to that psychologist on the
It was
air.
brilliant.
Yeah, that was a great way to
brilliant.
pull all those stories together. It's like watching an anthology, and that's the wraparound. You know what I
Yep.
mean?
it really was. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right, and it worked really well.
It did. It
Mhm.
really did.
It did.
So yeah, no, for sure. Psycho is a very underappreciated franchise, and I feel like it doesn't get what it deserves because every franchise has a bad movie, and this
Yeah.
one really didn't.
No,
Yeah.
it didn't. They were all great.
4 is considered the bad one, even
But it's
though
I still think it's a great movie.
right, but it's
Right.
but I'm not.
Even though-
I don't agree. I don't agree with that assessment, but I think the grand consensus is that 4 is considered the bad one.
Yeah.
And
And
but
yes.
it's probably from people who haven't seen it or have only seen it like once in a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it might be just the purists who are looking for another, Anthony Perkins killing people and struggling with himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which that movie really didn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, you had to tell the I mean, it was only a matter of you had to tell the backstory eventually.
Mhm.
You had to show dynamic with mom and all
Yeah.
that stuff, and
And that she was the first person he killed, and
yeah,
you know.
exactly.
she
But
made
I also enjoyed. Well, he still did kind of do that, but he didn't kill anybody. He just struggled with it because they brought in the mechanic of he's married now, and
Yeah, he wants to stop the bloodline.
he wants to stop his lineage because he feels that he's cursed, that there's something wrong with his bloodline.
Like the mental illness is running in the family. Type.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which apparently it did.
All right. Wait, what is this? Lex says, I proposed to my wife at Universal Studios, could see the Psycho house from where I proposed.
That's awesome. That is so great.
That's incredible.
Oh,
I'd love to see the Psycho house. Wow, that would be so cool.
Yeah. Wouldn't it? I also agree with this, Rob. Psycho remake was not needed.
No, it was not. It was
we feel
I went to the theaters.
I think the remake is superior to the original.
Don't even
Adam.
No one's
get him out of here. Kick him off. Kick him off.
You're muted.
You're muted.
I mean,
you lost your horror card. Your horror.
H's butthole on for full display. You got Vince Vaughn.
It's like Ryan's here. Ryan talks about Anne H's
jacking
all
off.
the time.
Does he? Well, then I won't go. I won't bark up that tree then if that's already been. No, what a pointless movie.
Yeah.
What a pointless movie. And it actually had a great cast, and Gus Van Sant is talented.
Mm-hmm.
It just was like, it was almost like he was effing with somebody, like he was messing with the studio or something. I almost wonder if he was contractually obligated to make something, and he was just like, well, I'm just going to do a shot-for-shot remake of this movie and screw you or something.
It was
like, there's got to be a weird backstory to it, you know?
Yeah, I never thought of it like that. You know?
Vince Vaughn, I'll say one thing.
I didn't think lame.
It's a lame movie. It shouldn't exist. I actually don't mind Vince Vaughn in it though. I don't mind Vince Vaughn as Norman.
Yeah, I just want to see him dodge a wrench though.
You can dodge a wrench. You can dodge a ball.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be pretty lame if that was like somebody who came out of film school and it was like their dream in life to remake Psycho and they got a chance to do it and like everybody's like, go fuck yourself.
It sucks.
There's no point.
But it's like, you know, like you can remake a classic and still, like Night of the Living Dead and Tom Savini's remake.
Yeah.
Like it's just similar enough and just different enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like you're not watching it going, what? Why am I watching the same movie again?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like there are things you can do. He just didn't.
He just didn't.
Anybody see the Bates Motel show from the 80s?
Mm-mm.
No, I haven't seen the newer one either.
Me neither.
I haven't either.
Although it's got rave reviews, the one with Vera Farmiga.
Yeah, and the kid from Willy Wonka, Freddie Highmore.
Yeah. He also did a medical show, didn't he?
Yeah,
where he played somebody who's basically autistic or something.
Yeah, a doctor.
Oh, the good doctor.
The good doctor.
Yeah.
That show annoyed me.
He was also in August.
He's good in it. But
he is good in it. He's fantastic, and he's a great actor.
He is.
August Rush. Oh my God, that movie made me cry.
With William Sadler. Yeah.
With William Sadler.
With William
Sadler. Could be anything.
Could be.
As long as it's got William Sadler in it, it's fine.
That's right. Standing in a field wearing a potato sack, singing the alphabet song for 3 hours. I don't care. I'll watch it.
Yep.
I'd watch it for 20 minutes.
He could get cast as
just to see if he does something.
Ted Bundy, and you'd still think it was amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He could get cast as Queen Elizabeth, and I would think it was amazing.
I'd like to see that.
I bet he could pull it off.
He's starting to look more and more like a grandma. He might be able to.
Oh.
Oh.
Wow. It's
Lay
like
with fire, bro.
It's like you don't even.
Lay with fire.
Like not even sitting here.
Take another shot at him.
I'm so far away. I know you could. I'm just kidding. I'm just a joke.
Yeah. I have your address. You know that.
I know.
Yeah. She'll reach through those headphones. It'll be like when Heather Langenkamp got
It'll be like Samara in the Ring. She'll come through the my computer monitor.
I love you. You know that.
I love you.
That's the only reason I know I'm safe.
That's the only reason.
Yeah.
All right, who had Psycho?
That was Adam.
Adam.
Awesome.
I think we
Um,
just go through all the Ed Gein movies and take them one by one.
Oh, yeah.
I think we should. I'm gonna suggest the Texas Chainsaw Massacre just
Yep.
because
One of
Mhm.
my
that was
favorite movies.
that was a loose representation of Ed Gein, basically with the face taking and stuff like that.
I don't know, like which one is more? Which between Psycho and Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Which one is more takes from the story of Ed Gein? I kind of think TCM.
I think so too.
Really?
I don't know, like
the furniture,
furniture and the masks and stuff.
Aesthetic of the bones used for furniture and for tools. I mean, that was very Ed Gein. So, wearing the face, he wanted to wear the skin so he could be leather. And Leatherface always had a little flair for the lady skin.
Right, and let's just say, like, Ed Gein was full on, like, mongoloid rural guy. Like, that's what he was. And that's totally what the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was.
I mean, look at that dude. He's
like these little towns, these little pockets of America where, like, it's so.
Oof.
Is that a pillow?
No, it's just a picture of him.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you don't have an Ed Gein.
A pillow of Ed Gein. No.
You snuggle with your Ed Gein pillow?
I can't.
No, that's I don't like mama's boys. Oh, sorry. No, I'm just kidding.
That's great.
All right.
yeah,
Texas Chainsaw.
Oh, yeah.
Epic.
Fuck me up.
Lexus, Psycho's more Ed Gein story. The setting with TCM was TCM. TCM has a Sonny Bean vibe to it in the sense that the whole family was involved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Adding additional characters, I think, takes away from the Ed Gein story because it was just
Ed,
him.
his mother was such a focal point that Norman does scream.
Right. And that's the only reason that makes me lean towards Psycho. So that's cool. We're divided on that. I like that. We don't have to agree on everything.
I mean,
that's what makes it interesting.
Exactly. But TCM.
You guys agree with me? All right, later.
What?
See, man. So you're gonna disagree with me? I'm out.
Out.
Don't you dare jet off that fast.
He's like, how dare you? I'm an authority on this.
I like my echo chamber. Damn it.
Yeah. That's exactly what I think about some of the Facebook groups that I'm in. I should just leave them.
Yeah.
I think I'm in this one that's probably.
I should stop being the admins for some of them.
Yeah.
It's so
like
freaking
somebody will make a post and like, oh, here we go again, another one for the echo chamber on let's hate this movie.
Right.
Anyhow.
And it's never for valid reasons. Like,
no, it's just to have a whole bunch of people agree with you. Well, that's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
So
a little healthy debate.
So TCM.
Mm-hmm.
What's another Ed Gein movie you got one to throw in, Nicole?
I'm actually reading. Lex said Deranged is a good Gein movie.
Oh, I've been looking for that. I want to see that. That's on my list.
My wife was telling me about that earlier today. That one was made in the 70s, right?
Yes.
She said it was good, that it affected her.
1974. It's on my list. I need to find it.
Yeah, I did not make time for it, but that is one I want to watch as well.
Yeah. Although they did say that they lead it to be more into necrophilia, which there is no actual proof that Ed Gein was into necrophilia, but so that's like a bit of a departure from the source material.
There was just speculation of it.
Yeah.
I mean, there was even speculation of cannibalism.
I mean, because he had a belt made out of nipples and something else made of vulvas. Yeah, he had some issues. So,
God.
Oh, and Deranged is on Tubi. Oh,
they didn't have sperm detectors back then. If they did, they would have, or a black light. They would have seen that.
Oh my God.
Deranged on Tubi, so that's cool.
All right,
check it out.
I want to see that.
And he also brought up Silence of the Lambs, which is
That
one
was
that
gonna
was
be the next
that
one.
was
Yeah.
on my mind.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But I have another one that I did not consider. That I just looked up, and I have seen the movie. Have you ever seen the movie Ed and His Dead Mother?
Mm-mm.
No.
It's a horror comedy with
Steve
Steve
Buscemi.
And so basically, they're saying Ed Chilton loves his mother very much. He's the owner of a hardware store, much like the Ed Gein victim that would lead to his arrest. Overbearing, overprotective. When his mother dies, he sets out to bring her back from the dead, but at a cost. She needs to eat human flesh, like a recently risen zombie that she is. So they say that with the name Ed, the over obsessed mother, the subsequent murders, that they think it's clearly based on serial killer Ed Gein. Which I've seen this movie before, and I did not pick up on that when I saw it.
Yeah. Well, same with Lex. He's like, I didn't think of that as an Ed Gein movie, but now that you say it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's one
That
called
tracks.
In the Light of the Moon, which I've never seen or heard of till just now. Has anybody heard or seen of In the Light of the Moon? 2000 out.
I don't think so.
And it's specifically supposedly about Ed Gein, and he's wearing like a people face in it. So
Didn't
Yeah.
Kane Hodder do one?
He did. I think that one was just called Gein.
Ed Gein, yeah, that
Ed
one was
Gein.
called Ed Gein, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a very good movie, but you have to watch it because
Yeah.
Kane Hodder.
Kane Hodder.
Yeah.
Now this
And he's-
article saying House of a Thousand Corpses.
He's in there with jeez, what's the other guy's name? Oh, damn it. Had it there a second, now it's gone. Was in the original Hills Have Eyes.
Michael Berryman?
Yes. Michael Berryman.
So yes, it's called Ed Gein, the Butcher of Plainfield is the full title, 2007, with Kane Hodder.
Yeah. It was okay. But it was just even though Kane was good in it, it's just wrong casting for somebody to be Ed Gein. He's too big to be Ed Gein. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ed Gein was this small, like, kind of like
Unassuming.
meek, unassuming type person. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure he was strong because he was a farmer, but
Farmer strength.
yeah, and whenever you kill everybody around you, you got to do it all by yourself. You know what I mean?
Right. With a sling blade.
Which I've never heard of, called Three on a Meat Hook from 1970.
Sorry,
Loosely inspired by Ed Gein, Three on a Meat Hook sees several
Wow.
women get brutally murdered when they come across a young man living in a secluded home with his deranged father.
I've
For
heard
a
the
twist of
title.
source material, the son is obedient to the father rather than the mother, and it's the dad who's the real
Three on a meat hook.
I've never heard of
1972.
too. But so now these are movies I need to look up.
Yeah. Before you go down through the whole list, Abby, there is one I want to talk about.
Go for it.
And I'm sure it's on your list if you're going to, because Motel Hell.
That's the next one. Yeah.
Oh.
Takes all kind of critters.
That
That's
movie
one of my all-time favorite movies.
freaked me out. Look, there was a USA show that did, I don't know if it was Saturday Nightmares or, like one of those shows, like every Saturday night they would play different horror movies. I think there was a horror host. I can't really remember. But they had like an intro. And the intro was just like clips of different movies. And one of the clips was Motel Hell, when the fucking pig face thing with the chainsaw.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And little 8-year-old Adam, however, I was scared shit. I think get it out of here. Even now, that is the most disturbing because the pig almost looks happy.
Sure it is. Sure it is.
The pig almost looks like he's having a good time.
I mean,
Cause so like the whole thing was like he put an actual pig head on, right?
yeah.
And he's like looking out the nostrils or something. Like that is so disturbing to me.
I am Motel Hell. I
Like,
was
what
also
a visual.
saw it.
What a visual.
It holds a special place in my heart. It really does.
Does it? Why in particular?
It was one of the first horror movies I ever saw.
Okay.
Freaked me the fuck out. I can't look at cows the same way since that movie,
Mm.
just because of that one trap he set up. I used to get made fun of a lot by my friends growing up and in high school because I always had a thing for older men. I had such a crush on Rory Kelly when I was a
The old
kid.
guy?
What's
Who is
that?
he? Who is he?
Farmer Vincent.
He's
Farmer
Farmer
Vincent.
Vincent.
I thought he was
Farmer
just the most
Vincent.
handsome man I'd ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Isn't he also in Tourist Trap?
I believe so.
Or am I thinking of
No,
what else?
Was he Tourist Trap? I don't know.
No, you're thinking of the guy who played the rifleman. What the hell's his name?
From Werewolf.
Yeah.
Chuck Connors?
Yeah, Chuck Connors. He was in Tourist Trap.
That's what I was thinking
But
of.
it was, I think, probably the first time I ever saw boobs on TV.
Unless Rory was also in it.
No, it was Chuck Connors I was thinking of.
It was just such a fun, scary, creepy, just such a great movie. It just had everything, great taglines. Nancy Parsons, Cliff from Cheers.
Cliff from Cheers.
Yes. Oh man, how
There's a lot of
disturbing was that
memories.
scene when they're all like,
Oh yeah, when it gets the
straining
light.
to yell with their like messed up vocal
Oh yeah,
cords.
that
Oh
that
man.
gurgling sound. Putting the funnel
That's
thing
so
on their
messed
head
up.
to
I
feed
forgot
them.
Wolfman Jack was in Motel Hell.
Oh yeah, Wolfman Jack.
Yeah.
Wow, there's a flashback, but
Yeah,
it holds a lot of memories. A lot of memories. for me.
Burger.
he was on scene for like a minute.
But he's
Yeah.
Wolfman Jack.
Man, Jack.
Reverend Billy.
I mean, to have such a creepy, fun, scary, gory movie, to have it end with I used preservatives.
I know. That was the best ending ever. Like you feel like he's finally, coming to this state of enlightenment, this revelation that what he had done was wrong.
Yes.
And the only thing he does is admit to using preservatives.
Yeah.
Right before he dies. I
It
used
was so great.
preservatives.
It was so great. It's just such a great movie.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
What?
Saw on Google in 2010 Ed Gein the musical. I have
Get
to see
out.
this. What are
Get out.
what? Fuck's
What?
sake. No way.
What?
That sounds amazing.
She's got all these visuals in my head.
That sounds like a good idea.
It does.
You need to watch party Ed Gein the musical. All right. Any other Ed Gein movies or Ed Gein inspired films? None are coming to mind for me. I felt like that was the big one. That was the big whammy. We were going to have the most entries into that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the godfather of based on true event horror.
So
Really, I mean, he really
It's
is.
pretty horrifying, yeah.
Yeah.
He's the jaws of necrophilia.
You
No,
can just see
My next one.
the jaws of necrophilia.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to piggyback on your
Yeah, I know. Jaws of
anal
rape.
That's a t-shirt. He's the jaws of necrophilia. Oh my god.
All right. So what we technically ended on you, Adam,
I believe
because
so.
you said Psycho. That's what started this.
Yeah.
You happy ended on me.
I'm gonna throw out one that I can't actually say that I've seen this movie, but I remember the story that it's based on. Anybody seen a movie called Stuck? 2007.
No, but that's the story of my life. Continue.
No.
All right. I I think it took place in Texas. The actual story. A woman who'd been out with a night of drinking, basically hit a homeless man with her car, and he like.
Thanks for the ride.
Oh, I was gonna say that, Abby.
Yeah. Well, he partially went through the windshield of her car.
I remember this story. She like
and
parked
was
in
stuck
Oh,
there.
she drove him home.
She drove home because she didn't want to get caught, I guess, for like a DUI or whatever, and parked in her garage and basically
Just left him there.
waited for him to die.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah. So this was a story that was stuck as based on that.
That's
so,
crazy.
Of course, they took several other liberties, like the guy eventually does get out of the windshield of the car. Other people come over to try to help. Oh, okay. Well, let's just kill him and get rid of his body, and he like fights back and stuff like that.
That's a good movie. That sounds awesome.
Yeah. In the end, in the movie, she gets her comeuppance, but the real story, he died tragically, and she eventually got caught.
Yeah.
And was like
she
sentenced
went
to like
to work the next day and a dude's in the front. No, I'm sorry.
yeah. She got sentenced to like 50 years.
Yeah, she's still in prison.
Yeah.
I'm watching the trailer on IMDb. I just can't get past Mina Suvari with cornrows. Yeah. Wow.
See.
This actually looks really good.
Pretty decent.
Yeah.
I kind of thought that too. It might make my list of to watch. You know what I mean?
What's going on?
Because I was looking for other stuff. I happened upon it because it fit the subject matter, and I was like, "Oh shit, I remember that story."
It's on Freevee and it's on Tubi.
Yeah. Lex remembers that horrible story. The murder of Gregory Glenn Biggs. So I guess that was the guy who was killed that way.
That's fucking awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like we kind of covered this. Manson. There's a lot of movies about Manson. We did bring up a couple. You mentioned Helter Skelter, and we brought up The Strangers. But on that vein, is there any other Manson-inspired movies that anybody wants to bring up? Just since it hit the comment section.
Well, you guys all already brought up The Strangers, which I think is definitely inspired in some ways by that.
Yeah, we didn't talk much about it. Just when she brought up Helter Skelter, I brought it up as also a Manson.
I think Devil's Rejects and House of a Thousand Corpses has some definite Manson family vibes to it.
Yeah, I would agree. And you can also throw in an Ed Gein element because
absolutely.
It's very Texas Chainsaw, and you also get like a face swap scene.
Oh yeah.
Well, face wearing scene, I should say, not face.
Yeah,
swap.
that's that scene.
Yeah. So Helter Skelter, the '90s versions with Bruno Kirby, but you mentioned a different one, Nicole.
Yeah, I mentioned the one with Jeremy Davies.
Which would be awesome.
Jeremy Davies.
He's an excellent casting choice.
I think he's just
what a weird
dude. He can do anything. And that was 2004.
You need somebody to be weird. Cast Jeremy Davies.
I had to look that dude up. I know as soon as you see his face, you know who he is. Jeremy Davies. Yeah.
He played the dad in The Black Phone. I mean,
he looks like he weighs 50 pounds in every movie.
He does.
Right. Yeah. And like he's not had a bath in a while, and he's
dirty. Yeah.
He always looks like a grungy, like creepy, weird dude.
Is
all I can really say, but like creepy bad.
Right, creepy bad.
Yeah.
He I don't know.
Which one with Bruno Kirby? They did one in
the 90s.
Like the 90s?
In the 90s with Bruno Kirby, yeah.
Why have I never seen this?
I don't know.
And it was called Helter Skelter? Oh, yeah, there it is.
Davey stayed in character the whole filming. That would be really fucking weird.
That would piss me off. Yeah.
You know what? I hate it. I hate it when people do that.
Standing next to me at the craft service table, giving me the crazy eyes. You know what I mean? It's like, hey man, it's like just go sit over there, right? Let me get my
Heath Ledger was the Joker the whole time, and
Yeah, like Nosferatu. God, what was his name?
Shadow of a Vampire.
like Jim Carrey was Andy Kaufman the whole time, even when he was eating his sandwich. Like,
oh, God.
What was the name of the original Nosferatu?
Max. Are you talking about Max Shrek?
Max Shrek.
Max Shrek. Thank you. Yes.
Love.
There you go.
Shadow of a Vampire is one of my favorite movies.
Now, did Bruno Kirby play Manson? I cannot find this for the life of me. Sorry.
I
Kirby
don't know.
as Manson.
Why did I not remember that Bruno Kirby died?
Yeah, he did.
Like a long time ago. He played Vincent Bugliosi in the movie. It was a TV movie in 2004.
Oh,
That's the Jeremy Davies one.
Oh, wait a minute.
Is that the same one?
Yes.
All right,
Same
see what you started, Lex. Come on.
you know what? He did leave a comment here.
Yeah.
Same movie. Same
Okay.
movie. So
Okay. So I'm not.
maybe you
going
just
nuts.
got the
Okay.
time period wrong.
Okay.
go.
I just want to make
Right.
sure there weren't.
Sorry.
There wasn't
Didn't mean
another
to
one
send
that
you on a
wasn't aware
Wild
of.
goose
Okay.
chase. Man, you mentioned a name, Vincent Bugliosi. He's the guy who wrote the book. He was the lawyer. That was actually part of that case, right?
Oh,
he
God,
did.
I don't remember.
I didn't read that book. His book was called Helter Skelter, which was
Yeah.
part of the reason why the movies were called that. Because he was part of the Manson trial, and he wrote that book. He wrote another book. If you ever want to read a cool one by a lawyer, you wouldn't think a lawyer could write a cool book, but he does. He wrote one called "And the Sea Will Tell." I think that's what it's called. Boy, that one's messed up. Holy shit!
What's that one about?
There was yeah. There you go. It's a true crime book. Let me give you a synopsis because I'm not going to be very good at telling you that. It's a nonfiction book recounts an apparent double murder on Palmyra Atoll, although only one body was ever found. Subsequent arrest, trial, and conviction of Wesley G. or Buck Dwayne Walker, and the acquittal of his girlfriend Stephanie Stearns. So essentially, Buck was a criminal type. He was in trouble with the law. She was his girlfriend, and they cooked up this idea that they were going to leave Hawaii on a used boat that they bought and navigate their way to the Palmyra Atoll and basically live there so that he couldn't go to jail. And this apparently was a place that people like to stop at when they were yachting. So like a nice couple who had a lot of experience yachting, who were well-to-do, stopped there, and he basically murdered them to take their stuff. And she went with him. So it's actually quite interesting that she was able to get off of that because she was clearly an accomplice and she claimed to know nothing about the murder.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So good book since we went in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, didn't mean to do that.
No, not at all. No, interesting.
Anything new I can learn, I'm all for.
Yeah. It was just one of those that, it's a book that I never would have picked up. I never would have gotten it for myself. Even seeing it at like a used bookstore or something like that. There was like, I swear there must have been like 16 copies of that floating around because my father-in-law used to like try to find stuff that he could pick up for almost nothing and then resell, You know what I mean? Because he went to a
Right.
lot of gun shows and stuff. He did a lot of like vintage gun parts and things like that. But then he would be like, well, I'm also selling these because he picked them up for nothing. So like there was a bunch of copies of this book just floating around. I was like, that looks interesting. Maybe I'll try it. And it turned out to be like really good. Yeah. What are we doing here?
I don't know.
Ringu actually combines the classic Japanese ghost story of Okiku's ghost and a real-life paranormal investigator and his psychic assistants are portrayed in the movie Ringu. Interesting. Didn't know that either. Did a report in high school in Manson. Okay.
I did too. My parents got called.
We need to talk to you about Nicole.
Every report I did was something like that.
You got called out to the guidance counselor's office. Your parents are sitting there.
I was there often, yeah. They thought I was disturbed and worshiping the devil.
Oh, shit.
Because every report I did had something to do with a serial killer.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Actually, let me put my movie on the list. I forgot to put it on there. So I feel like we stopped at Stuck.
Yes, we did. Yes.
We stuck.
That's on my list now. I want to see that.
Stuck on Stuck. All right. And my list is dwindling, so I may, if you guys got a bunch left, I may end up just letting you guys talk soon.
I don't have many left either,
I have a
so
bunch left, but I don't have a lot left in me.
All
So
right.
I may just
yeah, I'm
That's fine.
getting a little tired. It's my turn, right?
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. I'm gonna go with another miniseries. And I'm gonna go with Waco with Michael Shannon and
Oh,
John
my God.
Leguizamo. Yeah, I really love this one. I mean, Michael Shannon, can fucking do anything, but it was
Anything.
anything.
Elaborate.
Anything he wants. No, he really is a phenomenal actor. He really is. And what I liked about this is that they told both sides. You saw what was going on inside, and you saw the true story of inside and the true story of outside, how the cops fucked up, basically. The FBI fucked up, killed a lot of people that shouldn't have been killed. But you also saw David Koresh and just how mentally unstable he was.
So what was this, 93 when that happened, Waco? I'm trying to remember.
Something like
I was
that.
dating
Early
a guy
90s.
named David Kirsch, and his mom got a bunch of phone calls when the news story came out because he was such a psycho that they just assumed they were talking about him.
Here we go.
What was it called? It was just called Waco, or was it called?
It's just called Waco. Michael Shannon, Taylor Kish plays David Koresh. John Leguizamo was in it.
I feel like it's on.
Rory Culkin was in it. Rory Culkin did a great job.
Who does he play? I like Rory. I like Rory Culkin.
He played David Thibodeau, and he really can act. He really can.
He's going to be at Spookala in Tampa. Just saying.
Oh my God.
Cameron Manheim. I mean, the cast is phenomenal. And like I said, it's a miniseries. It's on. Was it on Netflix? It's on Paramount Plus. Showtime. And you can buy it on Prime.
Cool.
But yeah, I would say if you haven't seen it and you have any interest in this at all, you got to watch it, because this guy who plays Koresh, what is his name again? He's fair. I haven't seen
Tyler
Kish.
Kish.
Yeah.
From like Friday Night Lights or something.
Yeah, Taylor Kish. Yeah, he's so good. He does such a good job, and it's just worth watching. It really is.
That's Ryan. Hi, Ryan.
All right.
Hi, Ryan. Yes, we are.
For now.
4 hours and 52 minutes. So I think it's like 5 episodes, something like that.
Evidently, Red State was based on what happened at Waco.
Yeah, Red State was a good movie.
I've not seen it.
Kevin Smith,
if you get a chance.
Normal type of movie.
And if you don't have those, it's check with the Flicks of Paul. And see if you can get it on. It's just great. It's really great. It's sad. It's very sad.
Waco is.
But yeah, the whole thing
Yeah.
was, and seeing it from this point of view, from both points of view, and just how the authorities just
Screwed it all up.
they screwed it all up, and a lot of kids
Do
died.
they
Women
do
died.
they paint David Koresh in a sympathetic light?
No,
No.
that's what I like about it. It's balanced. It's so
Then I would
balanced.
watch it. Then I would watch it.
Yeah, no, they
Because
paint him as there's something wrong with him, like he's mental.
Yeah.
He thinks he's like the second coming of Christ.
I just don't like the movies where they kind of like try to justify what the people have done.
Right.
Like
No, this,
I had a big problem with the Jeffrey Dahmer show.
Oh, see,
Because-
I think they made him sympathetic in that show.
Oh, I did, especially when all the scenes were like when he was a child,
Well, he
and,
did.
and
act
he was
normal.
they baby Yoda Dahmer.
Yeah.
Like, oh, let's show cute Dahmer,
Well, no.
and then he's so upset because his dad has to go to work.
in
and
real
shit like
life,
that.
Dahmer cried out for help a number of times when he was,
and nobody took him
and
seriously.
nobody helped. So I don't even know if, like, to me, I didn't take it as them sympathizing him as a character, but more or less how the system failed
I mean,
this
Yes.
child. and
he
what
shows
they did.
scene after scene of him just being sad about his dad going to work and his dad ignoring him.
I mean, he was
And
basically.
then you go into, I mean, whose dad doesn't ignore them? My dad ignores me. I haven't killed anyone yet.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, you got to work through your shit. It's not just not justification for turning into a serial killer and eating people.
I thought that was really sad. Well, Dahmer affected me a lot because I was so, I graduated high school at this point. I was grown up enough to know what he did, and it freaked me out. And I remember the day he was killed,
Yeah,
and
I mean, there was something genetic going on there too. It wasn't just he had a bad life and he turned. You know what I mean? Like, some people are just wired different from day one.
True.
hey, crazy.
Sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Waco, I saw a Waco movie and I was just trying to figure out which one it was. It was actually put out in 1993. It was called In the Line of Duty: Ambush in Waco.
Hmm.
It's a
And
really interesting story.
yeah,
Like the whole thing.
and they did not paint David Koresh well either.
Sympathetic. Yeah. No. Well, there's no
Yeah. Well, as soon as they,
picture.
yeah.
Oh God,
it's-
Tim Daly played him. Sorry,
Tim Daly from Wings.
I loved him.
played David Koresh in
Yeah.
this one.
Brother of Time
Yeah.
Dan.
yeah. And
And Ted Danson played.
Hey,
as soon as they entered into the storyline, of him talking to a very young girl alone in a room and telling her that God wants me to give you my seed, I was like, oh, fuck this
oh
guy.
boy.
Yeah,
No.
they showed him like that in this newer one too.
Yeah.
But they, like I said, they show both sides, which is what I loved about it. It wasn't
Yeah.
just have sympathy for him, but and it wasn't just he's an evil psycho. It was
George.
he had some issues, major issues. But the cops also
tried.
fucked up. Like everybody fucked up,
Oh yeah. Yeah, they messed up big time.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And a bunch
lot
of people died.
Kids died because the cops
Yeah.
fucked it up.
Yeah. And it kind of went I hate to make the comparison, but it kind of went the way of, Jonestown. You know what I mean?
That's
It's
a
just
whole other.
Dude, there's
It's
so
just
many
by-
parallels that can be drawn between Jonestown and what happened to Wake and
Yeah.
what happened in Waco.
Yeah.
yeah.
The Jonestown thing, like the Waco thing, to me is just. I mean, they're both just tragedy, right? Like straight
Yes.
tragedy.
Yeah.
The Jonestown thing obsesses, like interests me to no end, because to be that,
Good night, Rob.
that brainwashed.
Mhm.
Not Rob. To be like to that extent where you like you go to such lengths, you willingly poison yourself. Like it's crazy. It's so crazy what the human mind is capable of. It's so crazy
On
what
that.
you're able to convince yourself of. It's
Waco
so
was
nuts.
similar to this with the people that he had under his control.
Right,
Like, these
right,
people
yeah, for
that
sure.
he allowed
That's what I
them
mean. Like the
in the-
parallels are just so.
Yeah,
It's cult mentality.
yeah.
I
And
mean,
these guys are able to get these people under the wings, and
Yeah.
their members are so loyal to them.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Like they will die for them.
Nope.
and the
They'll
programming
give
is
their
so deep.
children to them.
Yeah. Yeah,
No.
and the programming is so deep you can't deprogram many of them.
Yeah.
Like even if they survive a cult lifestyle, it's like they'll spend a very long time still adhering to the things that they learned there.
Look at the law.
Yeah,
Bleak.
it's like that's some scary shit.
It really is.
It's
I
very
mean, yeah, it's like like you find yourself like being afraid of this if you have kids. You're like, Jesus Christ, don't join a cult. Don't join a
Yeah.
cult. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just watched a documentary on him where they were interviewing, I don't know, his son's still alive. Like the mother saved the son, sent him away, and Jim Jones was pissed because his son was supposed to be there with him when this all went down. And she sent him into town and used some excuse because she knew something was going on, and he survived. And they actually interviewed him, and it's creepy as fuck to know that that's your dad. But
Wow.
Did you guys ever see a movie along the same path, but it's a cult movie called Martha, Marcy, May, Marlene? It's with Elizabeth Olsen,
yeah,
Mm-mm.
I just watched
Yeah.
that last year. It was on
and
Netflix.
it's basically like she was in a cult like that, and like escapes and like goes back home,
Her sister and the husband or something.
and the whole time she's convinced. And like John Hawkes, did you guys know John Hawkes?
Yeah, I love John Hawkes.
Yeah, he's the cult leader.
Oh, I can see that.
But like he has this whole like rapey initiation
Jesus.
into like all the women have to like be passed out and put into a cave.
I won't be watching that.
Yeah. Yeah.
No. That's
It's really intense. And like basically she leaves and she's at like her parent. I think it's her parents or is it her sister?
It's her sister's house.
Her
on the-
sister's like lake house or something, right? Or
She shows up. I think the sister and the husband's house, and she just shows up there. And they haven't seen her in however many years, and
yeah.
she's a little twisted.
Mm.
Mhm.
And the whole movie is just basically this foreboding. You're just waiting for the cult to show up. So, if you are in a really good mood and want to like come down a few pegs, can watch this.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But speaking of cults, what was there one? I might be getting this way wrong. Was there one where it was basically a grift, like where they convinced these people of something and then committed mass suicide, but the people who were grifters basically just took off with the money?
That wasn't the.
Like I feel like I'm applying that to Heaven's Gate, and I'm not sure if that's true.
I think it's more the Hail Bop. Who was the? Hang on a second. Google this.
Oh, those guys, the guys that died in sneakers,
Yeah.
in their bunks,
Yeah.
waiting for the comet.
The Heaven's Gate.
Oh,
Such
yeah.
a crazy
Heaven-
one.
Yeah. Doe. His name was Doe.
Waiting for the spaceship to return to Earth, but they had to leave their bodily vessels in order to get passage on the ship.
Mhm.
You know.
No, that's Scientology. That's Tom Cruise. You guys are thinking about Tom Cruise.
No, it was the same thing, but like they all poisoned themselves and laid in their bunks, and the footage
remember
of the scene was basically all
And they just showed their shoes.
Reebok sneakers, yeah.
And then Reebok was like, yes,
Was it
Yeah. Like this
we
is
got
free
the cult. We got
advertisement.
the cult market cornered.
Exactly.
Yeah, Nike. They were Nike.
They're like, this is free advertising.
Yeah. All the cults the next day went and bought their
They're
Reebok.
literally killing it.
Nikes. Get it
Oh, they
right.
were not.
Oh, they were Nikes? I thought they were
Nikes.
Reeboks.
Oh my God.
They were
Weird.
Nikes. Matter of fact, here they are.
No, I'm pissed because Nike doesn't get enough
And
advertisement.
it
That
is
sucks.
Heaven's Gate.
Yeah.
Heaven's Gate was the Nike. And the
Oh, okay.
and the Hail
Bop.
Comet.
Okay.
Mm.
All that dude's videos are on YouTube.
That's scary.
That Doe guy.
Mm-hmm.
You can just look in his eyes and see you can count the crazy. You can go 1, 2, 3.
Bing, bing.
10 pounds of crazy in a 5-pound bucket. Yep.
You're fucking nuts.
Help me out.
Yep.
Yeah, there's another one. The Sacrament was based on those kind of cult, based on a true story.
Was that the found footage? There's a movie that was based on Jonestown, but it's a found footage horror movie, and it's fucking awesome. I think it's called The Sacrament.
It might be it because it is based on the
guy who did May did it. T West. T West did it.
Did he?
And it's a found footage movie about a dude dropping into a James Jones like camp in South America. And like he's like trying to interview people, and I think one of the guys is there to find his sister and bring his sister home.
It's the movie.
And then at the end, it just like goes to like
Black.
shit.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good movie.
Parish. New team trails a man as he travels to the world of Eden Parish to find his missing sister.
Kool-Aid should be upset.
Well, they should be upset, especially when Jeffrey Dahmer is busting through walls like Kool-Aid Man.
Super Freddy.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
AJ Bowen
They used
plays his sister.
the Dollar General Kool-Aid knockoff. So Kool-Aid's like, fuck you, that wasn't our product.
He's like, oh yeah.
Oh my! It's the knockoff. It's
yeah. But what would be the knockoff brand of Kool-Aid?
I'm sure there was Crystal Light.
No.
I mean,
I actually like Crystal
trying to
Light.
think of a made up knockoff brand.
Oh.
instead of oh yeah, it's oh my.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Cold drink.
Yeah, it is Ty West.
Yeah. Drink aid. That's what it is.
Drink aid. Yeah.
Sounds like something for alcoholics.
On my own drink aid. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Oh, Eli Roth produced that too. That's interesting.
Oh.
The Sacrament.
Yeah.
I liked that movie if I remember.
I did. I mean, it's exactly like when you hear that premise, found footage, James Jones type movie. It's exactly what you think it is.
I'm looking
Flavor Aid.
Flavor.
Yeah. Come, I looked it up. It says it was called Flavor Aid. I remember.
Oh, how about Tang? Tang.
Well,
That
Tang
was the
had
official
the
drink of the
astronauts.
astronauts.
That was its own thing.
That should have been Heaven's Gate. It went up.
Yeah, really.
Tang was knockoff Kool-Aid. Tang had one freaking flavor.
Yeah,
Orange.
that's. But I feel like there was something. Anyway, dude was creepy. It was a good movie.
The end.
The end. The Sacrament.
All right. I think Abby, you're next. I just did Waco, right? That was the most recent one.
So, my gosh, I have so many. But I think this is gonna be my last one. So let's go with something weird. How about Winchester?
I have not seen
I
that.
haven't seen it, but the story is fascinating.
Story is fascinating. Movie's not that good. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think I was expecting it to be because I love
Is it Helen Mirren?
Helen Mirren.
Yeah. Oh, she's amazing.
And I love the story, and I've always wanted to go to the Winchester house. But
She's still kind of hot at like 80 something.
Oh, she
is
gorgeous.
Like I don't get it. Like I don't
She just
understand.
did a nude spread, like pictures in a bathtub or something.
Like I'm falling apart, and I'm 22 years old.
22 years old. You're adorable. Yeah, so Helen Mirren's awesome. The story of not Mary Winchester, listen to me, Sarah Winchester. I've got Supernatural on that. Sarah Winchester, based on the Winchester rifles. And this true story being that she kept building this Winchester mansion, which you can visit in California. And she figured that if she never finished building it, she was trying to contain the spirits of all the people killed by the rifle. And this
How fascinating is that?
the house my friends have been to, I have not.
Yeah, I've heard about it. It's like supposed to be
There are
insane.
certain rooms like that just lead
Hallways that lead to
out
nothing.
the side of the house.
Staircases that lead up to like
To a
the ceiling.
wall. Yep.
Like Rosewood.
It's supposed to confuse the ghosts inside, so that
Talking about the Winchester Mansion.
the Winchester Mansion and the movie the movie Winchester.
That was on my list. Ah.
Yeah, it's not a great movie, I'll be honest with you. I think I was really, because I'm fascinated by the story and because I love Helen Mirren, I was expecting it might have been like Adam and the Demeter movie. Like you go in expecting this lovely story that you really want to hear told. And then the dude from what's his name? Jason Clarke. Wasn't he in the new Pet Sematary movie?
Yes, he was. Which I didn't mind, by the way.
There were parts I liked and there was parts I hated, but that's a story for another day. But yeah,
Clint's doing ASMR with like his beer or something.
Seltzer water.
Me too.
You're hearing the fizz, and of course my crystal flavor.
I love Clint's fizz.
Jesus Christ.
I've read stories on it. Fanfic.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Fanfic.
So yeah, got a lot of movies you gotta watch.
I can't. Adam comes in and I turn into a 12-year-old.
That's right.
What?
Flavor Aid.
Yes.
Flavor Aid. All right. On this note, though, that will be my last for the evening because I think I have a fever. Right.
Oh, no.
Lay down. But Clint, the next time I speak to you, I would like you to have watched The Exorcism of Emily Rose.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
The next movie I feel you should watch. We've gone through a lot of them that should be on your list, but I feel like that's a big one. And if you want to
doing the reading on the real story for sure,
George, I will beat your ass.
And Deliver Us from Evil will be right after that.
Yeah, and that's
Just
on
evil.
Flicks of the Appalling.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I could just put my rest of my list in the chat or just read them down, whatever you want. Yeah.
Hey, you want to read them off? Go for it.
We'll just go quickly down because I'm surprised we didn't mention The Exorcist.
That
The
was number one on my list.
Yeah.
I love when people go quickly down. Please go ahead.
Annabelle Jaws. I'm sorry.
I just got that.
I found out that Wolf Creek is technically based on a true story.
Is it really?
Yeah, Australia exists.
Australia does exist, and crazy people in the bush do exist. Zodiac, The Right, Haunting in Connecticut, supposedly Poltergeist. There's a movie that I have not seen that I started to watch today but got sidetracked called 10 Rillington Place, which is based on murders. The movie Rogue with the giant crocodile.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, really?
The Snowtown Murders, 127 Hours.
Oh,
yeah.
I actually love that movie.
I do too. Black Christmas, supposedly. My Friend Dahmer. The Craigslist Killer, Sacrament, and Alive.
Alive. Good
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Oh, my God.
I saw that also in the theaters back in 1993. Really fucked up.
Should watch Alive in 127 hours back to back.
Back to back. Then throw Ravenous in there just for funsies. So, yeah, that's the end of my list. And I appreciate you guys sticking with me. But
But you're not
Absolutely.
sticking with us. Bye.
Yeah.
I know. Sorry, guys. I have such a toothache, and I just don't. I'm not feeling. I'm not good. But I love you guys.
Well, we love you.
Have a good night.
Thanks for
I'll
coming.
continue watching on my end as long as I don't have to talk anymore. All right. Bye, guys.
Right.
Right. Now I got the bottom all to myself.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Mm-hmm. I could always change the layout.
It's like I like it. No, this is better.
A lot of elbow room.
Roomy.
Yep.
Roomy now.
Roomy, comfy,
You're not gonna like reach out and
accidentally, yeah.
punch somebody. Like I almost just did to Nicole.
Reach out and touch me, Clint.
Oh. All right. Well, Adam, I think we're back to you.
Unfortunate.
That is
How about did we bring up Silence of the Lambs?
Yeah,
Briefly.
yeah.
All right, well then let's not then. Let's see.
That was during the Ed Gein talk.
Yeah.
whole
Oh,
skin-
we did
skin
say
suit
that.
thing.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
So
That was an Ed.
all right. Well, all right. This is off the beaten path, but
All right.
the Blair Witch Project is essentially a retelling of the Bell Witch tale. Have you heard of the Bell Witch?
Mm-mm.
I'm not sure I'm familiar with that.
All right. So it's one of the most famous haunting stories, and it's the Bell Witch, and it's basically this witch, the ghost of this witch that tormented this family and drove like the father and the daughter to like the brink of madness and like suicide and all this shit, because like the Bell Witch is constantly whispering to them and pinching them and wouldn't let them sleep. They'd just be on the verge of sleep, and then like he'd throw the covers off or pinch them or push them, or like all this like weird shit. And supposedly a lot of the Bell Witch legend was used for the basis of the Blair Witch Project.
Oh.
How about that? Isn't that crazy?
I didn't know that.
Incredible.
I remember when they marketed the Blair Witch, they marketed it as it was real.
Right.
Oh my God, I thought that was Catalina. I'm like, why are you looking her upside down?
Yep. We have a Yoda. So I'm guessing that since the new backpack came home, she had to dig up the stuffed Yoda.
Yeah.
So
Max loves Baby Yoda.
yeah.
He loves Baby Yoda.
Loves Grogu, huh?
He doesn't know it by that name. He doesn't know it by its
She
Christian
doesn't.
name. Just
She
Baby
doesn't
Yoda.
either. Yeah. We have not forgotten about Scooby either. Scooby is here also.
Yes.
Just out of curiosity, where do you guys fall in the? Do you have fond memories of Blair Witch, or do you hate it like most horror fans?
I hated it. I
From
thought it
day
was
one.
boring. From day one. I went to the theater to see it. It made me dizzy and it was boring. I did not like it.
This may surprise you. I've not seen it.
Crazy.
Still,
That's crazy. That's
even
crazy
now.
to me.
I've seen the second one a couple of times, but I've not seen the.
No, and like Nicole, your sentiment is not like unusual.
Not
Yeah.
weird.
That is, anytime, even in our group, somebody posts about the Blair Witch, like it gets blown up. What worst horror movie ever? Most disappointing. All this stuff. So I totally get it. I do have a fondness for this movie though, and there's a reason.
Okay.
And I mean, it was had to be there at the time movie. Like they couldn't never build up a movie like this ever again.
Yeah.
Because it was the onset of the internet, and this was literally when whenever whenever you saw something on the internet, we weren't conditioned yet to like second guess it. If it
Right.
was there, it was true.
Yeah.
And they had the websites devoted to this thing. You know, expanding on the fact that this was a true story.
And that's why I went to see it. I thought that it was a true story, and I
Right.
thought it was
Well,
fascinating to me.
and I mean, I caught on. I can't remember. I can't remember how, but I caught on that it wasn't before I went to see it. But I went to see it anyway. But so I'm sitting in a packed theater, and the movie's playing, and I'm telling you what, I bet 60%. This was a giant theater. I bet 60% of the theater thought that what they were watching was real. They
hmm
believed the hype. They believed all the lead in. They believed that this was found footage.
hmm
So they thought like 60% of the theater thought that like what they were watching was like evidence of actual real supernatural events. People were running out of the theater. People were like screaming. Just things that like weren't that scary unless you think that it's real.
Right.
And like that theater experience will never be replicated ever again by any movie. And I'll never forget it. And like people always bring that up and they shit on the movie. And I get it. I get it. From a movie standpoint and all that stuff. But I will always have a soft spot in my heart for that movie for that reason, because I will never experience that again. And it was fantastic to be in a theater, or at least that theater. Maybe
Mhm.
not every experience was the same, but to be in that theater at that moment, at on that night, and watch that movie with that audience, and have people freaking out like they did. Like, I'll never forget it. I will never forget it, and I bring it up every time this movie is mentioned. But anyway, the Bell Witch thing is a pretty well known case. After the Blair Witch got popular, they made an actual Bell Witch movie years later with Donald Sutherland
hmm
and a few other, I think, notable actors. But
Now, see, Lex, maybe I should do that because I only saw it the one time in the theater, and I couldn't, I hated it so much I never revisited it. But
I mean, here's the thing: like, you gotta. I understand why some people aren't into found footage. I totally get it. I like found footage. I like found footage. To me, it's kind of like when I read like a choose your own adventure book, and I like to pretend like I can easily just like suspend disbelief and pretend like, oh, this is freaking real. Like, like I can do that. But on just like a grand level of filmmaking and stuff, it can it can get a little boring. And I understand. I get that.
and I went in when I first saw it because Blair Witch really was the movie that blew up the found footage
Yeah.
genre, and I saw Blair Witch and I was like, well, this sucks.
I mean,
hate
it literally
But
was Cannibal Holocaust, and then Blair Witch, and
yeah,
then suddenly it blew up, and there were all these other movies, and
and I was
paranormal activity, and all these
I
other
was so resistant to
franchises.
found footage because of Blair Witch. I'm like,
Yeah,
this sucks. And then
yeah,
Paranormal Activity, I hated. I thought it was again boring as hell.
yeah.
But I've seen a lot of found footage movies lately that I really liked. Like I loved The Devil Inside. I loved Hell House LLC. I thought that was creepy as fuck.
Mike's eye is twitching somewhere.
I
Yeah,
know, I
I'll let
know.
Mike ruin it for you.
The oh fuck, I keep forgetting the name of this movie where the kids find the thing underground and they get superpowers. Chronicle. I
Oh.
loved Chronicle, and I can't say that I like or dislike found footage because they're all different. It just depends on the story and it depends on the camera work and
Have you
Yeah.
ever seen What's Above Is Below?
yes, I
That
did enjoy
movie in
that.
the catacombs
Yep.
of Paris.
Yep, and I liked that one.
That's a good one. I totally get it. I mean, it's lazy filmmaking to an extent,
But it
and
can be good. It can be
it gets
scary.
saturated. Like the genre gets saturated because anyone with a cell phone now can go out and make a
Make a movie.
found footage movie, and sometimes they get posted on like Amazon or not Amazon, but Prime,
Hmm.
and you're just like, what is this doing here? Why am I watching this?
Yeah.
You know. But when done right, I think
Yeah.
they can still be effective, and
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. I do like some found footage movies. I can't really think of many at the
Exist.
moment.
You said you like
Come to mind.
Exist.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Have you seen that one, Nicole? Exists, the
No.
Bigfoot one. You might like that.
Quarantine is kind of partially found footage.
Quarantine was good. I enjoyed Quarantine.
With just with like the handheld camcorder stuff, it seems like that had to be recovered footage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Of what happened inside the building once they were stuck in there. But
Environment plays. I'm sorry.
first movie we did our podcast on, Frankenstein's Army. If you haven't seen that, I recommend it. That was almost completely found footage. That was
Really?
Yeah. I call it recovered footage, just because, it wasn't really found by the end of the movie. Somebody took the footage back,
Technicality.
it was
I can
pieced
live with it.
together. Yeah.
2013.
But it was done like a found footage movie. It was pretty good.
This was 2013. In the dying days of World War II, a battalion of Russian soldiers is lured into a secret lab. That's the one?
That sounds right.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, it is a bonkers movie, but it's actually pretty good. So gross. A lot of stuff people are like, ugh, just real like pukey looking, stuff, like
Pukey looking.
Okay, well, I mean,
I like that.
There's a lot of like body parts, arms lengths, torsos, like just general guts lying in certain places. You know what I mean?
Hey, shit happens.
Yeah, body parts being recovered for the good doctor's work. You know what I mean? It's it's something else, but it's gross, but it's done well for yeah. So get a shot. Get a chance. Give it a shot.
It's going on the list.
All right. Sorry, Adam. Were you where were we on the whole found footage thing?
Blair Witch.
Yeah, I should put that on the list.
Yeah.
I've neglected the list. Blair Witch. Yeah, that was the first example of viral marketing, I guess.
Yeah.
It really was.
Yeah.
Effective as hell too, because those websites. I wish I could still go to those websites just to check them out.
Yeah.
Like years later.
Got my ass into the theater. It was
So did you? Cool. So you knew right away, Nicole, that it was fake just from the movie?
Yeah.
Because I actually thought the performances were pretty good and natural.
Well, they were, because didn't the cast, they didn't know what was going on.
Right.
They were just thrown into the woods and walk around the woods for a few days, and then the crew planted all the the little stick figures and the teeth wrapped up in the flannel shirt.
Exactly. It was like trying to find a bathroom in the Poconos. It was the exact same situation.
There you have it. But there was like several campaigns, in decades previous to this, like attempted similar things to get people into the theaters, but like this was the first time using a new medium for it.
Yeah.
Right. And it's they were the first to do it, so they won out. I mean,
Yeah.
it was the most successful independent film of all time. I think I can't. I mean, I could Google it real quick, but I think it was something ridiculous. Like it cost $10,000 to make it, and it made like 160
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
million bazillion dollars.
Bazillion.
Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
and there was only going to be one movie that was going to be able to get away with this because once it was found out that this wasn't a true story, or this was actually filmed by a director and everything, no other movie was going to be able to take this tact ever again. And they were the
Right.
first one, and they reaped the rewards.
Yeah.
Oh, there were rewards. It was a $200,000 budget, and it made $248 million.
Wow.
240. And
Yeah.
what was the budget? You said what was the budget?
200,000 for the budget,
Hmm.
and it made 248 million.
You know what? I'm sitting here right now
High.
thinking, what the hell did they spend 200,000 on?
Probably just the cameras and
Like
yeah, camping equipment can get expensive.
cheese doodles and whiskey for the fucking hotel room.
They could have like built the house in the woods. I don't know.
That's so nuts to me that it even cost that much.
Tissues for when she had to wipe her.
I mean, that just says like no one can ever make a movie. No normal person can ever just go out and make a movie. If it costs $200,000 to just walk around in the fucking woods,
Yeah. Yeah.
like how are the rest of us supposed to have a chance at that?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, well, see, now it says, hang on. It depends on where you go. All right. So here it says the Blair Witch Project movie budget was initially between $35,000 and $60,000, with an eventual worldwide box office of just over $248 million. Okay. Yeah, I guess it depends on which website you look at.
Huh.
The numbers vary.
Have we ever done a found footage hangout? Just curious.
I think we did.
Did we?
I think they
I'd have
come
to go
up
back and
a
look.
lot because
Yeah,
of
I have to go
me.
back in the archives.
But
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think that we've ever done an actual hangout for one, and I think that would be actually really interesting.
It
Just
could be.
Yeah, we
just
did.
throwing that out there.
There's a ton of examples of it now.
And there's
Yeah.
there's a lot, but there are so many movies that like don't get a lot of airtime that could be talked about.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, for sure.
I know a lot of people hate that genre, just like in general. So it's fine if we don't do it.
Well, see, I initially would say that. I would say that I hate found footage just because I hated Blair Witch. But yeah, I've seen some that are really decent. So
Yeah.
depends on the movie.
Is Cannibal Holocaust technically a found footage?
For sure.
Wow. I think that was one of the first
one
examples.
One of the very first examples. And I'll tell you what, it's not a bad movie if you can. It's just they killed a bunch of animals for no reason, just for shock value. You take that stuff out, it's not a bad movie at all. It's well acted. The music's good. It's shot beautifully. It's actually a beautiful movie until they just start killing animals for no fucking reason. And then you're just like, why am I watching this?
I was like 12 or 13 when I saw it.
Were you?
Yeah.
Did it
My dad rented it for me.
your dad did? Jesus Christ.
It's like
He didn't know what it was.
Well,
Blair Witch meets Faces of Death.
Cannibal Holocaust didn't give him pause.
No, it was me and my cousin who was like 2 years younger than me, and we were in the video store and we wanted something scary, and we're like, "Oh, this looks interesting."
Anything with Holocaust in the
And
title,
we
I'd
was
be
like,
like,
"Oh, here's a scary movie we want to watch." He's like, "It's just a scary movie." I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Okay, well."
it was like,
Yeah, he's like,
Jolly,
fuck
I
it.
don't care if it was like Jolly Rancher or Holocaust. It says Holocaust. I'm not renting this for you. Pick something else.
It was the 80s.
Pretty Woman is literally right there.
Our parents didn't care.
Yeah. Not to mention cannibal in the title.
I know.
Well, I was gonna just like Holocaust never brings up good connotations.
It wasn't a porn, so he didn't care. As long as it was, we could watch all the violence we wanted, as long as there weren't any sex scenes.
America, fuck yeah.
Yeah. It was a different time.
No, I get it. That's just like the worst one he could have picked. That's all.
Oh yeah,
You guys
absolutely.
could have
We
picked.
didn't know what we were getting into when we put it in the VCR, you know.
Like I think like if it was just a straight up story about them with the cannibal tribe and getting into hot water with them,
Hmm.
and eventually the tribe saying we've had enough of you and ripping them to shreds. Um, it's just all the animal stuff, and like like the stuff they show is like brutal,
Yeah.
and it lingers. And the camera lingers. It's not just a few seconds worth;
Yeah.
it's minutes
Yeah.
of these animals suffering and dying. And
Hmm.
they came back after the fact and were like, well, the tribe was we're gonna kill these animals anyway and eat them anyway. And I'm just like, well, maybe not. But even if they were, I'm sure that they had a more efficient killing system than what you did to show that the animal was still alive with its head off
Yeah.
and shit like that. You know what I mean? Fuck that movie. Like, fuck Cannibal Holocaust.
I agree.
I watched it once, and it was how me and Paul met because he owned it.
Sorry.
He owned it, and I worked with his wife. And his wife was like, "Oh, my husband is into horror movies, and he wants to see what you're. Have you ever seen like? This is the worst horror movie ever?" And I was like, and I had heard of it at that point. Like, Cannibal Holocaust was almost like a urban legend.
Hmm.
Like it was like one of those movies that like you're like So he gave it to he gave it to her and she brought it into work and I took it home. It took me like a week to like even watch it and I had to like drink like 4 beers to even have the courage because I was just like I heard so much fucked up shit about this movie and I was just like I
Hmm.
put it on and yeah it didn't disappoint. It was disturbing.
Wow. Wow.
Have you seen it, Clint? You haven't seen
No.
it?
No.
Like there's this giant turtle that they pull out. And the turtle, it's like his neck comes out, and he's like looking around, and they take a fucking machete and chop its head off, and then its arms are just wiggling around like this, and you're just like, why am I watching this?
It's awful.
Like, who in their right mind would want to watch this?
Yeah. That wow. Like I've read about that like in books like where that's been described but I've not seen it like a Galapagos Island like turtle like some
Yeah,
big ass.
I was pretty convinced I was never gonna watch that movie based on principle alone until like basically I was dared to.
Galapagos Island turtle. I'm sorry.
They're the ones that the
Sorry.
huge like really old ass turtles
Mhm.
like the biggest oldest ones that basically
the
there
biggest
are
the
they're in
older
the
they are.
Galapagos. Yeah.
So I mean, if a turtle is that big, like this turtle that they killed for this movie was probably 100 years old. Like that's how
Probably.
big it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it was probably 4 foot long.
Yeah. Nantucket sailors didn't have a lot of respect for Galapagos Island turtles because that was basically one of the books that I read. It was called The Wreck of the Whale Ship Essex. So one of the things that was
whalers!
Huh?
You love whalers. I remember this from the last.
Yeah, totally. And
the whaling station.
Yeah, one of the common things that they would do on a whaling trip because they would travel light whenever they needed to pick up additional supplies. They'd stop off at the Galapagos Islands and they would collect wildlife there, and a turtle was useful because, it could live, on a ship without much maintenance. So you could basically just, dispatch it whenever you needed to. And it was good. I don't know. It was like long lasting rations that just it's alive, anyhow.
It's so fucking awful.
I know it is awful. We didn't have a lot of respect for animals.
No, we did not.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, this is interesting. So, real animals were killed making Apocalypse Now. Tropic Thunder was based on the making of that movie too. So, Tropic Thunder is based on a true story.
Especially the blackface.
I like that logic. Oh,
I love Tropic Thunder.
So do I.
yeah. Oh, that's upsetting. Tom Savini killed the animal trainer's pet snake. Making Friday the 13th. Didn't tell the dude it was going to happen. He apparently left the set crying. Wow.
Just more proof that Tom Savini is a douchebag.
Wow.
Sorry.
That sucks.
Every experience that I've had with Tom Savini was negative.
Yeah, I wanted to punch him in the face. Yeah.
Yeah. Mine was not, but I was anticipating it to be negative.
That drive-in we all went to, apparently he goes there sometimes.
Oh, does he?
And camps, and I was there one weekend where he cooked breakfast. He was in the back cooking breakfast for everybody in the morning.
Wow.
That doesn't mean anything. He's still a douchebag.
Yes, he is.
He broke my heart when I worked at a movie theater.
I remember you talking about that.
Yeah, we don't have to get into it, but I'm just saying. Yeah. I was starstruck when I saw him, and I couldn't remember the name of his book.
Like, I have your book. It's like, which one?
Which one? He was like, which one?
Like, oh yeah, you're a real big fan.
And he was like, yeah, okay.
Number one.
He was like, fuck you, kid. Shove this popcorn up your ass. Later.
Jesus Christ.
And I was like, that was my chance.
Yeah.
And I felt like shit for a week.
You're like my hero.
For a week?
Shit on me.
Think of that. You're looking for it. And I'm like, I just thought he'd be happy that I had his book. And he was like, which one? I've written several. You asshole. And I was like, oh, the one where you fuck yourself?
I think you broke Clint.
It's so good. So good. I don't mean to laugh at your pain. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm over it now, sort of. I mean, therapy helped.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I'll be right back.
All right. And several golden monkeys.
golden monkeys. Help or hurt everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I was expecting him to be a dick when I got his autograph down at Carolina Fear Fest, but I was kind of surprised that he wasn't. Then I left feeling like, man, was I an asshole?
That's awesome.
I had the opposite effect. It's like I feel like I was kind of disrespectful to Tom Savini because I thought he was going to be a dick.
So you were just already yeah, you were already waiting for it.
Yeah.
So you had like your gloves up.
Yeah, it was like it's just the shit that I said. I picked up the print for.
When was that? When was that show or con?
It was last year.
Okay. No, he's really old now.
Yeah, and maybe that's why.
I think he has mellowed out because most old people do.
Yeah.
Up until like 10, 20 years ago, he was still rocking the douche canoe hardcore. I mean, eventually all old people turn into old people and they're like, fuck, I'm old.
Yeah, and they're usually...
And somebody's showing me some appreciation. Maybe I won't be such a bastard to him this time. But no, like every time like I've had any kind of interaction with him, and it wasn't years later, I saw him again, and he was still like giving people shit, and I was like, hey, what's going on? I'm from Pittsburgh. And he was like, oh, you think you're the first person I met from Pittsburgh today? And I was like, here we go again, you fucking ass. Like,
you're like, no, I'm the best one to go down this
path? Like, I'm telling you, I'm giving you money. Like,
right.
I don't know how much else what else do you want me to do?
Yeah. It'd be funny if you'd been like, all right, forget it, and turn around and left.
Yeah, I should.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's lots of interviews, even on YouTube. Like, do you ever watch James Rolfe and Cinemassacre? Are you familiar with him?
I don't think so.
Well, he does like the angry video game nerd, but a lot of his content is horror related. Well, anyway, he had this big interview set up with him, and like Savini was just like, he was just like, dude, like he was just talking trash on him the whole interview. And he'd be like, "Oh, I'm really, I'm a big fan. My wife is a big fan." He was like, "Oh, wait a minute, you're married? Who the fuck married you?" Like saying shit like that. You're just like, you're such a dickhead, you know.
Oh wow.
Just because you thought of a creative way to get Kevin Bacon stabbed through the throat with an arrow doesn't give you the right to be a dick to everybody. You fucker.
Exactly. Fucking guy. Now, I did hear this. The Blob was based on an actual incident too, where goo fell from the sky. Everyone who touched it got sick,
I'll tell you what.
washed away by the rain.
If I had a nickel for every time goo fell from the sky around this house, I'd be a millionaire.
I doubt that. You'd probably have $5. What's up?
Your daughter came downstairs just to fall asleep on the couch.
Oh, so I got to carry her up again.
Yeah. Like, I don't know why she came down.
Just to say hi to me and show me Baby Yoda. I don't know.
Yeah. But now she's asleep. So.
Okay. I'll get her then.
All right.
So, yeah, $5. Goo falling from the sky.
It happens a lot.
I think it does. I really think it does.
During a bukkake, it's like non-stop.
Jesus Christ. Not necessarily from the sky, though.
Well, depends on what your position is during the party.
You're right, you never forget it.
If you're on the autopsy table, it's like,
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
That went dark.
Sorry. I don't know what to say. I've had a couple golden monkeys. And...
Yeah.
You sign up for a bukkake, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
I wonder why they call them golden monkeys.
Yeah. Well, I won't speculate.
Golden monkey shower.
Like a golden shower, yeah. There's like a banana flavor to it, which I think has a.
Is there?
It's very slight.
Huh.
I'm shocked that they haven't contacted me yet to be like their sponsor.
Yeah. They
Oh, you're
probably
talking
should.
about the beer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was ready to go to Urban Dictionary. Thought you were meant something.
Right next to Cleveland Steamer is a golden monkey.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh. All right.
All right.
Maybe I'll give you one more.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
And then I think I'm out. Of them. Believe it or not.
Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. Remember that though?
Yeah.
But I could
remember
feel
that.
so free.
Annabelle.
Yeah, the whole Conjuring universe could be included here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because I have the
Yeah.
Conjuring on my list. Yeah.
Because technically, Annabelle would be like the prequel to The Conjuring.
Yep.
And I don't know if there's any actual truth to the Annabelle story, but when you dig into it all, like what the origins of that story are. They talk about the Warrens,
Yep.
Ed and Lorraine Warren, were basically, kind of like the Ghostbusters of their time or whatever.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
They were total hucksters, by the way.
Yeah, like
But stories are great.
yeah, they said that they never, took money from the people that they helped, but there was certainly plenty of money with all like the book rights and everything else that they market this as, and definitely, yeah. And this is kind of what I'm getting at. The Warrens were considered huge frauds, even to other paranormal investigators. They were known to steal credit and other people's research. So yeah, that doesn't shock me. So it might be surprising to you if you haven't looked into this before that the Annabelle doll that they were in possession of in their little museum was not a porcelain, fancy, doll. It was like a Raggedy Ann.
Yeah.
That's all it really was. It was a little more than like a sock puppet
thing. Yeah, it wasn't like a Victorian.
Yeah,
like
it's a little bit of sock monkey. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It was a Raggedy Ann.
Yeah. And they told this story about it was a couple of, I guess, nurses that were rooming together, as they like went to nursing school or something like that. They picked up this doll and like really screwed up shit happened in their house, and that they like somehow communicating with the doll agreed to take care of it and treat it like a human being, and ultimately they found out somehow that this doll contained the spirit of some, child that had passed or something like that in the area. So, and that's why its name was Annabelle. Sure, it had nothing to do with the fact that it was a Raggedy Ann doll, and they were super creative with, it's Annabelle, and it was all this silly stuff like, there'd be weird notes left around the house on parchment paper, but none of them had parchment paper. It's just it showing up in different rooms where they had left it. And at one point I guess it stood up and like waved its arms or whatever. I don't fucking know. Dumb. But it ended up as a popular story, ended up in their museum, and they said that there were several deaths associated with the doll. Like apparently when it was in the museum, like some dude showed up with his girlfriend, and he like taunted the doll in the case and like dared it to slash him or something like that. And like Mr. Warren told him get the fuck out of there, like threw him out. And they found out later that driving on their motorcycle, they wrecked into a tree and the guy died, and the girlfriend lived. Probably because he was laughing so hard about how stupid it was that the doll was in the case that he just like wrecked into a tree. Yeah. So that somehow, even though they could never get the nurses, for comment. You know what I mean? To corroborate this story, if anybody even knew who they were, it's just they said a lot of shit. They didn't have a lot of evidence. Is kind of where I'm going with that. But they're popular, fun stories, and that's where Annabelle came from. So I guess that means Conjuring is bullshit too.
Adam, you're muted. There you go.
Hi. I was just like, yeah, that's really, that whole universe is basically not real.
Yeah.
Based on that.
Oh, that's where the information came from, a psychic. So, and of course, Lorraine Warren starts out by saying everything she told you is bullshit.
Yeah, and she just looks like your average church lady too, like Lorraine Warren.
Yeah.
Like she's just like, nah.
Librarian.
Yeah.
Like Eileen Warnos if things worked out a little better.
Yeah.
Heavily researched Annabelle, and there are no records of any of these incidences ever happening. Whereas Robert the doll has multiple witnesses and records. Ooh, Robert.
Who's Robert?
Robert the
Robert. I don't
doll.
know. Might have to Google Robert.
I'm gonna Google Robert. Robert the doll.
He'd show up in your ass in the middle of the night.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah. Try to work you like a puppet. That was his goal.
That's my next one.
What is that? Oh, jeez. I'm sorry to hear that.
He's
That's creepy as fuck.
Your ex-husband?
Well, yeah, but Robert the doll.
Robert the doll is creepy.
It's like this little
Robert.
sailor doll, and he's holding a dog or something.
Mm.
Oh, well, they made a movie about it apparently in 2015.
Yeah.
Robert the doll.
The doll has supernatural abilities that allows it to move, change its facial expressions, and make giggling sounds.
That's cool. I can do all those things.
Hmm.
And I'm not supernatural. I've done it.
I'm sorry, that's hysterical.
True story of The Conjuring. The family said the Warrens showed up and made things worse and were kicked out after a weekend. Conjuring 2, the family said they came of a single weekend, didn't talk to the kids, and left, taking credit for all the stuff that happened to the other investigators there. Interesting.
And then they
Yeah.
went to Taco Bell, and
Yeah.
the employees were like, "Man, they messed up the bathrooms.
Yeah.
Like
Goddamn
a
grifters.
Well,
Yeah.
Lorraine Warren went behind the counter and started blessing the hot sauce.
Yeah. Fire sauce.
Fire sauce.
Yeah. She exercised it.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't know. Sounds good to me.
Me too.
I'd like to sit with the Warrens at a Taco Bell.
How full of shit are you guys? As I eat
Yeah,
my burrito
Yeah. Talk over a Mexican pizza.
and flick my tomatoes at them.
Just flashed on Mike eating that burrito in the hotel room that Saturday.
Yeah.
Going right off their face.
Mike killed those burritos, man.
Oh, he fucking, yeah.
Like he didn't eat them all at the drive-in. He saved like one or two and had them back in the
But
hotel.
like, dude, I weighed myself after the drive. I gained like 5 pounds after the drive-in. I'm still. I must have eaten so much food at that freaking concession stand.
I did. I ate an entire box of cheese fries by myself
Mhm.
in the back of Clint's car. Him and Mike were
Funny, like, what you will do in a situation where you're freezing.
Oh
I was
man, those
freezing and
fries! That was
hungry.
huge.
You're
Oh my
hungry.
God.
You're freezing. The movies kind of suck.
Yeah.
Yep.
You just want some kind of stimulation.
She
Mike
practically.
was snoring.
And there are other people around, so you can't masturbate.
Oh, Jesus.
So you have to go get food.
She practically begged us to have some of the fries.
I'm
I
sure she
did.
She's like, they're too good. I can't stop eating them. Would you guys have some, please? And we're like, nah, we're good.
Yeah. And then they
You guys
started
want some
snoring.
fries?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a cheese whiz bukkake.
Yeah.
The best kind.
And every time I got in line at the fucking refreshment stand, there was some creepy guy next to me. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, that's the majority of the people there.
Yeah, that was like 75% of the people there.
Lights
Just
that live.
I was also only one of the 3 women that were there, you know?
Yeah.
And you were
Yeah.
just there for breeding purposes.
Exactly.
There was this one dude that stepped in line.
Yeah,
Like I
those
wasn't
people
paying
keep
attention and
leaving.
stepped in line between me and Mike in the concession stand there. And I was like, I wasn't gonna be a dick and just elbow in front of him, right?
Yeah.
But I swear he was mute, and he wouldn't look at anybody. He was just straightforward, like he crawled out of his dark basement dwelling, just
Yeah,
to go to
this
the
was
drive-in.
this one social activity he did
Yeah,
for the
yeah. he's like, oh, they're playing the movies at the drive-in. I'm going, and
Like
and
that
at the
morning, he got in a big fight with his mom.
yeah.
I'm going, and I'm
Yeah.
taking the
Forgot to
car.
buy pizza rolls or
I'm
something.
taking the car, Mom.
Yeah.
I'm
He'd
going to this driving.
work up all of his social courage just to do it, And he's like, I'm getting in front of this guy in the concession stand line. Like, I had
And
to
then-
ask him to move so I could catch up to Mike when we
And then
got
he
up there.
had to stand in front of an alpha like Clint and get totally
Yeah.
fucking
Oh, sure.
moralized.
It was probably the same guy that was next to us Friday night, the one that was giving me the creeps.
Oh, maybe.
Just
I
sat
don't
there
know.
with the can of soda for like 4 hours. Just sat there.
Oh,
Got up like
Could have
twice.
been. He was wearing a hoodie.
The venue itself is kind of nice, though. Like you have to admit, compared to Mahoning, like what would you prefer, Clint? You've been to both. I think I think the drive-in we went was in Vandergrift is nicer.
Yeah.
Personally.
I would prefer not to smell the porta toilets. So I'd
Mm.
say, on that alone.
I think it's a little. I think it's a little bit more scenic.
Yeah. And the inside of the snack bar is nicer. They do have some working toilets. That's good.
And the glory hole is spectacular. Like there isn't even a long line.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just go right up to it.
I'm that
Mhm.
quick. I can't help it.
And I like how
Weed
they
She
basically
is my weed expert in tube meat, and there is a reason for it.
yeah. I like how they painted like Pinocchio around the hole. So the growing nose out the hole. Am I alone in this? Come on.
Yeah, now, and I love it.
You look like Robert the doll. Anyhow.
Anyhow,
Let's say this, dude. Like, not that you're not like Clint is very funny in podcasts and stuff. It pales in comparison to Clint in person. Clint had me in fucking stitches the entire night. The shit he says, is fucking hilarious.
I think you were high too, but I don't
Me?
know.
No, I was not.
Oh, okay, just
no, I
drinking.
was
Okay.
high. Yeah,
Okay.
I was really high. Friday night.
I think it was the Captain Kirk movie. I think that's what it was.
That's what it was. Yeah,
The worst movie ever made.
yeah, it's up there.
Fucking impulses. Like, oh, is he getting ready to have another one of his impulses?
Nothing will top me sitting in a chair crocheting and Adam scaring the shit out of me, coming up behind me. On a scale of 1 to 20, how high are you?
That's how I do. That's how I do. I'm a census taker.
Like 18. I forgot we were outside.
Jesus Christ.
Man, they also kept an
Underage live-in extra love partner for Ed. What the fuck?
what?
What? Who's Ed and
Well,
I'm
Ed
confused.
Warren, I suppose.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is this person?
Wait a minute. So they're saying that they encourage pedophilia for Ed?
I
Oh my
guess.
God.
Must have been what he was into. And Lorraine was like, okay.
Whatever you want, dear.
I've never heard that ever. Like,
I mean,
that's a pretty wild accusation, Facebook user.
Is that Lex?
That's Lex, but I feel like he's researched this or something and maybe found it somewhere.
You found the cage that they kept her in?
I'd feel better if it was just Annabelle, the Raggedy Ann doll.
I mean, that's a pretty extreme accusation that has never been.
She has the air nozzle in her back. You can't see it when she's in the cage.
I mean, whatever. It is what it is.
World's worst sex doll, Annabelle.
Yeah, put a black light on that doll. Holy shit. It looks like the continent of Africa. There's Niger.
There's so much wrong with you.
Is that Zimbabwe? I don't know this one either. The burning is based on the supposedly true story Cropsey.
Yeah, that I've heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
That
unfamiliar.
doesn't mean it's true. I'm just saying I've heard that.
Cropsey. Okay.
All right, guys. You want to do one? Like, I don't want to force anything, but I'm about out.
Yeah, me too. If you got them, go for it. I'll entertain anything.
All I have is I want to just say that you two are the best. I love you guys a lot. You're two of my good friends,
Ah,
Your family.
and
love you back.
every time we hang out, I have an awesome time.
There aren't many people I would ride to Pittsburgh for.
That's true.
You're one of them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Not
even
Tom Savini.
Not even Tom Savini.
Tom Savini.
No, I know that's weird, saying that shit. But I appreciate your friendship,
Always.
and that's all I got.
Appreciate it very much. It's always
Yep.
awesome when you show up. I love it.
Me too.
Yep. So, yeah, my hangout picks are not very popular. Everybody else is like, I got better shit to do, but you're always here, and I appreciate that.
My no, you know what? It's funny you say that, Clint. I made a complaint casually. That was like, I feel like every time I pick the topic, nobody ever shows up. But I think it's just luck of the draw.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think it has anything to do with that. Like
Well, like-
today I thought like Saturdays are weird too. Like you think you know what's going to happen that day, and then like family gets thrown into the mix, and your whole day
Mhm.
gets blown up. I thought it was going to be available like 2 hours ago, and I didn't even get home till 8:30.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's just hard.
Yeah.
Especially on Saturday, because everybody's trying to fit so much shit in on Saturday. But here's the good news: the weather is turning, and especially if you live in places like me and Nicole, I think like where you can't do shit in the winter. Like in the winter, the hangouts saved me because you can't do shit. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
So every Saturday, I was hooked, and we're coming into those winter months where like you don't have as much family responsibility, and you don't have a lot of things to do, and it's easier, I guess. Is what I'm trying to say.
Sure.
I don't fault people on a Saturday in the summer if they can't make it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Vacations and barbecues and all that kind of stuff. That can
Right.
go late.
And usually there's enough of us.
Yeah.
Where like if one or two people can't make it, that
Yeah.
it just seems like lately, the last few weeks, that it's been a little dwindling. But I'm sure that'll change.
Yeah. Well, like I was saying last night to Ryan, I was like, "Hey, man, thanks for coming to the Cursed Hangout because, like, I was gonna give it 5 more minutes. Nobody showed up. I was gonna cancel it."
When was
So
it?
it's like,
Oh, I showed up to that one.
16th,
you
yeah.
did, yeah. But
And as soon as my kid moves out, I'll come to everyone at 7:00.
You only got what, 16 more years?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. Mine's 24 and he's still here.
Yeah.
Like we have our routine, I give him Tub.
Yeah.
We do that whole thing, and I kind of give her a break, and we have our whole routine. So I just can't, I can't deviate from that yet.
Kids
That's
come
all.
first.
That's what
Yes.
I do
Yeah.
here. I mean, every evening, Catalina's basically mine, all weekend long usually. So it's just except when I'm doing these.
Right.
But it's
No, I mean I love it. I wish I could commit to more. Because these hangouts are still a priority to me. I just can't always show up like I want to, but like whenever I can, I will be here.
Fantastic. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It always adds something to the conversation. I find that
Well,
it gets a little bit more lively when you show up. It's kinda
No,
nice.
well,
I never
thanks.
laugh like I do until you're here. I swear to God.
I mean, just in general, the more people,
Yeah.
it adds, I think,
Yeah,
to things.
It does.
we're gonna get our commune. I'm determined.
Well,
Yeah.
we were just talking about
No flavor aid.
Jonestown and stuff, so
Yep, we're gonna get our commune. Everybody's
as well.
getting a pair of Nike sneakers when they first come
Yeah.
in.
Flavor aid is outlawed.
It's gonna be coming out of the tap.
Right.
Lots of golden monkey on ice.
That's
I
right.
need to stop drinking that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Victory makes one that I like. For some reason, I can't remember what it's called now. But maybe it's Walker or something like. I can't remember. It's I swear it's a red grapefruit based one.
That sounds delicious.
For some reason, I
love
really like
grapefruit.
those, and I gravitate towards those. They're really
Yeah,
good.
that sounds great. It really
Yeah.
does.
Yeah. So I don't remember what it's called, but if I figure it out, I'll tell you. Go check this one out.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's say it's like Skywalker or some shit. It's like something real weird.
Really like Star Wars.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see. Victory. Grapefruit.
Oh.
Go with beer.
According to Lex, Judith Penny lived with the Warrens for 40 years as their niece.
Oh.
Hey, Nicole,
Oh.
when you did drink back in the day, what was your drink of choice?
Jack, Green Label
Yeah.
Jack,
How would you drink it?
straight, usually,
Like out of the bottle, or like
right out of the bottle.
with you wouldn't get like ice or anything?
Sometimes I would mix it with like Coke or Diet Coke, but for the most part, it was just straight.
So like cocaine.
Just
You do
carry the
like
bottle with
cocaine
me.
off a hooker's ass and then do a shot
I
of.
do it off of Clint's ass often, so you're next.
Yeah.
I'll make sure I wash extra well. I say.
Okay, well, we're gonna wax you.
Oh Jesus, that's gonna be like waxing a orangutan.
No, just Green Label Jack. I mean,
Jack. Okay.
in my heavy drinking days, I would go through almost a fifth a day.
Every day.
Every day.
That's not good for you.
No. That lasted for about 3 years.
Glad you stopped.
Yeah.
Me too.
You
Congratulations.
probably wouldn't be here right now if you hadn't.
No, I wouldn't. If I hadn't stopped, I'd be dead.
That's cool. I love you.
I love you too.
You've been a great influence on me, and
That's the first time in my life I've ever heard that.
Max was just playing with that duck
Oh, the
earlier
seagull?
today. I keep calling it a duck.
That's all right.
The
Clint's mom thought it was a duck too.
Yeah.
But
I
gave
keep
him-
calling
I gave him
it a
a
duck,
tap.
so he calls it a duck.
Yeah.
Yeah, the seagull. with the
Tell him tomorrow it's a seagull.
the seagull.
Yeah.
He can call it whatever he wants. It doesn't
Call
matter.
Call it Steven Seagal.
With a big French fry in his mouth.
Yeah. Teach him me want the punani. When the girls start to strut,
I'll be like,
look at
dude,
their butts. You
he
shouldn't
just
do that.
he just came out of the punani not that long ago, but now it's like you want the punani.
Yeah. I don't see where it says that it's got the grapefruit in it. But the one that I was thinking of is called Cloudwalker.
Okay,
Yeah, Cloudwalker Hazy Juicy IPA. So it's got a picture of an airplane.
that still seems like it's going the Star Wars route,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I want to say Skywalker, but it's not. It's
Yeah,
Cloudwalker.
Cloudwalker.
Anyhow, I had that once. Thought it was good.
That sounds good.
Hmm.
No. Anyhow,
Yeah.
you got anything left on your list there, Nicole?
The only thing I have left is The Quiet Ones.
Quiet Ones.
Yeah. Jared Harris was in it. It's not that old. It's he basically plays a professor, and he has this group of students that are performing experiments with this girl who is believed to be possessed. And they keep her locked in this room, and they just basically do all these like kind of like House on Haunted Hill experiments almost.
Okay.
And one of the students, who's the cameraman, starts to get feelings for her, and then we find out that the professor is does not have such great intentions. And it was good. It was good. It was a little slow here and there, but it was good. It had a good ending, and supposedly based on a true story from something that happened back in the 70s. Let me see. Should pull this up before. The Quiet Ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was 2014, so it was 9 years ago. A university professor and a team of students conduct an experiment on a young woman, uncovering terrifyingly dark, unexpected forces in the process. So there are a couple of twists at the end. And like I said, Jared Harris is just amazing in everything he does.
Yeah.
And it was decent. It was a good little possession movie.
Cool.
Yeah.
Looks interesting.
Yeah. It's on Peacock.
Okay. What part of this is based on a true story?
I think most of it. Again, this is one that I just watched recently, and I did not do a whole lot of research on. Let me see. Yeah, it took place in 1974. Yeah, basically this professor is trying to, he spent his whole career trying to prove, possession versus mental illness, and he went kind of nuts in the process. Yeah, and it has a couple good twists. It's a decent watch. It is.
Interesting. A shocking experiment. An unspeakable evil. So they use electroshock.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Well, I'll put that on the maybe list.
Yeah.
And I may as well add it to the banner if I've been keeping up with that. Let's see. Quiet Ones. Just there. Unless anybody else has anything that they want to bring up.
Nope, that was
We
it.
exhausted it.
We've exhausted it.
We exhausted all the true stories.
For the evening.
For the evening.
Yes. Yes.
But I did get a few more things for my watch list, so.
Yep, me too.
That's good.
Like Blair Witch.
Yes.
What?
Like Blair Witch.
But,
You gonna watch it?
don't start with me. I'm still working on forgiving you for that Sadler comment.
Oh, it'll be fine. We'll make it work.
We'll make it work.
Oh, and just so you know, Lex loves talking to us too. So busy lately. It's always fun. I'm supposed to be working right now too. Well, thanks for skipping out on your duties to hang with us.
You know what? He has a lot. He has a lot with his factoids that he drops in. It really does.
Yeah, he said he could go on for days on this topic.
Oh, we
now,
did do a part two.
Clearly, clearly it's a passion for him because
Mhm.
I mean, hell, he did a whole damn podcast on it.
And I'm going to check that out.
Yeah. So that's cool. So I
Yeah.
might look for that too. So I guess this concludes our Amityville hangout that has been based on a true story. This is based on a real podcast, and we are based on real people. And of course, I have played the part of Clint. And
You play the part, Clinton, very well. I
playing
must
the
say.
part. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. I am an impersonator. So the real Clint will be back next week, and I'm thinking we're into October, so Don's got one set up for 2 weeks from now, but I think next week I'm probably going to pick something Halloween themed. Like we haven't done witches before, so maybe we'll go there.
That'll be a fun one.
That'll be
Yeah.
good.
So sounds good to me. There's tons of fucking witch movies.
Yes, there are.
And I've actually seen some that are good. So we'll go for that. So I'm going to click end the stream, and I'm going to say goodnight to all you out there in the internet world.